National Symposium on Innovative Technology and Management dedicated to sustainable humanistic phase. Now we are going through such a time that we should pause and consider that the first part of the title of the symposium, that is innovative technology and management dedicated to sustainable humanistic phase. The second part, so which is important? Definitely innovative technology is very important, but unless we could show our humanistic face, then the things would not be sustainable. The things would not be sustainable. So, with this appeal, let us start the today's program. And we are having very able speaker in this particular session, Dr. Devalina Sengupta, Associate Director, Texas A&M University, USA. We will be having the program of, lecture of Dr. Y. Jan Singh, Director, NILIT, Guwahati. He is looking after both Guwahati and Shillong. Slowly, Dr. S. Venkat Mohan, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR ISCT Hyderabad, and he is actually the Vatnagar Awardee of this by the Government of India. So he will also join. Dr. P.P. Chakraborty, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR and ISCT will join. We are having some participants. Already our Ashuninduda has joined, had a long innings in ONGC, and from industry he has become the technocrat. Moinak has joined, Moinak from Agilent. So we always has got the tie-up with Agilent. We work hand in hand. So this today's program, we will start by the invocation come opening song by Mrs. Kakoli Shen Sharma. Kakoli is the organizing committee member of this this program and also executive member of Vivekananda Institute of Environment Management. Basically, Kakoli is joining from Abu Dhabi. So whenever she comes here, along with her husband, Mr. Pradeep Shen Sharma, so both take part a lot of our philanthropic activities. So we do together. So over to Kakoli. program. Actually, this happiness, Bahe Nirantaro, Ananta Ananda Dhara, that the happiness and bliss that will flow everywhere, that would be pervaded and will engulf the whole universe. That is the motto during this pandemic. People should be happy, and that is our motto. I am very thankful to you for such a beautiful choice of song. I request our coordinator of the program, Ms. Bhumi Ghosh. Bhumi is another very efficient soldier of our Swamiji, Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda once told that if we have 100 such efficient soldiers, then the whole world will be changed. And he had a few in our organization. So one is Pomi. I request Pomi to project the 2 days. 2 days means that yes, 2 days plus 2 days program, so that everyone will see that and will move accordingly. Pomi, please. Please project 2 days program. It's not that this one. This is the tented that was the yesterday's program. This program did not download the project. No. We have already circulated the program to everyone that our today's proceedings will start with the renderings from Kakuli, that is invocation. This is followed by the small introduction of the session chair, that means myself. And I don't need any introduction because sannyasins should not have any introduction. Sannyasins are the most common people in the world. So naturally, leaving this my introduction, I directly request our very adorable speaker, Devolina, Dr. Devolina Sengupta, the alumna of a very, very prominent and proud. We that because of her, our alma mater, Jadavpur University, is very proud of her. Associate Director, TEES Gas and Fuels Research Center, Texas A&M University, USA. I request Debolina to introduce herself because that would be most appropriate. That would be more appropriate.
Thank you so much.
Debolina, please.
I just wanted to check if my slides can be shared. Yes, I think it is. So thank you so much for this opportunity to speak at this conference, the symposium. It is always a pleasure to talk to any alma mater from Jadavpur University. And it is always a pleasure to be discussing the type of research that we are doing at an international level and trying to get some of that back to the community where I have been so ably been taught and grown up. So thank you very much again for the opportunity. I am the Associate Director of the Texas A&M Engineering Experiment Station's Gas and Fuels Research Center, as well as the Water Energy Nexus Coordinator for the Texas A&M Energy Institute. So I have a dual role. But apart from this, I also have several roles at the American Institute of Chemical Engineers. I am the past chair of the Environmental Division and the first vice chair for the Fuels and Petrochemicals Division at the AICHE. I did my bachelor's from Jadavpur University, as you mentioned. And then I came to the US for my PhD from Louisiana State University. I did my PhD in 2010. And after that, I had the privilege to work at the United States Environmental Protection Agency for 3.5 years before I moved to Texas A&M. So it has been a fun journey up until now, but I think we all know that we are witnessing history and we are currently living through history. Um, of course, you mentioned the coronavirus. The total cases around the world today is about 57 million. And the total death is about 1,377,000. And we have been probably over the past few months, we have been seeing so many different disruptions and difficulties as we have never seen before in our lifetime. So I wanted to take a pause and say that yes, we are living through history and we will be soon out of it, hopefully. But this is also a time to reflect on what we are seeing and how scientifically can we get out of this. So my talk is going to be revolving around disasters and disaster resilience. So before I go into the details of disaster resilience, I wanted to just say a small brief introduction on scale and impact of disasters. So, the definition of disasters, according to the Federal Emergency Management Agency of the United States, is an occurrence of a natural catastrophe, technological accident, or human caused event that has resulted in severe property damage, deaths, and/or multiple injuries. And there are definitions of large scale disaster, major disaster, and a major disaster is one where the uh, assistance that is given by federal, local, or state resources is far less compared to the actual damage that occurs. So we have been seeing that, especially with the coronavirus crisis. It is a major disaster. It is a catastrophic disaster of many proportions. But apart from that, also, we have been seeing many other disasters unfolding around us. Very recently, we saw Amphan, and we are going to talk about that a little bit. So, as I mentioned, the coronavirus pandemic outbreak, if you look at the scale, it has a global impact scale. So I remember I talked about the impact and the scale. So the impact of this has been global and the scale of this has been global. Compared to that, if you look at a hurricane, or as we call them, cyclones in our part of the world, it has a local impact or a regional impact. This shows the landfall of Hurricane Harvey in the Houston and Gulf Coast of Texas about 3 years back. But the impact of this can be regional or even national level because the Houston area is the location of several industries in the United States, and that is something that impacts the entire nation because production shuts down. So that's how the scale and impact of disasters are important. Now, defining resilience, the status quo is on built infrastructure, which means like we tend to build our infrastructure so that it can withstand any disaster. However, not always are we successful, and maybe we need to think in a different way. But that brings us to a report, and this is a report from the National Academies in the United States, which looked at disaster resilience and the different aspects of disaster resilience. How do we do the measurement of resilience? How do we build local capacity? And how can we put things together that is linking communities and governance to the technologies that we create? So that is perhaps the part of putting a human face to the disasters. Um, the defining the disaster resilience, it is the ability to prepare and plan for, absorb, recover from, and more successfully adapt to adverse events. Um, Now I will shift a focus towards climate resilience versus disaster resilience, because there are a lot of resilience research going on in climate and climate change. And often climate and disasters are intertwined. And a cause and effect relationship is sometimes debated. But while the debate continues, the impacts of climate change and disasters are both felt by humans, and the duration of the impacts may last from hours to years. So, disruptive strategies are needed to bring immediate and quicker impact to the regions affected. So, I'll start with a case study of the Sundarbans in India, in a place very close to our hometown, Kolkata. And the Ganga Delta region, shared by Bangladesh and India, it is home to one of the world's largest continuous mangrove forests. And this vanishing forest protects the coast and lives of two countries, India and Bangladesh. And the rising waters and illicit logging and killing of the trees in the Sundarbans is taking away the natural wall that protects the India-Bangladesh coast. The Sundarbans mangrove forest is a place of significant concern in 2017, and it has been that way for a long time. It is critical, it is tending towards a critical zone. And many of us are hardly aware of the benefits that Sundarbans brings to the big city like Kolkata. So it is very important for us to understand what is going on in this region. So on May 20th, Cyclone Amphan, which was a Category 5 cyclone, hit the coast of West Bengal. And the initial estimated damage was about 13.5 billion US dollars. Just in comparison, this is extremely high amount, but any disasters come with a price tag that nobody can actually estimate. So there are a lot of impacts that are faced indirectly, and that does not have a dollar value. What we know is that here comes the sustainability part. There has been an economic impact, there has been a societal impact, and there has been an environmental and ecological impact. Now, how much, we don't know, but we know that these three, in terms of sustainability, have been significantly hampered and will continue to be hampered for some time. Now, going back to resilience, building resilience for sustainable development of the Sundarbans was a strategy report. I would urge everyone to read this report to understand the difficulties that Sundarban faces. And this report came out in 2014, and things haven't changed much since then. However, I have highlighted a few things. They have mentioned energy services, desalination, and sustainable traditional agriculture and aquaculture as some of the things that we need to look at for the path forward towards a sustainable Sundarbans region. Now, I'll just highlight a few things about this storm. This figure was sent to me by a friend who was on relief work in the storm impacted areas. You see here that when there is a sea level rise from storm surge, the saline water is deposited on farmlands, and this causes a long-term impact of crop loss and freshwater fish, and also long-term crop productivity loss. The agricultural land becomes saline, and that causes impact on the production of the crops in that area. Of course, we all know flooding occurs and people get stranded. But with flooding, what happens is their drinking water resources get constrained, and they get contaminated. So people get stranded with no clear access to drinking water. Um, so these challenges are known, but they are still unresolved. And the geographic pattern of disaster losses illustrate that the impacts are greatest, but the exposure and vulnerability to hazards and disasters, we know them. But what do we do about it? Now, that's where I come in the research perspective. And I would like to introduce you to a concept that is called process systems engineering, where the process systems engineering is the field of engineering. Especially it came from chemical engineering, but it has a lot of other things. But this is mainly focused in process design, control, operations, and product design. It has been with in terms of control and reliability. We have done process models for steady state and dynamics. We also do process calculations, computational methods for optimization, control systems, operations research, numerical analysis, and some parts of computer science. So that is an area which is very important in all the engineering aspects that we do. But the research that is done behind all the design and behind all the controls is the area that we currently work on, especially at Texas A&M University. Um, so a part of process systems engineering deals with resilient systems engineering, and there are requirements for resilient systems that have been defined. Um, some of the system requirements, some of them are constant, such as resilience, reliability, robustness, and safety. And there are also variables like flexibility, pliability, agility, and safety again. But in all the disaster diagrams, you'll see that there is a disruption that happens. And then there is a period of surviving the disruption, which is a small time period. And then you recover from the disruption, which is to get back to the nominal performance level. Now, there may be a gradual decline and a long-term impact, or there may be a very quick recovery and short-term impact. But this whole time period is known as the resilience domain. So it is important for us to understand this figure that there is this surviving the disruption and recovering from the disruption phase for resilience. Now, resilience is often talked synonymous to be sustainability, but sustainability is a little bit different from resilience. And while the concept of sustainable development targets development which can avoid changes and negative consequences, and resilience is about tackling and overcoming the changes without being completely overwhelmed by them. So there is a subtle difference between sustainable development and resilience. Now I'll go to a philosophical question of what do we need to survive? And if we look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, there are some basic needs, which includes air, food, water, shelter. And energy is something that enables all of these things that are required. So that takes us to food, energy, and water nexus systems. So food, energy, and water are completely intertwined, and people are dependent on food, energy, and water, but they are integrated, and they are very much interconnected systems that we work on. So how do we combine disaster resilience to few nexus systems? Because the examples that I gave, they have been related to food, energy, and water issues that people face. So the process systems engineering may be a way in which we can address these food, energy, and water
ठीक है
nexus.
पीछे फोटो है तो साफ नहीं चल रहा इसका ग्रीन स्क्रीन में इसका एडिटिंग अच्छा नहीं हुआ है सस्ता एडिटर है
Okay, so we are looking at the common issue of water salinity. And if you look at the water salinity, we have a maximum of the water present in the world as saline water from the oceans. Now, the 96.5% ocean resources of water opens up a large untapped resource for drinking purposes. But the removal of salts is necessary for drinking and agricultural use of water. One of the solutions that we propose is desalination of water, as you have also seen in the Sundarbans report. Desalination is a technology to remove dissolved salts from water.
সাউন্ডটা এসছে ঠিক আছে
So, that is dependent maybe on membrane and thermal-based solutions. But the issue with desalination is there is a strong need for energy to desalinate the water. And some of the issues can be non-robust or highly expensive processes. Now, desalination has been demonstrated widely in the Middle East and North African regions because they have already started to face water scarcity. And in India, there are also places where desalination is being used. So, what I propose is a disaster resilient food, energy, water nexus system, and that has been the title of my talk. And integrated with disaster management, where it is looking at response, recovery, mitigation, and preparation or preparedness for disaster. So, this is the disaster management cycle. And there is a specific period of response and recovery, and then there is a period of mitigation and preparation for the next disaster. Now, historically, disaster management has been looking at risk reduction, risk management, and strategies to simply manage the cycle of disaster. However, disaster resilient systems proposes an engineering-based systems approach towards designing, intercepting, and managing disaster impacts through advanced process systems engineering methods. So the design of the food, energy, water nexus system is based on a concept of modular and intensified processes. And this is a kind of like an artist's rendition of the system where you have a mobile desalination unit, and the mobility helps in moving this system to the location of impact. And we can use variable energy systems to power this desalination system. The water can be surface water, brackish water, or saline water. And we produce clean drinking water for people, and we also produce food through controlled environment agriculture, and these are soilless options. Now, you see that I have mentioned that this is a disaster preparedness portion where we have these soilless farming options for food security while soil is under salinity treatment. Remember, when a disaster occurs, the natural disasters, the salinity affects the soil very badly. And this could be a post-disaster recovery phase to sustain economic growth and employment. Then you have the disaster response phase using that same water treatment unit. You can put it either on a boat or you can move that vehicle to the location of disaster. And you can take the food from the co-located soilless farms, and storage will be taken to the disaster relief areas. along with the water treatment units, and reducing the risks to disrupted supply chains, because we have seen that disasters can affect people in different ways, and supply chain disruption is one of the major issues that people face during disaster conditions. And the other main part is that you can provide drinking water to the people who are stranded, and you do not have multiple runs with existing technology and existing systems of water distribution. So this is an artist's rendition of something that we are starting to build, and it will be nice to see this coming into action and see how these things can be done. But there is a lot of research that goes on behind these sort of systems to make them cost effective, to make them accessible and affordable to people who are some of the poorest people in the world. So that is the research that we are currently conducting. And with this, we also need to do advanced scheduling and planning, which includes where should these disaster equipment be placed, and the locations, and how do we deploy these in the locations of impact. So the way we do these, I'll just run through this very quickly because I'm reaching the end of time. But we do quantification through metrics. And some of the quantification attributes include resilient design. And this is a paper that we have recently published. And there are 12 attributes that we say are important for doing resilient design of systems. We are, as I said, we are in discussion ongoing for implementation in India. We have made positive progress with significant industry interest. There is a combination of policy, governance, technology, and business development that is required. And once demonstrated, this model can be used anywhere in the world. Concluding remarks, we need to work on the definition of resilience, but never lose the bigger picture. Technology needs to integrate many attributes at the design and conceptual level. And solution processes are a combination of technology, policy, governance, and human capacity building exercises. Disaster resilient systems engineering is a new class of disruptive and transformative technologies proposed as potential solution. With that, I would like to thank you for your time. And I would also like to say that we are editing a journal in Frontiers and Sustainability, which is on resilience, reliability, and flexibility via chemical process design. With that, I would like to thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Devolina, Dr. Devolina. Thank you very much. This paper is open for discussion. I have seen that the galaxy of experts present here, Dr. Asit Das from Reliance, Dr. Venkat Mohan from IICT, Dr. Pradosh from IICT, my friend Mainak, friend and also the earlier student, Mainak Oshanendu is there. So I request a good discussion on a particular topic. Who will initiate? Ashit.
Okay, thank you. This is a very, very contemporary topic. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Surely.
I have.
You can open the video also. You.
Okay. Thank you, Devolina. It was very nice to hear. Only I could hear partly. I joined a bit late. The topic is very, very interesting and relevant. I thought you tried to emphasize the importance of process system engineering to sort of disaster management planning and related activities.
Yes.
What exactly I want to hear from you is how much is the role you think of applying, the so-called process engineering, optimization design on bringing affordability to this whole system analysis. Because after all, we are going to, uh, you know, uh, cater to a system who can't afford too much of, money or price to whatever this technology we are talking about.
Yes, and that's where I think where we have options of corporate social responsibility and how we can use funding from different options. Of course, I understand that these systems are going to be expensive, especially at the level that we are trying to envision. But at the same time, people die from lack of clean drinking water, and people do not have access to clean drinking water as well as agricultural purpose water. Now, these systems are supposed to be modular, so maybe you do not need all of the parts. Maybe you do not need the controlled environment agriculture, but the desalination is a technology that is being pursued in many places of the world. And there are systems that can be integrated with several options and opportunities. Like there are options of integrating desalination with low grade energy, waste heat energy, and those options are also being pursued. But again, unless we think of some technology as being important for people, uh, we will never see it hit the ground. But at the same time, we cannot let people die. So that is something that we need to figure out the way we can pay for these systems.
Great, Devole, now what you say.
So thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
I agree with your idea. But what I wanted to emphasize is, Maharaj, you are saying something?
Yes, I hope you have finished question, or you want to say anything more? Yes.
No, I wanted to ask one more question to her,
Yes,
and
please ask. No problem. No
that
problem.
is
Please ask.
basically, while I think that the system engineering can give incremental advantage to disaster management, but the real need is to develop affordable technologies and solutions which can bring in a whole lot of price reduction. Take for example drinking water. Today it costs about say certain X amount of money. What's required in bringing a technology for drinking water which is 10 times cheaper than what it is today, and which can be applied to even rural masses who do not have even power or anything in their area.
Yeah, but if you look at any drinking water technology that is being used currently in the world, and there are membrane technologies and thermal technologies both, what process systems engineering gives us is it's not only incremental increase. I would differ from your comment there. It gives us also powerful tools to analyze the technologies that you're talking about. To make them affordable, we have predictive methods and predictive tools through process systems engineering where we can decide which membrane material could be useful for developing in the future. Otherwise, what we have seen is that the experimental world is very happy with doing their experiments, of course. But to bring a technology to fruition, there is a very strong role that process systems engineering also plays there. So it is not only just the engineering design that we are talking about, but also the whole concept of doing things in silico before we try out doing something in practicality. So as I speak, I'm also designing this entire process so that we can make this cost affordable and cost effective with the right kind of technology, but also the right kind of flexibility, because the flexibility and the resilience, the 12 aspects of resilience that I mentioned, that flexibility is very important in the cases of disaster and disaster management. And those sort of models and tools, I think, are only possible if we use those type of advanced process systems technologies to do them.
Thank you, Dev.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. We are eagerly waiting that Dr. Y. Jant Singh, he has joined our next speaker. Dr. Jayanto is a director. Presently, he is the director, NILIT Guwahati, and he also looks after Shillong. So earlier, he was the director, NILIT of Kolkata. So he is having a very, very illustrious career at this very young age. You see, last day, yesterday, Dr. Pankaj thought he joined from Harvard. So earlier he was a NILIT director. So, but you see, Jayanta has rose to that position at this very, very young age, and my wish is that at least he should go up to the director general level. And as such, he is a very, very good heart, a very good soul. So I request Jayanta to start his deliberation. Jayanta, please.
Yes, good morning. Good morning to all participants, and good morning to all the organizers, especially from Swamiji's side, the Vivekananda group, as well as the partner Jadavpur University group. I'm very happy to share some of the things that we are doing, or we are under process of developing, which I'm going to talk about something about Industry 4.0, as well as its compliance that we need to do from all different activity. So I would like to share my slide over here.
Yes.
I think my slide is visible.
Just a minute. Okay.
Swamiji, my slide is visible to you?
Actually, there are two slides. Yes, it is visible.
Yes. So I'm going to share something about what is happening as per the Industry 4.0 and what our youths, especially the researchers who are listening to our program, to do something with Industry 4.0, and some concepts and some case studies related to the ICT based services in academic, waste management, agriculture, tourism, health sector, and something like that. What some of us are doing, as well as some of our partners are in the process of doing this one. This is about Industry 4.0, that this was initially presented in 2013. That's 7 years before. It is suggested that, some of activity, whatever we are doing, the manual thing has to be converted to the digital thing. Maybe it may be a payment system, it may be a computerization system, it may be some other activity from some other areas also. For example, if somebody know how to do the drilling, machining, and all this type of thing, now it is going to be converted by using a CNC machine. If that operator know how to use the buttons of the CNC machine, then he don't need to use his manpower, the muscle power. Same thing, in the very early ages, guys are becoming big positions, guys are becoming handling big organization. For example, we can take a lot of startups where the startups, even though their age is only 18 or 20, very less age to us, they are owning a lot of organization because they know how to do the computerization and automation. So all these things are represented in Industry 4.0, that how we are going to automate the things. And this is some of the example that the framework of Industry 4.0, from our side also, the NILIT as well as the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology also, many schemes are coming up to use a majority of Internet of Things, the smart sensing, robotics, big data, 3D, augmented reality, cloud computing, then blockchain, and all these type of things. So later on in my case study, some of these examples are used in pop-up forum. So we will discuss in that one. And this is the initiative from our Nalit Gauhati, that we are also in the part of this Industry 4.0, and we are training, and also we are implementing some use cases related to the cloud computing, artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT, data science, cybersecurity, AR, VR. So we are going to use technology in the cloud computing, AI, data science, and the AR, VR. So later slides are going to show about those requirements. And in many area, I'm putting as a new business. New business means a researcher together with their professor can explore some information about what is happening in this new area. So there are many places where I'm putting as a new businesses. Later on, my slide can be shared so that interested people can work together with us also. This is about the 4-year digital transformation. And digital transformation takes place in many different areas, starting from your Aadhaar and a digital locker. Everybody was asked to have their own uh, um, content in the digital locker, starting from your certificates to medical reports, a driving license, even the filings of the income tax return and other things. After your retirement also, some of your information, something like Jivan Praman, the proof of your existence, or applying for the pensions and getting the pensions every 6 months also, this is happen. So many informations are coming in digital platform, so that the requirement of a citizen can be given a proper facility. This is about some of the developmental framework that we use in developing some of these Industry for this thing. This is what we call as a Scrum. So Scrum has so many advantages. So I will skip this one. If time permit, then I will come back to this one and later on. So first thing that we are bringing is some case study that what we are doing in academic activity with respect to users of artificial, maybe the artificial intelligence, maybe the data science or the ICT technology. One is in order, whether you are coming from a chemical background or a biological background or some other different background, so you have to go for the teaching. So in this teaching, 3 types of teachings that we are having. So one teaching that we are having post-COVID is the online. There are some places where all these facilities are available. Because of that, these online are feasible. But there are some places, because of the gadget that the students are achieving, that's why the online is not that much possible. That's why the new term called as blended is coming. So this is something like, the online education system as well as the face-to-face education system is incorporated together wherever the profession is required. For example, information giving or the data delivery or other things can be given online, but some of these things can be taken in the group discussion also in some different stages. So that we call as a blended learning system. And the interesting thing is the third one, the flipped classroom. And this flipped classroom is implemented by many universities in a different part of the world, but in India, it is implemented by very few universities. In this flipped classroom, normally the teachers teach and teachers deliver so many information to the students. That is done, but instead teacher teaching everything from the beginning, from the scratch, as the informations are provided to the students in advance through digital platform. The students are asked to do the homework. Only the problem where they are facing, the teacher is coming presenting in form of online or blended mode or some other mechanism, and it is clearing the doubts. Means it is about the doubt clearing thing. You can see in the lower side image also, traditionally the teacher is teaching, teacher is leading the class from A to Z, but in the flipped classroom, the teacher is sitting in one side and the flipped classroom activity takes place between the peers to peers, and it is clearing all their doubts, and then the role of the students are also changing. For example, a student will behave as a teacher for a small lesson, and then another second students will become the teacher for another, so on, so on. Then at the end of the day, when there are some problems are there, the teachers are clearing only their doubts. So this flipped classroom is very, very famous, and it is implemented, and also it is giving a lot of benefits. So it needs some technology. That's what we are talking about, digital literacy. So I go to the next one. This is one of the example where we are talking about that either flipped classroom or the blended thing. You can see the first image, how a teacher, whatever he is explaining, he is trying to deliver to the students through his mobile, through her mobile, because of the poor connectivity and the hidden data courses. I mean the hidden data courses. For example, you take the example of Geo. So normally the Geo keeps something like 1 GB, 2 GB free data storage. But if you deliver or your students are receiving your information through an online thing, in 1 hour, minimum 1 GB data will go. This is what I'm talking about, high storage, high usage of the data. For example, you are taking 4 classes and the students are attending your classes for continuously 4 hours. 4 GB of data usage will be got from his. So while the telecom subscribers like Airtel or Jio or Vodafone, they are giving a free space or something like 1.5 GB or maximum of 2 GB, but your requirement is for 4 GB. So that gives the problem between the expectation of the students and the expectation from the class. That is why there are some businesses that the startup has to do. How can minimize the data usage? The videos has to be prepared in such a way that it can be long for only 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Instead of making 1 hour classes, the class has to be split into different just like topic 1, topic 2, topic 3, maybe 2 MB, 3 MB, something like that. Wherever the student feel, it can be given in advance so that in one bulk they can download. So bringing this thing, something like this, the blended system and the flipped classroom is very, very important. And next thing is, we are talking about the problem that we are having is a poor audio video quality. For example, somebody is listening me now also. If my network is very bad or your network is very bad, my video may come, the audio may not come properly. Audio may come, but there will be brackets in between. For example, I want to say something about interconnectivity in computer technology. You may heard as a interconnection. So there is a vast difference between the interconnectivity and the interconnection. So those type of misleading words may come up because of the poor audio and the video quality. This also, with the flipped classroom, implementation of the flipped classroom, it can be minimized, because in the flipped classroom, the network has made so that the informations are provided to the student in advance, and then student will run those material from their side, and only the teacher will deliver only their lectures. And another one example that we are working on this one is, most of the video that whatever we had made from maybe HRD or maybe from NITs, IITs or foreign universities, something like this, these materials are made pre-COVID. Means there was no specific requirement for data users and something like this. But now post-COVID, so many this thing data users are required. For example, in my house, I have 2 boys. They have to have 2 network connectivity. For example, I'm also delivering, then we need 4. If my wife is also working, we need 4 connectivity. So 4 connections, 1 hour. So it is having big problem of data usage. So by using this UI UX facility, something like user interface, user interference, user experience facilities, some of the videos, available video, has to be re-edited by considering the users, the capacity of the user. For example, post-COVID, the user of online activities are very less. Now everybody has to go to the online, but we don't know how long this COVID and other things will be take place. So some startup or some people who are interested in modifying these type of things can come together with us, so that some of this video can be re-edited in order to give the demand of this industry. And another one that we are also working is starting the community radio. There are 2 types of community radio, which gives only the sound, and another one is the community radio with the YouTube. Whatever we are delivering, this can be deployed on the YouTube. Those who are having better connectivity, they will see, also listen. And those who are having bad connectivity, at least through their mobile, they can listen. So this will be given in one radio frequency, and then from their mobile, they can listen. Better, something is better than nothing. Suggestion may improve by the introduction of BharatNet and other thing. Many people are working on that area also. Like that, different areas are there in the academic activity, and also we are working to improve this academic environment by the users of this ICT. Now I go to another example. I believe that many people are from different sector. So it is learned that, in geography, 80% of our material, in history, 74%, and natural sciences, something like 62% is converted in the VR, virtual reality platform. You can see some of the example where the small kids are enjoying, and also in the right side, you can see the structure of the bone structure of a human being, also the heart, how it was, and also the chemistry reaction. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of requirements are there in order who can help in developing all these type of things. For example, we said that in most developed places, the geography need to be converted up to the 80% in the virtual reality. For example, in the Himalaya range, what is happening, how the earthquake work, how the earthquake can be prevent, how the oil can be drill out, and all this type of, and then human anatomy, the chemical reaction, and all this type of natural related thing, or the very um, serious thing about the human health and other thing. It can be very nice that if somebody translated in the video in the virtual reality form, and then our researcher and our students can learn this one from their very small ages. This is one thing that we need to work. One is, I'm just giving an example of a spoken tutorial where I got a chance to work with them to translate some of the English videos of especially the computers and electronics into the local medium. So I was fortunate to work with the IIT Bombay for converting some of the English video in the form of maybe local language in the Northeastern, maybe in Assamese language, Khasi language, Manipuri medium, and other thing. So there also the videos are there. So videos are taking much time to download, or also videos are taking time data uses. So we are also saying that we may also introduce some a bridge website. Through that website, you access these videos, the data uses can be down. So somebody can also come together with us to do that, this type of thing. Means we are introducing another website through this website so that the data download system can be minimized. Then another one is about what we are having is the problem in the examination system. Everybody wants to go for an examination system online. It is very easy to say that examination system online, but it is very difficult to implement, because there is a chances that the customer will have a problem, the candidate will have a problem. For example, from my side, the lecture can be delivered or the examination can be conducted, but the candidate who are looking for joining this recruitment drive or the examination, something like that, they should have concern about, they should have the experience about this one. And also we need to check the the duplicate candidates, and then the fuzzy candidates, and all this type of thing. So there comes the introduction of the proctor-based examination. So proctor-based examination is nothing. We are introducing extra camera. You can see the process of the proctor-based camera. We are doing this type of examination for our certification exam. Doing this proctor-based examination for certification exam, that much is okay, easy so far. But doing this one for the recruitment examination for the job and other thing, it is not very difficult, because candidate also will try from their best angle to do their best, not only in giving the examination, also the other means. So I mean the other means everybody understand. That's why a proctor has to be introduced. In this proctor, many web camera, CCTV camera has to be used. Normally what we do is we ask the candidate go to some internet cafe or some colleges or university. These facilities are available. At least 2 cameras are required. One camera to capture how the candidate is answering. Another one camera to capture the environment. The another camera who is going to capture how the environment means, is there anybody who is helping him and all this type of thing. And also the very strict timers are going to be controlled the examination system. So this proctor-based examination is also very famous now post-exam, post-COVID, and everybody is trying to implement this one for their regular examination as well as other things. Before the COVID, many examination was held, even there was some examination held at Delhi for the 12 exam, and also the NEET exam, the engineering exam and other thing. Now also in many universities, the final exam for the graduate degrees are unable to conduct. Because of that, the start of the semester for the next master degree is held. We are also suffering for, because we also have BCA program and the MSc program here. The admission of the MSc program is under held because the graduate exams are not complete so far. So this proctor-based examination is also a very big challenge for many of us. Next one is about the open book examination. Everybody understand this one. Open book examination is where the exams are given, where they can get example the answers from either Google, from the books, or for the library and other thing they can do. This is also one option that people are referring. Another one is the recruitment examination and a skill based. So here we are introducing something like a digital skill set. Means somebody is going to apply for a job or a assistant professor in some university in mechanical engineering, maybe in the arts, maybe in the history, but his examination or her examination is going to be recruitment examination, and the interview is going to be conducted online. Unless and until that fellow does not possess the digital skill set, or he don't have the capacity to handle the digital thing, whatever after the post-COVID, it is going to be very difficult. That's why our organization time to time give a lot of training from the digital skill set. That basic digital skill sets that they have to finish within 3 months. And also many firms are adopting the online verification. Online verification means your recruitment has been done, interview has been done, but the document has to be verified. Your document is with you, but some third party has to verify whether that you have passed a PhD degree, or you have the 10th qualification, or your marks memos are genuine and other thing. That also we are adopting the online verification system. It is also not easy, and there are a lot of different versions of online thing. Right now what we are doing is we are asking the candidate to show their physical document through online on video camera and something like that, and we are verifying like that. So this is not that much easy. Every university need to have their own ERP system. From the ERP system we can do the verification, but majority of the universities are not opening their ERP system to the public. They are having, but it is not connected. For example, like banks are having their these services, and every bank is connected through a ATM. Even you have a bank of different thing, you go to the ATM of different bank, you can take the money. So like that, the ERP of every university need to be connected, so that the verification of this can be done from the ERP where the exam of the student has been passed. This is also a challenge. Next, we are coming to the waste management system, and this is very much related to the environmental studies as per this conference and symposium. Now there are a lot of material that is generated every household all over India, all over world. And we are also saying that we are a very good consumer of mobile phones, the new gadgets, and every 2 years, 3 years, different generation come. First generation, second generation, now the 5th generation mobile is coming. So some of the mobiles cannot be reused; it has to be thrown back. And after COVID, there are a lot of materials that we are using to control the COVID. All these are becoming another health hazardous, and it is together becoming a very big masses all over the world. So we are introducing the GIS sensing system, or the satellite image study of requirement of the site. And some of these projects are already under submission. And once this project come, we are going to work on this project where we are collecting this one as a waste collection as a service. For example, there will be different types of the ministries or organization, like the pollution control, the waste management system, environmental study, Ministry of Water, the Jal Water Ministry is coming, and different clubs and other things. So all together, connected together, we are thinking that there should be a proper group of collection of this waste material. There should be a proper way of monitoring how much waste is generated. That can be given by something like the smart bin. The smart bin can be provided. These smart bins are having proximity sensor. These sensors are going to report that, you know, how much is the fill capacity of the bins. If the bins are almost filled, then it will send a message to the collecting van, and the collecting van will try to collect this one. And these bins may be spread all over the city, and wherever the bins are sending the messages, the collecting truck will make the route. Otherwise, normally what happened, the collecting trucks will have their own static route. Even the bins are empty or filled or under filled or something like that, they will take their own route, and it will make dirty of the city, as well as it will consume extra fuel. So that, you know, that can be another pollution, another contribution to the pollution of the air and something like that. That is why we are making data science, data collection type of thing, starting from the locality, that how much the locality is converting the waste, and then those smart bins are going to give the messages, and then those navigation systems we are using, if the bins are filled in proper time, let's say in 2 day 3 day time, then we are considering as a normal location. If the bins are filled in 1 day, then we need to increase the number of the bin. If the bins are not filled for a week or something like that, we are considering that it's a wrong place to make that one. And from the number of the bins filled, number of the SMS of all these data collected, then we can also ready the dumping area. For example, many these things are generated very fastly. Then the dumping area, there's a recycling area, collecting one, and all these stakeholder for proper management of the waste material can be under some administrative control of the state. And then many startup and other things also which can be converted, so that they can become also a startup and an earning process for this type of activity. So this is what we are talking about. ICT, the information communication technology, can help a lot of things in the waste management system also. I go to the next one. This is about the uses of the flexibility sensor and other things. So I will skip this one. This is just example that I have been explaining. Now I go to the agriculture thing. In the agriculture thing also, we have a lot of problems from the farmer side, because the farmer need the correct information. For example, a farmer may purchase a land in one sector and another land in another place, so on so on. So if we have the soil condition of one place which is already in the cloud, when the farmer is changing from one location to another location, for example, city one to another city, maybe the state one to another state, something like that, the farmer will come to know what is the feed crop for that agriculture land. So that is why we are also in the checking of the soil health card. There are a lot of these digital soil health testing cards are available, and many projects are undergoing under our ministry as well as in other universities and colleges. We are also working on this one in the mini scale, and this is also a big business. And with the informations that provided to the farmer, that farmer will grow their plant from the number of or the type of the plant that they are planting, the crops that they are planting. The state also can monitor that how many, you know, the fertilizer will be required, the pesticides will be required, so on. Entire ecosystem can be done by the use of the ICT technology. The industry sector or the agriculture sector can be also be improved. And this is about the crop fertilizer management system there. So this is only just I brought so that, you know, this can be interesting to the public. There are a lot of uses of the AI, data science, and then sensor and a thing. I was talking about the future skill. I was talking about the industry 4.0 techniques. So all these things are already used in some of this area, but it is not 100% that everybody is getting this facility. This has to be disseminated to the level of a district level, so that community level, so that every farmer get this benefit. This is about SMS system, solar-based water pumping system. One small SMS by usage of the ICT base and other thing, you can own your motor in the far away in the crop in the field, and also different mechanisms can be done. For example, pesticides has been, the insect has been started, cutting the crops and other thing, by using the sensor and other thing, it will come to know, it will divert the neighboring owner, so that the neighboring owner can take some actions. For example, something in the night, something happened, some enclosure take place, or maybe the wild animals are visiting, something like that, with the use of the sensor and other thing. There are also a lot of things. That's why I'm putting here as a new business. The startups and other thing coming from the other area also does not matter. The ICT based people, the experts, as well as the domain expert who are in the agriculture field, also can develop this type of apps as well as a facility. Now I go to the healthcare sector. In the healthcare sector also, now there are a lot of applications are coming up where people are wearing some wearable device. From the wearable device, it is directly connected to the cloud, and it is monitoring the temperature of the people. For example, in my house, we are wearing something and it is connecting to the cloud. Then from the state machinery, very easily they will come to know about the whether the temperature body of a house, maybe a locality. Then state machinery can concentrate in controlling the COVID situation or the other outbreak of cholera and all other communicable disease and all those type of things. And also the same thing by using the data of how much medicals are imported in a state, and how many medical plants, how much medical plants are generated, the import pattern of the medical medicine, as well as the export pattern of the medical plant, as well as the consumption pattern of these things, if connected together, a new business can be formed. So that can be, we call as a ecosystem of the healthcare system. For example, in the northeast part of India, there are a lot of medical plants are there, but the very few companies are there, but our consumptions are very high, and we are exporting the medical plant. So instead, the medical plants are take away to other state in Delhi or Bombay, something like that. All those people can come and establish the medical plant over here. The consumption also can be take place. For example, some of these activities are already started in Sikkim. I go to the next thing. It is about the tourism. By usage of this ICT base or AR, VR and other thing, many tourism sector who are working in different environment without hurting, without giving impact to the environment. So this can be converted. For example, these are some of the images that I take from India. I take from Manipur. The last one is the Loktak Lake. Before visiting to the Loktak Lake, if we develop some live AR, VR, means augmented reality, virtual reality type of videos are there, you can be attracted, and the live happening, what is happening in the Loktak Lake, or what is happening in Kaziranga, what is happening in Sundarban, another thing can be given as a snapshot, as a trailer to those visitors. And then tourism, digital tourism as well as the physical tourism can be improved. So many things can be done, and there are a lot of business in this area also. And on this regarding thing, we also experiment something on detecting of epidemic or this type of COVID situation in later stage. So very shortly I will run this one. This is what we call as an AI based analytical system for early epidemic prediction or detection. So what we do is we collect a lot of information all over, so that we call as a bird view, and we converted this one to the technical view. So the information whatever we are getting from entire world is connected into the technical aspect, and so on. We do a lot of extraction, transformation, loading of the information, whatever the situation where some guys are wearing masks, some guys are not wearing masks, some guys are enjoying the tourism sector, some guys are in travel, some guys are in a game, and all these informations are collected due respect to all their business that they are doing on the regular basis, and we put in our database. And from the database, we generate a lot of model, and from the model, then we try to find out some of the new terms, medical new terms, and we try to embed that. We try to identify that how come that these new terms are coming from different area, and we try to drill down to that location, and then we try to find out that what happened because of that these type of new terms are coming up in this environment. So that was about this experiment, and we use something like data cube and dimensional modeling. So different data can be seen in different angle, like we can see in the time series, as well as the location, as well as the reports, profit, loss, and all these type of thing, and so on. We convert that to a warehouse. From the warehouse, data mart and other thing, these are converted so that the multi or the relational or OLAP means online analytical processing system can be take place, and then we find out that there are some information. Because of that, there are some opening that happening that because of that this type of COVID and other SARS and other type of communicable disease are spreaded. Before spreading to the entire world, this type of system will help. For example, data are collected based on the citizens' health, the disease detail, and so on, so on. These are some of the temporary or dummy data, and we converted this one in the technical or physical data format, then develop different model. From the models, then we use a lot of pairs ranking algorithm, coordination system, frequent pattern trees, different trees in artificial intelligence and data science and other thing. And finally, we showed out what was happening. From there, we come to know that in different sector, some of these diseases could have been saved in proper time with some information. Because of the information hiding another thing, some of these things are lead to some other disaster way. So in order to help those type of thing, by using this all this method called as data warehousing, data science, artificial intelligence, we could also generate some results like that. So coming to the point, another thing, not only the researchers like us, like you, also the small kids, something like, you know, those who are in class 1 to class 7, something like that, they also need to know how to do. For example, I have a small baby of class 1. They are doing a lot of online classes. They have to submit a lot of assignment. They have to do the cropping, cupping, assignment, attachment of the file. So in NALIT also, we are rolling out one course, something called as a summer training on robotics. Something like in day 1, they will be taught to do the typing. I'm not saying that, you know, somebody can join us, but I'm saying that the students need this skill, like typing in computer, typing in gadget, mobile. So changing of this computer keystroke, they need to know, because they are doing assignment for, let's say, Hindi. So they need to know how to change the keyboard in Hindi. For example, same thing, the judgment capacity, something like for robotics, the craft paper, then their physical, you know, miscellaneous assignment, something like that. And also they need to know the Lego Mindstorm uses of this thing and other thing. So like that, we are rolling out a course called as a summer training or winter training for the kids. That is based on the STEM, that science, technology, engineering, and the mathematics, where our youth can be learned, our youth can be taught to know about all this ICT based, what is happening as per the industry 4 and all this type of thing. According to our research that German is leading in, you know, rolling out this program, they have a lot of vocational courses where, you know, from the class 7 onward. But in India also, recently the CBSE as well as the Ministry of Education also started, you know, vocational courses from the class 7 onward, the AI for all. So this type of things are coming up in India also, AI for youth, starting from the class 7 onward. So everybody is going to taught the AI. Same thing, responsible AI for the youths, responsible AI for the young kids and other things. So government is also taking very much initiative or rolling out all this ICT based from the early childhood. And this is something that we are having. We have a BCA program, MSc program. Some of these BCA and the MSc, we are having very, very less number of admission, like something like 30 seat only. For the MSc, only 20 seat only. This is, I need the fresher. So that is why I am generating our own courses of formal courses, so that our students can join us from the second semester onward. I will start them using in some of the activity. By the time that they finish out their graduation degree as well as a master degree, they will be considered as an experienced fellow, because we are going to give a lot of earn and learn facility for them while they are studying. So timing will be different, something like from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. After 12 o'clock, they will be started using in some other. So if some of you guys are interested to be a part of this ICT base and whatever we are doing, then you can refer some good candidate. We have 2 or 3 limited seats are available. And in last, what I want to say is we all are from our side, as I am leading the Guwahati Nelly Center as well as the Shillong, we are doing very much thing in, you know, this future skill program, something like the cloud, AI, blockchain, IoT, and other things which can be useful for any of the industry sector. At the same time, we are also generating a lot of summer internship for some of these things are very free, totally free for the Seloka type students all over in Nelit. We have 42 center is totally free, and the startup programs are also there, 300 hours. Many people are talking about the startup, but we have roll out one course called as a 300 hours startup on this one. Some of these courses are free. The STEM program is also there for the students of means starting from the class 7 onwards to almost our 65-70 age. We are targeting the candidates to come together to join us in this digital platform, as well as the rolling out and acceptance of this Industry 4.0. India will grow, world will grow with you or without you. So be part of the new initiative of the respective government. With this, I want to thank the organizers, especially Professor Swamiji and Vivekananda Institute Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayanto. Your explanation and everything is so natural, so original, that I don't think that any other deliberation is required. So we are very much happy to know all the Government of India initiatives and how we can translate this initiative for building our nation. Our next speaker is Dr. S.B. Mohan from IICT. Let me speak something about him. So, before that, I request me to screen share that. Jayant, you please stop the screen share of your. Jayant, please stop the screen share. Please stop the screen share, Jayant. Yes. So our next speaker is Dr. S. Venkat Mohan. Dr. S. Venkat Mohan is working as a scientist in CSIR, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad, since 1998. He has done his BTech in civil engineering and MTech environmental engineering and doctoral research in engineering discipline from Sri Venkateshwar University, Tirupati. He is a visiting professor at Kyoto University, Alexander Humboldt Fellow at Technical University of Munich, Germany, and KH International Fellow at South Korea. Stanford University study placed Dr. Mohan on second position in India and 29th position in the world under the biotechnology area. Dr. Mohan is the recipient of coveted Shantishal Bhatnagar Award in 2014 in engineering sciences from the Government of India. Dr. Mohan is an elected fellow of National Academy of Engineering. Dr. Mohan is a subject editor for the National Journal of Energy and is serving on the editorial board of journals Bioresource Technology, Materials Circular Economy, Carbon Resources Conversion, Journal of Environmental Science and Engineering, Material Science for Energy Technologies, and many others. I request Dr. Mohan to start his deliberation.
Good afternoon, Swamiji. Are you able to see my presentation?
Oh, yes, surely.
Thank you very much for nice introduction, Swamiji. It's my pleasure and honor to present today to speak about some of the work which we are doing. For that, I would be very much thankful to Swamiji as well as Vivekananda Institute of Environmental Sciences. Today, I would like to speak something on sustainability, specifically related to waste in the context of urban ecosystem, and try to get some of the open loops which is present in the urban environment, and try to discuss some of the methods how we can close the loops by adopting the circular economy. So I am coming from Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad. Basically, our institute work on chemical technology, and we support the all activities, the main activities of institute in terms of environmental engineering. We try to develop wastewater treatment systems and do life cycle assessment. Apart from that, we also do advanced and basic research specifically related to waste, using it as a feedstock in a circular economy system and biorefinery models towards value addition in the form of biofuels and bioenergy. So today I would like to speak some of these things which we are doing in ICT in the context of urban biocycles. So I will start my presentation briefly by speaking something about energy and fossils and describe how we can move from linear to circular economy and depict waste as a potential feedstock for future economy with reference to some of the bio-based products, and very briefly present three of the enabling technologies which IICT is doing, and try to, at the end, I try to integrate various unit operations that can use in a circular mode in order to maximize the resource recovery. So this slide, I would like to explain about the energy requirement, particularly after 1950 in rapid industrialization. We depend mostly on fossils for our energy and transportation requirement. You can see the peaks of energy, fossil oil utilization. And this is causing a huge issue with respect to environment, climate change, and moreover, these fossils will not be available after 2050 if we use in a similar way. So we have to alternatively go for sustainable energy, and renewable energy is one of the alternative sources. And people are looking renewable energy in a very big way throughout the globe. And when we look into the energy spectrum in India, we can see that about 13% is from renewables and mostly from coal, followed by hydro, nuclear, oil, and gas. And we again split the renewable energy. Mostly our Indian renewable energy is coming from wind source. Next, followed by small hydro as well as biomass. Solar 6%, now it is significantly increasing, and others is less than 1%, but waste to power. But when we look into this table, we have a huge potential to use biopower for energy requirement, estimated about 22.5 gigawatts by Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, but we are at present using less than 4 gigawatts. And the energy spectrum, particularly when we look into the global context, it is also more or less very similar to India, where 16% is coming from renewables. And the spectrum change depends on the country to country and the policy and few fossils they have. So that varies with country to country. So not only energy, I would like to show this slide, which I was taken from Department of Energy, USA. We are dependent on fossils for all our materials requirement. You can see this graph, complex graph, red one, petroleum, natural gas. These lines are going everywhere. The materials at present which we are using, all things, the basic feedstock is from fossils. So ours, we can say it's a fossil-based economy. And moreover, it's a linear economy, fossil-based linear economy. So I would like to share here, fossil resources are finite, and the exponential growth in population is putting a lot of stress on the finite ecosystem. And this is a very serious concern which we needs to be considered. So here I would like to just move towards urban metabolism. So we are urban's ecosystem, our cities accounts for 80% of GDP, 75% of global consumption, and 70% of global emissions, very significant. And most of the materials we extract from outside of the urban system, and we transport it, and we use it in a semi-finished or finished products. And after utilization, most of the material we are sending it to landfills, or a little bit we are stocking. So the materials is coming from external space and using it, a little bit recycling and sending it emissions in the form of wastewater, waste and waste and emissions. So when we look into these waste, basically we can divide again into technical and biological material, the material which is coming into the system, where technical means it's a metal, plastics, glass, construction materials, and that after utility, after stocking something, will go as a technical waste, which can be recycled, reused, or refurbished. But the biological material, very significant material, which is nothing but products with respect to agriculture, wood, fiber, dairy, and livestock, which after consumption will become a waste because they're biodegradable and it's nothing but biological waste or emissions, which have significant carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and oxygen as well as energy. But mostly it is going for landfill or released into the urban ecosystem without proper treatment. Little bit is being recovered. Apart from that, water and fuel are also important thing, which is coming into the system and creating a lot of other problems. But we will only discuss about biological thing in this presentation. So we can say that cities is accumulating a lot of this material, and we can say cities are metabolically disordered, and we are wasting a lot of resources, and material flow is very disruptive, and there are a lot of open loops, and that is creating stress on environment. This is a very significant issue. So here I would again say a couple of words about the emissions. Basically, the global emissions, when we look into the global emissions, 65% is because of carbon dioxide, followed by 65 plus 11%, followed by methane again 16%. So when we again split the global emissions about 55% is because of electric power, our power utility as well as transportation. And among remaining 45%, the 24% is coming from food induced emissions. So from agriculture to end of the waste, landfills. So it is contributing 24%, which is very significant fraction, which needs to be considered for next study. So when we talk in terms of food, 1/3 of the food is becoming as a waste. So this is also significant. That is creating these emissions. So here I would like to say again about linear economy. Now, for past 200 years, we are in a linear model, take, make, and dispose approach, which is not sustainable. So it's a like cradle to grave approach. But we have to move. Otherwise, we will have a significant problem with respect to finite resources as well as environmental issues, wherein when according to an estimate in European Union, per person about 15 tons of resources are used per capita per year, wherein 5 tons of is getting wasted and 60% is going for landfills. More or less same situation will be there. So we are losing useful materials of 5 tons. So this is a significant concern. We have to move from linear economy. So why we have to change is some figures I try to keep it here. We have to change, and change is inevitable. Otherwise, our future generation will suffer significantly. So just for a figure's sake, I would like to say that global domestic material consumption is about 30 billion tons per year in 2020, accounts for 5 to 27 tons per person per year in a linear mode. This varies country to country. So according to estimate, by 2050, DMC will increase between 90 to 180 billion tons per year. Lot of increment requirement of materials, and the per person tons per person per year reduced to 80 to 70%. If you are going with a non-linear model, then 8. If you are going with the same thing, then 70. So by 2050, global population will increase from 7 billions towards 10 billions, wherein 18% accounts for Indian population. And if we continue to live like this, like a linear model, and produce like today, by 2050, we will need 3 times more resources, severe stress on finite resources, and 50% more fuel we require, 70% more of food, feed, and fiber, as well as 50% of more water. And this again accounts for 70% population will live in cities. This is a very significant concern. That's why urban ecosystems are very important to make the system resilient. So urban context, we look into that. About 70% by 2050 live in urban space, wherein 75% of natural resource will be consumed, 70% of global carbon emissions will be there, and 50% of global waste is produced. So this is a very serious concern, and here comes the Sustainable Development Goal 12, where responsible consumption and production. And here we have to move from linear to circular economy in order to maximize the resource recovery. It's a kind of a cradle to cradle model. It's a regenerative approach where we have to use the material in a circular mode. While, for an example, when we take the raw material and when we use it and then we are throwing it as a waste, but we have to design the raw material that should use as a feedstock for other process. So like that, we have to maximize the utility of raw materials in a circular mode so that residual waste will be less. The circular mode is a very significant concern right now. And particularly Ellen MacArthur Foundation, European Union, they have put 3 of the major points towards developing a circular system, like designing waste, where material which we are designing for a particular purpose, the waste should also be designed. So that should make a product for succeeding subsequent process. And we have to maximize the material usage. So always material should be in circulation. And we have to consider regenerative natural systems, that's the biological systems to regenerate the thing, which is happening on globe for billions of years. So here we are very much concerned about biological process and biological material to recycle. So we are trying to look into different strategies to make fuels and chemicals that I will briefly present because of lack of time. So here I would like to add a couple of slides. When we are talking about circular economy, with respect to our specialization, we are very much interested to use waste as a potential feedstock in circular economy. Where in India, we have 4 kinds of different waste in huge quantities. Municipal solid waste, about 150,000 tons per day is produced, according to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The advantage in Indian waste is about 50% is biological in nature. So that gives lead to use a biological process. And 30 billion liters of sewage is being generated in India per day, which accounts for significant amount of energy. We are tapping it. Or also it accounts for significant amount of chemicals in the forms of nitrogen and phosphate. And we also have fecal sludge, about 0.12 million tons so far, not being used properly, treated it. However, we also have a lot of industrial waste. So according to estimation, we don't have a depth of material. Like Indian municipal solid waste, there is always increment in 10%, according to a report. So like fossils, finite fossils, we don't have that because population is increasing. We are using the material. Every day we get a municipal solid waste. At present, according to estimation, there is only 4% waste to energy potential India is being used. So there is significant potential. Once we have a waste, we go as per a regulatory requirement, we have to go for treatment. So here I am always interested in biological process because they are sustainable, wherein there are basically aerobic and anaerobic process. Aerobic process use oxygen and convert carbon and nutrients into CO2, H2O, new cells, which is not sustainable because the energy, we are inducing energy here, so energy intensive process. But biological process are energy giving process, reducing process, where you know about the methanogenesis, where methane, gobar gas is there for almost 100 years. But alternative to methanogenesis, because COH4 is again a greenhouse potential gas having 24 times more potential than CO2. People around the globe are looking for alternative methods to produce different kinds of chemicals and energy, among which hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen, energy, plastic, ethanol, and butanol. Apart from using anaerobic bacteria, we can use microalgae to convert into different products. So there are significant potential. So here, likewise, there are scope, particularly when we into the waste in the form of domestic wastewater, industrial wastewater, or solid waste, or CO2. By different biological process, which are at different stages, TRL levels, can produce different energy or fuels. So there is a significant scope here, and this applications also accounts for some of the applications, merger of the applications, which I have shown in DOE. So waste is not a waste. Waste management should be sustainable waste management, where in future, particularly wastewater treatment plants will become biofactories, wherein resource recovery is the major scope. That is what right now in European Union, many of the treatment plants are being named as resource recovery centers or biofactories. And here I would like to briefly explain 3 of the process which we are trying to use for resource recovery. Particularly with respect to anaerobic process, we are trying to use it to produce hydrogen, which we can call it as a low carbon hydrogen. Hydrogen, everybody knows that hydrogen economy is booming up because of its high energy conversion, and there's no emissions when we use hydrogen as a fuel. So we started working from 2004, and 2016 we put a pilot plant with the funding of MNRE, and then we extended to closed loop approach with waste biorefinery facility. The basic scope here is we use the aerobic consortium and stop the terminal process where methane production is stopped, so that hydrogen production will be the final product. So for that we have developed strategies by selectively enriching bacteria, by giving some shock loads to bacteria, so that the methanogen bacteria selectively kills or eliminates, and acidogenic bacteria produce only hydrogen. So Based on the studies which we conducted for 10 years, we developed a pilot plant with 10 meter cube capacity. This is a pilot plant system which can produce about 50,000 liters per day, apart from other chemicals that I will discuss in next slide. So when we are giving about 50 grams of COD per liter, we will be able to generate about 50,000 liters per day of hydrogen with 50% conversion efficiency. These are the different unit operations in a pilot scale. And when we are talking about the cost of hydrogen production, the production cost can be significantly reduced when we look into the other streams which is coming from hydrogen production process, which is rich in acids, organic acids. So we try to use this by integrating to different processes. This is a biorefinery approach and a closed loop approach. The outlet from hydrogen reactor we are using with the bacteria, anoxic bacteria, to produce bioplastics so that total carbon can be converted, or in anaerobic digestion, the first form of hydrogen, second form of methane, again microbial electrolysis, again hydrogen, and are using as organic farming because it functions very good with phosphate solubilization, or we can convert it into biomass and convert it into biodiesel because mixotrophic cultivation can take fat acids more easily, or in fuel cell we can convert into energy, or photo fermentation we can produce hydrogen. So these are the viable integrations so that maximum conversion efficiency can happen. And recently government, Honorable Minister of Road and Transport has notified that hydrogen CNG is coming up, wherein 4 to 9% of hydrogen is supplemented to natural gas so that reduce the emissions as well as increase the hydrogen. That also can be done by integrating estrogenic and methanogenic process. So this is also one of the upcoming area, as I told, bioplastics and farming. And apart from that, 50% of waste coming from hydrogen reactor has acids, short chain fat acids in the form of acetic, butyric and propionic acid, which are platform chemicals. So apart from hydrogen, if we are able to separate these acids, we get additional revenue from the process. Like that, there are many scopes. Because of lack of time, I'm not speaking here, but there are a lot of scopes to convert the resources efficiently by biological routes. Likewise, the second process, which is a very versatile process, which is coming up in a big way, like microbial fuel cell, where same bacteria like hydrogen can be used and separated by proton exchange membrane for putting anode and cathode to a resistance. Anaerobic bacteria will convert wastewater into protons and electrons. Electrons pass to anode, and proton through proton exchange membrane to cathode. In presence of oxygen, it will be converted into H2. So here cell EMFC formed, which is nothing but bioelectricity or power. So 1 mole of glucose can produce about 24 protons, 24 electrons, but at present efficiency, we are getting about 20% of conversion efficiency. So during these times, this also has significantly varied based on the application, not only for power production, it is also useful for wastewater treatment. We can regulate the MFC, we can convert CO2 into value-added products, we can make a little bit energy to the system and can produce hydrogen, or we can remove salts, low concentration of salts from wastewater and recover. So this is also again second very versatile platform, very interested platform. And these are some of the fuel cells which we have used. I will not go into deep, but here one of the important application, as I told, by electrochemical system. This can be used as a pre-treatment system to increase the biodegradability of wastewater. Subsequent process, we can increase the fermentation rates, either for methane production or hydrogen production. You can see after integration with the initial bioelectrochemical system for a short period of time, the performance increases significantly. Or we can hydrolyze the wastewater so before going to the secondary biological process, so that residual sugars can be increased significantly. So likewise, we can also use this to increase the fermentation rates, wherein the productivity can increase significantly. Apart from that, we can also increase the biodegrade, like CH4 production in by using the microbial fuel cell, wherein CO2 can be converted into methane. So biogas upgradation can be also be done. Or we can take the CO2 in a cathode chamber with homoestrogenic bacteria, we can convert into fat acids. So for this also, there are a lot of scope. You can see this graph where we can produce solvents or propanol or butanol or succinate or methane by regulating the metabolic activity between two systems. The last process, I would like to say, photosynthesis, a very versatile, multi-phased value process, which we are the life on the earth is depending. This also function very well at terminal point of biorefinery, wherein it can produce biomass, or it can produce fatty acids, or it can produce nutraceuticals or edible oils. It has a significant potential. This is some of the reactors which we are having in IICT. The basic objective of our research is to make the closed loops. So waste, when we are getting a waste, and then we have to integrate like a refinery mode with different unit operations, and then we have to utilize all the resources towards various value-added products. That is the major scope of biorefinery approach, which is coming up in a big way. So this is one of the concepts we try to develop for urban biocycles, to close loops, all loops, to make it self-sustainable. This it's a concept. Once we do it, our cities became self-sustainable. So no need to depend on materials from external environment. It can be recycled in system itself, so that the environmental burden on the global context will be significantly reduced. So this is one model which we have developed in IICT by taking wastewater waste. If we are taking biological waste, we have to pre-treat it. Initially, it goes to MFC system, where a little bit of electricity is produced. Subsequently, this will go to estrogenic system, hydrogen will be produced. And then third process, the residual carbon will be converted into any form of the product. And then it can be recovered. The treated wastewater after tertiary treatment will go into the process or for garden. So we can close the loop, we can maximize the resource recovery in the form of three products. This is the closed top view of the biorefinery system, which we integrated to the hydrogen reactor. Likewise, there are many models, particularly right now, green chemistry is coming in a significant way, wherein when we use the renewable chemicals initially in the startup or in between, the total sustainability of the process or product will be increased. So low carbon chemicals is an important thing. So inducing renewable chemicals is an important entity right now in a sustainable chemistry. Likewise, we can develop many models. We can develop self-sustainable models using algal biorefinery, wherein no input material is required, only sunlight, water, wastewater, and CO2. We can produce different kinds of chemicals by using Agella. Likewise, because of lack of time, I'm not discussing about it, but this is the concept model. Everywhere, for every thing, the material can be produced by waste refining in a circular loop approach. And all the materials which I have shown in DOE graph from fossils, petroleum, natural gas, can also be produced by using biomass or bio-waste by different biological routes. So by transitioning from fossil-based economy to bioeconomy in a circular mode, we can sustain some of the fossils for future generation and also reduce the emissions to the atmosphere. That is the concept of circular economy, biorefinery, and bioeconomy, which is much required for sustenance of globe as well as ecosystem resilience, particularly, and support most of the sustainable development goals. And as a business model also, it has significant value. India, because have a huge potential of waste, and according to an estimation, there is 7% of annual growth rate when we are targeting with untapped waste. And still a lot of challenges and policies are required in this direction. I would like to thank my team of students whose work I have presented here, and funding from Government of India, from Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Science and Technology, with and CSR, with whose funding I have done the research. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat.
Thank you, sir.
Please stop the presentation, please. I am overwhelmed by your presentation. I feel that there should be adequate discussion, but the thing is that already we have exhausted all the timings. I think I have surpassed another 17 minutes, and still Pradosh is here, your colleague, and our. So that is why I request all of you to skip the discussion part. And I request Pradosh to start his deliberation. Pradosh is the product of Indian Institute. Yes.
If you don't mind, I would like to ask one question. Just one.
No, just after the Pradosh's lecture, you can ask this because.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Pradosh is a product of our Ramakrishna Mission Institute, and then he he had his MTech from Calcutta University, and then he joined UD He had his PhD program there. After that, he joined CSIR IICT. He guided 4 to 5 students, and he is an expert in the field of rice bran oil. Basically, oil technologist. He has got some innovative projects and patents on that particular area. I request Pradesh to start his deliberation.
Thank you, Swamiji, for the introduction. I also thank Jadavpur University and Vivekananda Institute for once again giving me the opportunity to speak. And today I am going to speak on supercritical carbon dioxide extraction of oils and fats, and particularly whether it is techno-economically feasible because it's a green technology compared to the hexane extraction process. And if we want to have our sustainable development goals fulfilled, so these can be one alternative. So the first question comes, why not hexane? In spite of convenient boiling point, low heat of vaporization, or easy availability and economic viability, hexane very recently was actually, what should I say, not very recently, in 1990 itself, it was identified as an VOC, which is considered to deplete ozone layer. After that, because of commercial reasons, it was going on, but after again few years, substantial amount of hexane, it was found, it's known that it is lost during the extraction, and this is one of the major HAP, and emitting 10 tons per year of HAP is requires federal operating permit in many countries. In our country, it has not yet come, but any day it will come. So we have to be ready with the alternatives. Hexane is also categorized as one of the category 2 reprotoxins and category 2 chronic aquatic toxin materials under REACH regulations. Apart from these regulatory inhibitions or regulatory prohibitions, we have some other problems like prolonged heat exposure during evaporation of hexane. It can cause thermal degradation of the oils, particularly for the oils and fats, not fats, mainly the oils which are having high amount of polyunsaturations. And it is associated with tremendous fire hazards as long as processing at elevated, as the processing is for long time at elevated temperature. So people are working for finding out alternatives. And what are the alternatives? If we see the hydrocarbons, they have the problem of higher boiling point and of course higher pricing. Then lower boiling points of hexane isomers makes them very prone to fire hazards. Then if we go for alcohols, then it needs to be stored in complete anhydrous conditions, or else it can lead to the preferential extraction of various polar compounds, which again we have to separate from the non-polar triglycerides. Even we have tried some ketones like acetone. It has low boiling point and low flash point, leading to high flammability. And also ketones being more miscible in water, only low water containing raw materials can be used. Some of the oil bearing materials contains lots of water. So there we have some problem in extraction with acetones. Some bio-based solvents were also tried, but because of the high price and higher latent heat, these were also not suitable. Supercritical fluids actually is a substance at a temperature and pressure above its critical point, where it can have the properties of both liquid and gas, but it is neither a liquid nor a gas, it is in a fluid state. So if we see the advantages of supercritical fluids, they are extremely pressurized substances and has unified properties of gases and liquids. And naturally, they will have high penetration power, high diffusivity, and low surface tension. The solubility we can manipulate, we can increase the density of the solvent or the fluid by increasing the pressure, and rapid expansion of supercritical solution, it makes it a gas, and then the precipitation of the extracted material can happen instantaneously, and we are not using any heat, so that our extracted materials, the quality of the extracted materials is retained. If we see the carbon dioxide, it has the critical temperature which is very near to ambient, giving it maximum suitability. And since it is a non-polar solvent like carbon hexane, we can use for extraction of oils and fats. So advantages, if I once again tell, low temperature extraction condition for carbon dioxide, then minimal degradation of thermolabile molecules, highly selective of triglycerides, then solvent power, as I told, can be manipulated by controlling pressure and temperature, and it will have low viscosity and negligible surface tension. So the extractability is much more efficient. When we take out the solvent out of that extracted material, no toxic residues are there in the material, non-flammable solvent with very, almost no environmental hazards, because we are using the carbon dioxide in a closed loop, so there is no question of emission of any carbon dioxide. So cheap, chemically inert, and readily available, and as I told, this has the critical temperature very near to ambient temperature. The extraction of oils and fats, it is reported using supercritical carbon dioxides like sunflower oil, soybean oil, rice bran oil, wheat germ oil, and safflower oil, many oils. So they have pointed out many advantages. So extraction of spices are also reported, like red pepper, chili pepper, ginger, garlic, etc. Extraction of flavor and fragrance, extraction of herbal extracts, and extraction of natural antioxidant, food colors, all are used by applying the supercritical carbon dioxide. So the question is whether it can be economically feasible in case of oils and fats. Actually, the spices and all, these are known, and commercial plants are available because they are highly priced. Whereas the oils and fats, which are not that much highly priced, whether we can use this technology for extraction of oils and fats. So this was the major question a few years back when people started actually propagating for supercritical carbon dioxide extraction, but there are lots of questions unanswered. So economical feasibility was not there, but people started working in details, and recent developments shows that the capex, means it is a high pressure and high what precisely designed machineries are required to have the safety measures. And so those, for that type of plants, the capex was very high, but very recently it has come down significantly. And there was lots of improvement in high pressure systems and process control systems for safety. In Northeast Asia, we could see number of commercial installations for spices and natural products, and also some pilot installations for oils and fats, specifically for palm oil, where they are trying to retain the beta carotene in the oil so that it is highly nutritious. So high value products like wheat germ oil is also extracted with this technology. So we did some case studies. So I'll just report 1, 2, or 3, and then I'll not go into the details. I'll just tell the main features. So here what we saw is if we go for extraction of wheat germ oil, which is known for its vitamin E content, where it contains around 2,500 ppm of vitamin E, or we call it tocols. So it is very highly priced oil. It goes for cosmetic industry. So here we found that when we extract with supercritical carbon dioxide and we compare with the quality of the oil with the hexane extracted oil, we have found that the phosphorus content, the gum content of the supercritical extracted oil is very, very less. So we can avoid one single process called the degumming process. So generally in degumming, actually, when the phosphorus content is around 1000 ppm, the 2% oil loss is there. So here it is more than 2000 ppm. So definitely at least 2% oil loss will be there in the processing. If we go for supercritical carbon dioxide extraction, so we can avoid this step and we can avoid the loss of oil. So it adds to the economy of the process. So initially we have done in one, actually we have a small unit where we took, it is around 500 to 1 liter capacity. So we have used that process to get the supercritical carbon dioxide extracted wheat germ oil, and the quality we actually compared with hexane extracted using Soxhlet apparatus. So this is the quality. The acid value is significantly low, which will again help us when we refine the oil using alkali. The loss will be less. If we see the unsaponifiable matter content, this is also significantly low. And on the other hand, phosphorus contents is very, very less. So in this much of phosphorus, we can easily taken care by using bleaching earth. And so we can remove the degumming step. And this gives us the advantage here. As far as the other parameters are concerned, like fatty acid composition or what should I say, triacylglycerol or molecular species of hexane and SCCO2 extracted wheat germ oil, they are almost the same. The question of tocol content, when we go for hexane extracted oil, we get a slightly higher tocol contents of 18,000, let's say 1,887 ppm, whereas supercritical extracted oil is less. But when we go for water degumming, we just did one water degumming step to compare, because after water degumming, we'll go for acid degumming. So there, the further losses will be there. Even after water degumming with 2% of water, we got lesser amount of tocol. So with the oil, we are losing the tocols also. So that is one point where we are losing if we go to the conventional hexane extraction. So when we actually add up all the things, that it will have higher tocol content, it will have lower loss of oil, and if we add all these things into this, economically feasible. So then we have done it in 12 liters capacity. We have a pilot scale supercritical carbon dioxide extractor. I'm not going into the details. And then we have done that. This is the actually what I told. We can get the same yield oil with less phospholipids, and phospholipids can be recovered from meal. And this is another, I just forgot to mention, because phospholipids, they have their own use in industry. So when it is not there in the oil, it goes into the de-oiled cake. From that, we can extract the phospholipids, and that phospholipids we can sell with a much higher price. And from there also, we get lots of money. So it also adds up to the economy. Then we did the process optimization using some statistical methods, and we could find that this model can be used for maximizing the oil yield, and then maximizing the tocol contents and minimizing the phosphorus content. So we did some experiments and we could found that the predicted, there was a very similarity in the predicted model, predicted by the model and experimental findings. So we could get around 8.68% of yield, whereas the prediction was 8.87, and phosphorus content was around 42.5 ppm, whereas the prediction was around 32, and total contents was also almost similar as it was predicted by the model. So these observations, what we can put out, the experimental results obtained at optimized conditions were found to be very close to the predicted, and the process conditions ensured that superior quality oil can be obtained from supercritical carbon dioxide extraction with higher tocopherol content and with less phosphorus content. And as I told, degumming step can be avoided, can be a source of high revenue. The degummed means defatted meal, and the present model can be used to design and scale up the supercritical carbon dioxide extraction of high quality wheat germ oil. The cost of manufacture shows it will be economically feasible. If you want to have a little bit more details, we have published it in 2018. You can check that. Similarly, we try to work on mango kernel oil, where we went, mango kernel fat, you know that from the seed, inside that there will be a kernel white color, which is having cocoa butter like characteristics, and we can use it in chocolate industry. So we have tried for that extraction with supercritical carbon dioxide, and we have found that this is also one very important process what we can use. There also we can avoid the degumming process and the unsaturated fat and saturated fat, the fat contents which are very important for cocoa butter substitute sort of properties, are almost the same, and the yield we could optimize up to around 3.5%. And there was a calculation we made, and we could find that payback period of a plant processing 3,000 tons of mango kernel oil is around 4 years. Maybe it's some more optimizations are required, and we can reduce the time, and we have published it in recent times. And then we thought of the rice bran oil. We have used supercritical carbon dioxide, and we have found that the phospholipids are not there. And again, we can remove the we can remove the degumming step, which adds to the economy. But the third point which I wanted to mention here is the original, which is actually very important source of nutrition that is distributed between both the cake as well as the oil. So when we are getting a part of the original in oil, a part is always kept inside the de-oiled cake. What we were unable to extract from the hexane extracted cake. So it was going for some animal feed or fish meal with very cheap source. So whereas there are lots of original, what we thought is after the supercritical extraction of the oil from the de-oiled meal, whether we can extract original. Then we actually manipulated the polarity by introducing ethanol as co-solvent, and that ethanol actually, what we found that it is taking the original and extracting it in from the de-oiled meal. So from that, what we got, this highest content of gamma oryzanol from defatted bran was around 36,000 mg per kg, and very low pressure operation was giving that amount of oryzanol, And we have roughly calculated the payback period of a plant is around 5 years. So this, since rice bran oil is a very, very means important source in our country for our edible oil, and people are using the oil means as a nutritional oil. So now very recently with our enzymatic degamming process, some of our clients, they are exporting the oil to many countries, particularly in Europe and Middle East. So we thought whether we can work with the defatted mill and or de-oil mill, and from there, if we can use the supercritical carbon dioxide extraction with introduction of a polar solvent as co-solvent, we can actually recover the oryzanol, and that oryzanol will have again lots of values, and it will definitely add up on the economics of the whole process. So the take-home message here is wrong perception that supercritical carbon dioxide extraction is not fully competitive. It can lead to the reluctance of its industrial application, and we should actually try for high-value oils. Statistical tools such as RSM coupled with some suitable designs and can give comprehensive data for process development, and we can optimize the increased oil yield, extraction of minor components like oryzanol or tocopherols, etc. And then we can get good quality oil cake, which can be further be used without any treatment, leading to improved economics. On the other hand, continuous running of the plant will lead to improved economics and lower the production cost. And of course, we can work on the pre-treatment, particularly decreased particle size, and then increasing carbon dioxide flow rate, increasing extraction pressure. This can reduce further production cost. Similarly, supercritical carbon dioxide extraction doesn't involve generation and treatment of any waste, so overall cost gets reduced. And supercritical carbon dioxide extraction removes one important unit operation of vegetable oil refining, that is the degamming. It also further reduces processing cost. And of course, the initial high capex, it is ROI has to be calculated, keeping in mind all these added advantages. And if these can be calculated, we can find that at least for some of the oil seeds or some of the oil bearing materials, we can use the supercritical carbon dioxide extraction. So as the demand of high quality products are going on, even in our country, Indian industrial houses are showing interest in setting up supercritical carbon dioxide plants for oils and fats extractions with all these added advantages. And we are actually working with one industry who are interested to set up this for rice bran oil. And hopefully we will be able to give much better quality oil, much nutritionally enriched oil with economically feasible way. So thank you. And I believe that we are going through a very testing time, and I think it will be over very soon. I once again thank the organizers for inviting me to give a brief account of what we do at IICT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pradush. Thank you very much. Actually, we are having a very tough time now. Corona is definitely a tough time, but regarding this particular national symposium of this today's session, now it's a very tough time because we should have some discussion. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Shaukat Moitra, has joined. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to switch on the video and have some few observations, and then we can allow the discussion up to 13:20, And then Pradosh is a chair for the next session. Next session, there are 4 speakers. So those invited speakers, they are having the time from for 12 to 15 minutes, so that everything can be done completed within 1 hour. So that is our target. Okay. So our Professor Mohit, please have some introduction. Sir.
Okay, thank you, Swamiji. So it's great that many wonderful, these discussions are being, organized in the last from yesterday, and today I think it will be the closing. Or
It will continue up to 20 seconds. Sir. I mean,
after 20 seconds. Okay, okay. So this is the this biggest advantage of these digital platforms, that anytime we can join, and we can accommodate, and we can assemble experts from different parts of this country and other parts of the world also. And I have come to know that many experts, they are still to join from different reputed international universities. I just was listening to the lectures of Dr. Pradosh Chakraborty. Actually, I was at another session after receiving call from Swamiji. I joined this session. I joined late, but this topic is the supercritical extractions of value-added materials. That's from different natural sources. This is of immense importance. This technology is very new. It's the last, this couple of decades, that technology is being applied at by the researchers at different laboratories. Now, this requires some more commercializations of this process. I think, and in near future, we will have, this more commercial applications, and more, this extractions of value-added materials from our natural products. We don't have depth of these natural products, considering the vast biodiversity of this country. This topographical horizontal track on there are lots of, these even from these different, the rice, different wheats, then margus, and all other natural fruits, vegetables, food grains from everywhere. There is immense possibility of extraction of these value-added materials for the benefit of the society and community. And this is the basic theme of this these seminars or conference, that the technology should have these applications for more for catering to the needs of the human by and large, that the applications should have this humanistic face. And in that direction, researchers are working. Mr. Pradosh Chakraborty presented nicely. I think that he is associated.
Sir, just to supplement you, here are 2 speakers still there online, Dr. Venkat Mohan and Dr. Devolina Shendu. Devolina is from Texas, and Venkat Mohan is a colleague of Pradosh. He is a Bhatnagar awardee, and he has a very innovative work. And my friend Dr. Asit Das is also there. So we can allow the discussion up to another 4 or 5 minutes. Asit, do you have any question? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Swamiji.
Yes. Asit, please.
Yeah, I was having a question to Dr. Mohan's lecture.
Yes.
It was a very nice lecture, and I almost echo all the things that he is saying. My question to him is that how much of hydrogen, maximum hydrogen, can we produce per kg of biomass? Dr. Mohan?
Venkat, please. Venkat, please. Dr. Mohan.
I think he is on mute, looks like.
Yes, he is. No, we are requesting him to unmute. Venkat, please.
Online. Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Please.
Could you get the question?
No, sir. Just now I got, because I have some other meeting. Kindly, can you keep...
I see. Okay.
No, Dr. Mohan, I am Asit Das from Reliance. I was very impressed with your lecture. My question to you is that how much of maximum hydrogen yield can you get per kg of biomass?
Sir, thank you very much for nice words, sir. Basically, it depends on the COD. So 50% conversion efficiency when we are giving 50 grams of COD per liter. Within 24 hours of time, we'll be getting 50,000 liters. This is the maximum we have got. So biomass on the COD.
I'll give you, let's say, I give you one ton of agro biomass. Say, let us say rice straw. I give you 1 ton, right?
Yeah.
How much of hydrogen can you get after doing all processings?
So after pre-treating and then converting into reducible sugars, based on the COD value, like based on the glucose and conversion, like it also almost similar to COD. So I will tell in terms of 50 grams only, because 50 grams is the optimum thing. 50 grams of COD based on the reducible sugars from any biomass. The maximum 50,000 liters of hydrogen per day we can produce with 10 meter cube capacity of reactors, sir, which we went up to 10 meter cube so far. So any kind of waste, we can go up to 50,000 grams of 50,000 mg per liter of COD, or 50 grams of COD per liter. That's the maximum. Increasing that, we are getting little bit problem with the buffering system so far. So 50,000.
Do you get other products also? What other products do you get?
Basically,
other than hydrogen?
With gaseous emissions, we got CO2. 50% will be CO2, and in aqueous phase we are getting fatty acids. Basically, acetic acid will be more, followed by butyric acid. If you are changing the conditions, we'll get propionic acid.
Okay, that's great.
So, yes,
fantastic. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all the participants. I got the great satisfaction that all the four speakers, so their work is very much people-centric. Actually, you see, we are technologists, but at the same time, what our Honorable Vice Chancellor has pointed out, that we should be very much towards the society. And that is why my special thanks to all of you. Once I still remember that around a decade ago, I served for several years as the faculty means the visiting professor of the Indian Institute of Port Management, and there I used to tackle some of the disaster management problems. But what I have found that definitely the technology, the process integration, and all these modelings that is there. But what is needed for our country when we worked, for the real operational project in Odisha, then particularly the cyclone and other places, then I found that the main problem is that the narrow roads. The main problem is the awareness of people. So there was a package for us to teach the people that if the disaster comes suddenly, then what should be your essential commodities? What you should stock? What you should come out with your bag and baggages? What are the list of your medicines? What are the list of phone numbers and all these things? And when Government of India adopted that model, ultimately it became very much beneficial for the people. So I request Dr. Devalina that can we do such things? I have seen your models. I am very much impressed. But this type of pro-people technology, pro-people approach, how we can do it using it should be a blend of these things. That Swami Vivekananda at once he pointed out that Eastern ideas and Western science. So if we can have the combination of both, then havoc can be produced. So now after say 100 years or so, now it is time to change this type of dimension. It should be ICT, combination of ICT and combination of the hardcore technology. What Jayanta has pointed out, using the Industry 4 and other options of Government of India. So, Devalina, can you please enlighten us for 1 or 2 minutes? I hope you have understood my query. Devalina. I think.
Hello, sir. Swamiji, we are hearing you. Please, please.
Oh, I see.
Your voice, we are hearing your voice.
No, I wish to get the answer from Dr. Devalina Sengupta. So, whether she is there.
Yes,
Anyway.
can you repeat it, Swamiji?
Yes. I hope you have understood my query.
Can you repeat the question, please?
The question is actually, it's not a question, it's a supplement that I am very much impressed by your presentation and the modeling and all these things. But I personally, I mean, about a decade back, I was associated with Indian Institute of Port Management, and there we used to teach teach and also disseminate the knowledge for the people. And there I have seen that what India needs, particularly the areas of where the disaster is very prone, the type of awareness and the type of the basic infrastructure. For example, when we worked in Odisha, the narrow road is the main problem. Narrow road, and also the people's mindset. So that's why we developed some sort of packages so that what are the essential things? So essential commodities. If the disaster suddenly comes, then what should be the action of the people? So my idea is that nowadays, now I am not working with this disaster management. So naturally, you are the forerunner here now. So can you, throw some light regarding this? I mean, using your process integration and such type of packages, how it would be really operational for the people of India.
So yes, so first of all, like the awareness is a major issue. I talked about food, energy, water nexus, and of course, understanding the food, energy, and water cycles in the context of disaster is very important. As I mentioned, like there is a cycle of disaster.
Yes.
So that awareness is something that we work and we strive to strike. The main thing is like we with all our research activities that we do, we have outreach activities that are complementary, and that is something that both the National Science Foundation and other organizations have really invested in. So, for example, the Texas Department of Emergency Division of Emergency Management is headquartered in Texas A&M University, and we have like publicly available data where any community, any stakeholder can access the research that the university does, and they are able to connect with us if they find it useful. So definitely we have those options. Also
Okay.
the federal...
Okay, ma'am, we will help it because we are having the tie-up with people. I am still with the Kultuli, and then there are certain projects, I mean, with the communities. So we will help you. So definitely
Okay,
we
thank
will
you so much.
begin the tie-up. So thanks for everyone, because hardly there is any time. We are running short of time. Let us discuss the session close, because whatever discussion I have, I don't think there is any other specific address like session chair's address. Because from yesterday onwards, I am addressing with the people, and it is the main important area is that we should have the effective interaction, not my lecture. One Swami Vivekananda, I still remember that Swami Vivekananda told that when somebody speaks, that fellow feels that I have spoken such a very important and beautiful words, and others feel that there are certain bullshit things and that fellow, sharing. So like that, I mean, here the things are very, proper and appropriate. But just I am echoing Swami Vivekananda. So there is, I think, no need for the session chair's address now. And I request our next session chair for those to take up the seat and carry out the proceedings.
Thank you.
To see the next part of the program because the speakers are eagerly waiting. Thank you all. Comment, please show the. Please show the. Program.
I request Paumi to. Achha, this is the next session. We are
next session is
already lagging behind.
Yes, this is the next session.
So precisely, we are lagging behind 1 hour. So I'll straight away go. Before I go, I thank Professor Moitro for some kind words to me. I was junior to him, so he was very kind enough to tell something for me. And in the same continuation, I am going to introduce Professor Shudeep sir for his lecture here. Actually, he doesn't require any formal introduction for this audience, but for some students and junior colleagues, I want to tell that he had more than 150 publications in top-rated journals, wrote several books and book chapters, and already guided, I think, around 16 students, and is still guiding some more students. And many awards he received. I'll just tell about 2 National Science Academy Visiting Fellowship and Dr. Radhakrishnan Gold Medal Award. And he was honorary secretary and honorary treasurer for IICHE for several terms. Without wasting time, I request Professor Das to deliver his lecture. Over to you, sir. Sir. Professor, you can share your screen. Professor, can you hear me? I think your mic is mute. We are unable to hear you.
Sir, Das is not there with the participants right now.
Huh?
I think Professor Das is not there in the participation list
there.
right now.
He's there.
He's not there right now.
No, he's there.
I can see him.
Sir, Professor Das is not there right now. I just telephoned also, he's not lifting.
Can you fix it or what to do?
You can change, you can request Dipanjali. Dipanjali, are you here?
I can see Professor Das in my screen.
I am seeing Professor Das, but he might have some network problems.
Okay.
Let Dipanjali.
He has some audio problem, I think.
Yes. So Dipanjali, let Dipanjali start it. Dipanjali.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Please on your video and please start. You
can somebody talk to Professor Das and then request him?
What happened? Huh? You are not able to share. तो बात तो कर लो ना, माने कम्युनिकेट करना आगे। ना ना तू तो वीडियो तो देखाচ্ছিস না अभी, वीडियो तो देखिए ना।
Sir, you are muted.
Okay.
You just unmute yourself and speak.
Video is but
So, if I have permission to speak, thing is, sir has problems in sharing the screen. So, if his presentation is shared to someone else and someone else shares the screen, it can proceed properly.
let Dipanjali start the presentation, and meanwhile we will solve the problem. Okay?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Pradosh.
Yeah.
Dipanjali, please go on. I will tell Dr. Das to do that.
Okay. Then let me introduce our next speaker, Dipanjali Majumdar. She is a scientist in Kolkata Zonal Center of NEERI. Being our sister concern in CSIR, I know how much NEERI is serving, how nicely NEERI is serving for the environment pollution, and then taking care of our health. Dipanjali has also contributed a lot. She has 25 publications, worked on distribution of ozone over urban Kolkata. I am just pointing few. Prevalence of formaldehyde in indoor air in Medical College Anatomy Lab. Then managing future air quality in megacities, a case study on Delhi. So a very diverse area she has worked, but everything on pollution and how we can safeguard ourselves from this environmental pollution, how we can take care of the environment. So she will actually tell us about all these things. She is working as guest lecturer in University of Calcutta also. Over to you, Dipanjali.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a nice introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
And my screen is shared properly.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Really, thank you very much, Shamiji and the Vivekananda Institute for this opportunity to talk, where such eminent speakers are speaking today, and I am just overwhelmed with the presentations and various aspects of technological research. I myself am working in NEERI, which, as sir already said, is working on the abatement of environmental issues. And personally, I will be speaking from my experience of working on the abatement of air pollution in megacities. Particularly, I have worked in Calcutta and Delhi in last few years, and I'd like to share my experience with you today. So, my topic today is how the policies actually can work towards the abatement of air pollution in megacities. There is no point here to discuss what is air pollution and why it is such a menace today. As Professor Mohan said, 80% of the energy is being used in the urban areas globally, and unfortunately, according to WHO, 13 among 20 most polluted cities are in India. So we are in fact in a difficult situation. We Indians, most of us are living in a condition which is detrimental to our health and our economy and ecosystem environment. So especially among the cities, especially the metro cities, the nature of pollutions and the sources are so complex, and it is so diverse that it is very difficult to control and abate the pollution at the ambient level. When we see that there are several sources like the transport sector, industrial processes, power generation, even residential conversion, we being a developing country, we are facing both the problem of a developed world and an underdeveloped world, where we are facing the industrial pollution at the same time. The villages and the economically challenged sector are still using unclean fuel for the daily residential needs. So it becomes so complex as compared to other part of the world, other part of the cities. For Indian megacities, uh, working with air pollution and control is has become such a vast, difficult area that it needs, vast experience and cooperation from many department and government and as well as public. So when we understand the source, then only we can go ahead and start understanding how to deal with the problem. So basically, air pollution control, we have at hand two basic way to deal with. One is the technological solutions and other policy interventions. So when we look at the technological solution, then we will see that these are mostly applicable at sources like for industrial emissions or for power plants. We can use these devices, technologies to minimize the sources maybe at the stack or at the process end. Or this technological solution may be applicable for some micro environment, like an indoor environment or inside an industry, to control the exposure to the human who are inhabiting the micro environment, like those air cleaner we are seeing nowadays in market, which are used at a mass scale to clean indoor air. But when we see at the ambient level, still till now there are no available technologies that can actually successfully abate or control or at least reduce the pollution at an ambient level. We have seen the application of smoke.
Deepanjali,
Yes, sir.
Deepanjali, sorry to interrupt. Your voice is getting a little bit broken, so please say a little bit loudly.
Okay, sir. I'll try. Maybe my internet issues. I'll try to say a bit loud. As I was saying that technological solution and not really applicable in ambient level, but the policy interventions can be the actual solutions to control air pollution. And those policy interventions can be the economic strategy or air quality management or emission standard strategies. So, how this policy and ambient air pollution control interact? Basically, the ambient air quality network that is employed city-wise to see how the ambient air quality is actually there. Then we see that the non-affected areas and we investigate the various pollution models that are studied like source apportionment studies and emission inventories, and then according to the sources and the contribution of the various sources, we go ahead and do the policy formulation and the implementation, and we see how it affects the ambient air quality at large. In my experience, past experience in Delhi and Kolkata, we have seen that as much as the primary emission is affecting the air quality, there are so many aspects apart from that. For example, there can be emission that this is one example of a long-range transport where pollution are reaching Kolkata from as far as Middle East. This is a 7-day trajectory. That is, in 7 days, the pollutions and air mass uh, can be transported from Middle East to Kolkata. So these are also contributing to the cities where here you can see that in Delhi, the neighboring areas are contributing to the Delhi air. And one of the most important aspects that we do not give due importance to the secondary pollution. There are so many primary emissions which reacting with each other in presence of sunlight and other gases and particulate, and they giving rise to additional air pollutants. And these are also very, these plays important role in the air quality of the megacities. For example, in Delhi, we have seen that only half of the air pollution is due to the primary emission within the boundary of Delhi and city. Whereas the local emission from the neighboring area is contributing about 1/4, and the rest is actually contributing from long range or from natural background emission. So while dealing with the air quality, we have to keep this in mind that controlling the family emission is not going to help always true. Now coming to the case of Kolkata, we have seen that for last several years, Kolkata is non-attainment for three major air pollutants: particulate matter PM10, PM2.5, and NOx. And even among these PM10 2.5 are not meeting the standard for only during the post-monsoon winter season. Whenever during the monsoon and summer, they are they are within the range. Whereas in NOx, they are mostly out. This distribution is also important because where and when the air pollution control systems or policies need to implement, these analysis are very important for the aspect. So, key points for the city-specific policy formulation for the control of air pollutants are that we need to identify the significant pollution sectors, their respective contribution, and how much those policies can be implemented. That any policy, if you blindly implement, that it may or may not help. Yes. In case of Kolkata, we have seen that there are
ভিউ মিউট মানে মিনিমাইজ করব এই স্ক্রিনটাকে, তাহলে আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি গুগলটা খুলবো।
So we have seen that the domestic combustion, which is I will come later why these are red marked. I'll come to that later. But we have seen that the more than half of the pollution is coming from domestic combustion. In case of Kolkata city, if we consider PM2 as an indicator. So why I am making this? These are the basic policies that have been in place till 2015 in Kolkata. I will not discuss in details. But I will just mention that there are a bunch of policies in transport sector. As we know that we victimize transport sector as your first instinct that most of the pollution are coming from vehicles. But vehicles definitely they are contributing. But there are other severe major sectors that we generally overlook. So in Kolkata we have seen that a bunch of policies in transport sector, some policies in power plant and some in industries. But the residential commercial sector, there is no city-specific policy, and there are no specific policy in waste, no specific policy in road dust or construction and other creative emission. These were in 2015. This we have studied for Kolkata. Oh, I'm sorry. Just bear with me. So again, if we see the family distribution of Kolkata emission, we will see the domestic combustion that not covered with any city-specific policy. The road transport non-exhaust, that is the part of pollution, vehicular pollution that is not coming from the tailpipe exhaust. That is due to the dust suspension of the road. This is also another sector that is basically not covered with any, that were not covered with any particular policy. Same was true for waste and open burning. There were some policies like banning of burning, but we all know that this was not implemented, and steel the waste burning are going to as it is. So this is also one sector which is practically ignored. And it is construction. So I will made a sum up. So 61% plus 10% of this waste and open mining, which is supposed to be controlled by policy, the 71% of primary emissions are basically not covered with any policy till 2015. So we can like say that there were some scopes by 2015 that Niri worked in the source of apportionment studies for government of West Bengal, and we have done so. We have given our study result and some recommendation, and based on those recommendations, some of the steps have been taken. I'll come to a bit later. Then here I just want to say something more about the Kolkata emission. We projected this pollution level in Kolkata, the emission in Kolkata, and not getting into the details, I'll just give the gist that the projected emission of the key pollutants in new scenario till 2020 does not indicate enough progress toward the achievement of the desirable standard. So we considered the growth and the population increased population and present emissions, and then we projected the 2030, and it has been seen that it does not project a very hopeful future. We have seen that most of the pollutants are said to be increased, that PM10 was supposed to be marginally decreased by 2030, but as we have seen that in Kolkata the average annual level of PM 2.5 is about 74 microgram per meter cube, which is almost double of the national government air quality standards. So we need at least 30 to 40% reduction in PM 2.5, whereas we are getting only 3%. So there are requirement of immediate policy implementations so that the emissions and the air quality can improve in the future. So based on our recommendations and our study findings, recently in past year, West Bengal Pollution Control Board has implemented some of the more policies which were missing in up to 2015. They have made some tried to do some switching from kerosene and solid LPG in the residential commercial sector, which were mostly untouched, so forth. Then there have been some implementation of road sweeping and water blinking to control the road dust emission from road dust. Then there are decreased emission from power sector. These are, I think, were not deliberate. And initiation of electric bus, but also we estimate there is no net reduction is going to happen. There will the strict ban. I don't know how much it's still been implemented, but if it can be implemented to some extent, there some reduction is expected. The strict implementation of existing norms in the construction sector, that is also can reduce. But we have to understand that the reduction potential for a particular policy depends on how much that particular sector is actually contributing and how much, suppose if it is contributing 50% in case of residential sector, and even implement 20% of the switch, then it can only for the total pollution, it can only reduce up to 10%. So such a way we would be feel content that we have controlled all the construction sector, but to start with, construction sector was contributing only 2% of the total emission. So how much actually it is affecting finally the air quality, that need to be checked, and again and again, and we need to go back to the accordingly for the policy intervention. So as we estimate till date that the till now the reduced the additionally implemented policies after after 2015 may reduce another 20%. So we are still behind our target. So in this post-COVID situation, we have also gained some insight regarding, during the lockdown, we have seen that how the air quality has improved. That is only has happened because there has been reduction in source. So we can see that if we can take due control, due emission reduction in source, then the air quality will definitely improve. But at the same time, it cannot come at an economic cost. It cannot, that is just not with the sustainable development. So we have to find a way so that the air pollution control policies does not harm our economy, our livelihood, and at the same time, it is we need to decouple our sense of improvement, our sense of advancement with the air pollution. Now, as much as we burn and as much as we advance, the pollution increases. That concept is to need to be decoupled. And as we have seen that this during the last winter, government of West Bengal has also, this is also depicted in the Delhi. This has recently been accepted in air quality research. So where we have seen that this last winter, we have seen that some policies that have been implemented have resulted in the improvement of air quality. That has been clear. And in the last summer, we have seen that the lockdown has induced some improvement in air quality, which shows us how actually the source control at source can reduce the air quality. And after that, also what we are missing, if we are implementing policies as those gaps, then what are we missing? We are still missing the secondary pollution. That need to be one of the policies in city or national level are covering basically that secondary pollution, where we need to control the precursors. Those are the volatile organic compounds, gaseous, inorganic gases. Those are actually emitted and then producing the secondary particulate and other gases in atmosphere. And also there are the pollutions from immediate neighborhood which need regional cooperation between states. So if we are staying in the Kolkata, we are staying in the Kolkata boundary. So just controlling the emission within the Kolkata boundary is not going to help. We have to take at a bigger level and the neighborhood area also need to control and the same restrictions that are there in the Kolkata city, that restrictions need to be there in the regional areas also, at least around the mega cities, which are suffering from these problem barriers. And again, there is the long-standing problem of long-range transport. That is not going to help until there is global handling, which is, I think, will be even difficult to control. So, to conclude, so dedicated and effective source-specific strategies and measures is essential to reduce the emission of key air pollutants in megacities like Kolkata. And to achieve cleaner air for megacities, it is essential to identify a step-by-step systematic action plan. Those action plans should consider both the contributing sector and reduction potential of that strategy or policy, along with the rate of implementation to assess its effectivity in the process of air pollution abatement. And the policy or strategy measure that is expected to make the maximum impact in reasonable cost should be implemented first. So I've just hurried a little bit with my presentation because of the time constraint. I hope I could convey my basic understanding, and I'd be very happy to respond to your queries.
Thank you, Dipanjali. Since we are really running out of time, so I'll just ask only one or two questions to her.
Yes, sure, sir. I'm here.
If anybody has any questions. So if there is no question, then I'll once again thank Deepanjali for your nice presentation. Only thing, Deepanjali, I request you to check your audio once again. So it was a little bit disturbing. We are listening some part, some not. So take care of that. So actually there was a request from Mr. Angshuman, because he has some urgent work, official work. Angshuman, you want to join right now, or you are after Professor Das' lecture?
No, sir. I can wait for Professor Das lecture, sir, because I can see Professor Das has already shared the screen.
Yes.
So
yes,
after
yes.
that, I'll go. Thank you. Thank you very much for question.
Thank you, Angshuman. So I have already introduced Sir Professor Das. So you can go ahead. You can directly start your lecture, sir.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chairman, I also thank you the Vivekananda management for giving me opportunity to share my view on the bioabsorption mechanism or adaptive removal of heavy metals and organics. This is one of the most sustainable development. The water pollution is an important issue in worldwide. Industrial wastewater contain variety of organic and inorganic pollutants, which causes serious threat to the environment and often enter into the food chain. Pollutants like dyes, polycarbonates, phenols, and its derivatives, hydrocarbons, polychlorinated bisphenols, pesticides, pharmaceuticals chemicals, etc. are all organic chemicals. Inorganic chemical materials like heavy metals, which is discharged at different concentration from different industries, which is polluted the environments. They are mainly non-biodegradable in nature, so they sustain longer period of time in the environment. So the removal at the point source is essential to protect the environment. Most conventional methods like percolation, coagulation, ion exchange, membrane separation, etc., are important and used in a very large industries. Some are generally produce a large amount of sludge, which leads to the secondary disposal problem. Some methods are required. The membrane separation, high cost-effective methods, very costly methods. So, if you find in the case of small and medium-sized industry, this type of methodology cannot be adopted there. And most of the small and medium-sized industry are located in semi-urban areas or rural areas all over the India, and also in almost all third world countries. This industry is responsible. These industries are responsible for the major growth, more potential growth of the countries, and also they create a large amount of job opportunities. So the basic objective, the small and medium-sized industry in the rural areas are to clean their wastewater before they discharge, because at the rural areas there is no common effluent treatment units, so they discharge their wastewater directly into the agricultural field or the water bodies, which is polluted and ultimately contaminated our food chains. So this is some examples of the wastewater: textile wastewater, tannery wastewater, pharmaceutical wastewater, slaughterhouse wastewater. These are mainly organic in nature. The combination textile water mainly organic, and this is a combination of organic wastewater, organic and inorganic material combination. This is also some of the examples. Another important example is persistent organic pollutants, which is basically an organic chemicals, organic substances, mainly carbon-based organic chemicals. They remain intact in exceptional long period of time, become widely distributed throughout the environment as a result of natural processes involving water, soil, water, and air, accumulate in fatty tissues of living organisms, including any humans at higher concentration, and also they are found in a higher concentration in food chain. They are toxic for human and wildlife period. Some of the examples are the pesticide like aldrin, chlordrin, DDT, etc. Industrial chemical like hexachlorobenzene, polychlorinated bisphenol, dibenzo, paradioxine, and polychlorinated dibenzofuran, etc. These are the very important. According to the Stockholm Convention, initially they proposed 12 chemicals like this, but gradually the list is increased. Number of chemicals included in this list. So this is some of the industrial water. What is the toxic effect of the chemicals like phenol, azodyes, pesticide, etc. I just only gave some examples. In the case of phenol, phenol can irritate the nose, throat, lungs, can be included in the oral also. Eye, skin, affected eye, skin, but chronic is repeated or prolonged exposure can cause headache or different types of problems. So I am not going into detail of this thing. This is the heavy metal, cadmium, acute exposure, chronic exposure. This is damage. This is damage. Also, this is cadmium toxicity is very well known and assumed to be damaged to the generation by reactive oxygen species, and also cause the DNA damage. This chromium, lead, and something like that. This is copper. Copper is coming from the electroplating industry, mining industry, petroleum refineries, battery and car radiator manufacturing, metal printing, finishing industry, and textile industries. These are the major source of copper. Except from natural sources, these are industrial sources which we have to take care before discharging into the water bodies. So this is the advantage disadvantage of different methods. Reduction precipitation method, comparatively cheap, but process is complicated, required large amount of time. There is a possibility of there is a heavy metal hydroxide possibility of deposition. And for secondary process is also required. Ion exchange, removal of low metal concentration is possible. Simplified evaporation, but the resin cost is very high. Membrane separation, very effective technique at low concentration, particularly at low concentration. Data selectivity, but very expensive, and also regeneration of the membrane is difficult. Absorption, if you use the carbon activated carbon, is excellent. Very high selectivity, high absorptive capacity, but it cannot the regeneration of the activated carbon is very difficult. So only once you can use this process. Whereas in bioabsorption, low cost, low availability, both batch and continuous mode. On a continuous mode, it is possible. So basically, any absorption process basically depends on the type of adsorbent and adsorbent, surface area of the adsorbent and its pore size, effect of temperature, concentration of the adsorbent, isotherms, and there exists large number of synthetic adsorbent of high adsorbent capacity. Some of them are modified, but that is added some functional group on the adsorbent surface. In third world countries, large number of small medium size generated waste for this hazardous waste from their establishment without any treatment, because they are not capable to treat their wastewater due to their financial problems. At present, the interest of utilizing cheap alternatives throughout the world is trying, and researchers are now trying to feasibility of the bioabsorption potential, and using a lignocellulosic material, because they are natural substances, they are the agricultural waste, and they are byproduct, they are economical and eco-friendly options. So if you carried out the bioabsorption process most significantly, that is using the agricultural waste or their byproducts. It is reduce the capital cost because it is absolutely free in particular in rural areas. Operation cost and total treatment cost as compared to conventional system is absolutely low. Lignocellulose materials, only some negative side, a low uptake capacity in the raw form, but it also some release. It also has some disadvantage of releasing organic components like high oxygen demands, biological oxygen demand, and total organic carbon. This is the basic drawback of this process. Because due to this, they cause some secondary pollution. But pre-treatment using oxidizing agent, which increase the post size and surface area, and removing or masking the functional group by exposing more binding sites, is advantageous for the absorption purpose. Lignocellulose basically refers to plant dye materials which contain carbohydrates, carbohydrate polymers like cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, and then this amount, it depends upon the different sources from different areas, and amount is varies from different place to different places. So these are the basic component of the lignin. These are the basic component of the lignin. That is, in cellulose, the major structural component of the plant, the cell wall, provide the mechanical strength and chemical stability of the plant. In hemicellulose, micromolecules, often repeated polymer or pestose or hexose linkage. In lignin, basically three types of alcohol presence in the system. They are the product to the biosynthesis process and forms a protective seal around the two compounds, that is cellulose and hemicellulose, and their composition depends upon place to place. So this is some of the basic raw materials. The basic raw material for adsorbent like lignocellulose material, rice straw, wheat straw, barley straw, cane sugar, bamboo, grass, or different types of leaves, hardware, hardwood, softwood, newspaper, etc. And also we use also the some bark we use for our experimental purpose. This is a typical physical property of the two walnut cell and almond cell, which we did some experiment. That is point of zero charge, surface area, moisture content, ash content, hemicellulose content 19.71% and 19.46%, lignin content and cellulose content, which we did from our experiments. And large number of literature is available, which indicate the different types of materials, cellulose material, and their composition is available in the literature. Bioabsorption mechanism process include a combination of several mechanisms like electrostatic attraction, complexation, ion exchange, covalent bonding, van der Waals attraction, absorption, and also microprecipitation takes place. Physical absorption takes place because of weak van der Waals attractive forces, whereas so-called the chemiabsorption process result of the strong chemical bond between the adsorbate and adsorbent surface takes place through the functional group present in the system. Basically, the agricultural and agricultural waste material contain different types of functional groups like carboxylics, amino, hydroxylics, phosphates, sulfonates are involved. And particularly in a dye absorption process, we observe that this type of group is more important for absorption of dye materials. Protonated, deprotonated functional groups depend upon the pH. Is very this process is important for covalent bonding and ionic interaction, and the chemical modification of the functional group release a high adsorptive capacity. The functional group present in the system can be identified through the FTIR analysis. Chemical modification of functional group can be done by introduction of the acidic component, or any other oxidizing using oxidizing chemicals. So we can introduce some of the oxidizing materials in our system. Also, we can block some of the functional group present in the system. That is also possible. This is some characteristics of the eucalyptus leaves. That is equal to raw eucalyptus EUL, sulfuric acid treated eucalyptus leaf, and phosphoric acid treated sulfuric acid. This is raw eukaryotic leaves, sulfuric acid, dibasic acid functional group, dibasic acid present in the sulfuric acid, and tribasic acid functional group. So surface area gradually increases, and also you can size the pore size also increases from raw to phosphoric acid treated process. Another important parameter for absorption is a point of zero charge. That is, at that point of zero charge, the pH at the point of zero charge, we measure by solid addition method. The point of zero charge means in the case of raw eukaryotic, the 6.8. That means at that particular point, the adsorbent behave as a neutral behavior. Below this surface will be positive charge, and above this the surface will be negative charge. That is, the adsorbent is positive or negative depending on the pH of the material, pH of the system. These are some functional groups present in the bioabsorption process: OH stretching, alkaline CH stretching, alkane CH stretching, carboxyl CH stretching, aromatic ring stretching, amine alkane ester for the jackfruit field during our experiment in academium, mango leaf, and rubber leaves. The schematic representation for the dye absorption or any other, not only dye, any other absorption in the system. So this is basically an adsorbent. Lot of pores is there. So adsorbent, and the adsorbent maybe cadmium, maybe methyl group, maybe phenol, etc. Which occupy the binding sites. Vacant binding site is also there. Activated or energy site. Adsorption takes place inside the pores. So this is the boundary layer, and multi-layer absorption possible, monolayer absorption possible according to the absorption isotherm treated the monolayer or bilayer absorption process. In the case of gases, absorption will take place in similar fashion. So the transport we are first is bulk transport. Initially, the bulk transport will take place. This is the first process, and then film transport is slow process, and then interparticle diffusion. Interparticle diffusion is slow process, and then adsorption on the pores of the surface. These are basically basic transport and reaction process in the adsorption phenomenon. See the groundnut cells, lot of functional group present, and ladies joined with the functional group. What is the rate limiting step? The fixed equation has been used to determine the rate limiting step. This is the equation, and in first line gives the film diffusion, second line gives the pore diffusion or interparticle diffusion, and third segment is related to the equilibrium reaction takes place. In this case, the film diffusion, the first ratio between the first and second, gives a time ratio. Time ratio is 1:1.2. That is, pore diffusion is slightly better than the film diffusion, but both are actively important in the case of rate limiting step. No, not a single one. But in the case of coconut coir, where you use it adsorbate subatomic dyes, the 1:2, 2:3, the 2:5, 2:5, 2:3. In this case, when the ratio is small, then interparticle diffusion is more. When the ratio is high, then the film diffusion is the rate limiting step. So initially dye or any adsorbent, migration of the dye or adsorbent molecules from the bulk solution to adsorbent surface, then diffusion takes place through the boundary layer. If you would increase the temperature, boundary layer the thickness will be decreases, so diffusion will be more. So there is a pronounced effect on temperature on the adsorbent surface or the adsorbent phenomena. Adsorbent dye molecule on the site of the adsorbent, interparticle diffusion or dye molecules to the pores of the adsorbent is possible. The main mechanism that is adsorption of cellulosic biomaterials are chelating, possibility of chelating also there, ion exchange is also there. Also there is possibility of complexation with the functional group, with releasing the hydrogen ion from in the aqueous solution, and also the ionic exchange takes place involving electrostatic interaction between positive cations and negative charge particles, negative charge group in the cell walls of the bioadsorbent. So this is a typical mango leaves. Electrostatic and chromium absorption takes place at pH 2. So at pH 2, the chromium 6 exists at HCr, O4 negative ion, and that mango leaf, their absorption in the pores, electrostatic interaction is there, and also the complexation of the adsorbent takes place. Now, several potential mechanism of absorption. One is electrostatic attraction, hydrogen bond formation, n-pi interaction, and other interaction. Electrostatic interaction appears universally if the charge positive or negative become separated by a finite distance due to ionization or attachment of ion species. Electrostatic interaction is takes place. Two types of hydrogen bonding occurs in the adsorbent system between the hydroxyl group, that is hydrogen donor, on the adsorbent surface, and hydrogen acceptor, that is nitrogen or hydrogen, in the absorbent and between hydroxyl group of the adsorbent and aromatic ring of the adsorbent. One is called dipole-dipole interaction. Dipole of hydrogen, other is Joshida hydrogen bonding. So this is the hydrogen bonding takes place. Dipole-dipole interaction. Also, Joshida hydrogen bond takes place. Joshida hydrogen bonding interaction takes place in this figure. We can identify the hydrogen bond formation from the raw materials and the after absorption material during the FTR study. We can identify which one is dipole-dipole interaction, and also we can identify the Joshida interaction, Joshida hydrogen bonding interaction from the FTR study. Now, n-pi interaction is also known as n-pi interaction, that is donor acceptor interaction, was originally proposed by Matson in 1969. In this interaction, oxygen group of the adsorbent material act as electron donor, and aromatic ring and absorbent act as electron acceptor. So oxygen group and benzene ring plays an important role in the system. So in all bioabsorbent, there is a benzene ring is there, and all this type of functional group is there. So they are also playing an important role in the n-pi interactions. So this is also established from the FTI figure, that the n-pi interaction takes place. And pi-pi interaction is known as pi electron donor acceptor interaction. The electrons in carbonaceous material, pi electrons in the aromatic ring, absorbs as proposed by Kaplin and Rezdak in 1968. So this is the n-pi interaction, dipole-dipole interaction, and also this is the bond interaction, and pi-pi interaction takes place in this case. This process can also be identified during the FTR study. To study the FTR peak accordingly, we can identify which type of interaction takes place during the adsorption process. So in our case, we studied some of the methylene blue or sapropylene ore dyes. So what type of interaction we will observe? The hemicellulose molecules and lignin molecules. There is hydrogen bonding, pi-pi interaction, electrostatic interaction, Van der Waals also interaction. All this interaction is shown in these figures. This is also this is for hemicellulose and lignin molecules interaction by electrostatic interaction, hydrogen bond interaction, pi-pi interaction, and hydrogen bond interaction. In all this interaction is shown in figure. All these are the physical in nature. Not strong bonding is takes place. We can identify by thermodynamic analysis delta H value from identify either this physical or chemical in nature. This is the physical phenomena. This is sapropylene dye absorption on pectin and cellulose component. Pectin and cellulose, sapropylene ore dye in pectin and cellulose component of the material present in the raw materials. This raw material. Absorption of phenol in namely, particularly absorption of phenol in namely, also there takes place hydrogen bonding, electrostatic interaction, pi-pi interaction takes place. This lignin and semicellulose, in the case of lignin and semicellulose, this type of bonding takes place. This is another figure, copper absorption on the titosan molecules. It is also a natural polymeric molecule, and we make it titosan and silicon nanosilica hybrid material. We make a composite material with glutaraldehyde as a binding agent, and this mechanism also shows that this type of interaction also takes place in this case also. Another important area for is a safe disposal of the used absorbent. We use incinerated That is in the case of organic molecule, it entirely decomposes through the carbon dioxide, and also the metal they converted to the oxide material oxide. Whatever ash we obtain, whatever small ash is obtained, that ash is treated to the tested for the leaching, and we observe the metal like copper, copper, chromium, lead, and cadmium. We tested this material. We observed that it is not leachable with time. Leachability test is carried out with dissolve putting in the water. After the obtain the ash, after putting the water and then filtered, and then from the filtered, we use to study the concentration of the metal ion in the filtered, but we don't observe. And also we tested by small concentrate of NOE solution, which is natural occurring like in the seawater. So at that time also, after different period of time, that is 7 days, 1 day, 7 days, 15 days, we didn't observe any metal ion concentration in the water body. This type of material also, this type of waste material, that is disposal waste material, is also used for the brick making purpose in this because in the rural areas small amount of disposal is there, because their unit is basically batch wise they are producing this their unit, and they're very not very small scale, so they can directly send to the brick making industries. So when the brick making processes take place, initial mixing of the mud, and then they used to mix this material, and it's completely burned in the furnace. We also did some experiment of the regeneration of the waste material, waste material for our purpose, but it is not a very cost effective technique, because you have to add some acid or base or some other chemicals to regenerate of this material. In rural structure, the regeneration of this material is not very effective because you added some process, but whatever material you are recovering or the adsorbent is recovering and this should be reused. But whatever the waste generated again contains some dye or heavy metal materials. So they are not able to use these materials. So we never recommend for rural areas, small industries to regenerate the material, because you are getting almost free the agricultural waste or byproduct material for their users. But if you consider the large industry, definitely they should reuse the adsorbent. They use the synthetic adsorbent for high adsorbent capacity. They reuse, and they can extract the materials from the regeneration stage. That is a valuated product. So in the end conclusion, I must say that agricultural waste and its byproduct are widely available throughout India, throughout rural areas, throughout the third world countries, which can be utilized as adsorbent for separation of dyes and heavy metal from their wastewater. Adsorbent capacity is not very high as compared to the synthetic adsorbent, but this is economically feasible. This process is economically feasible to combat the pollution and also to maintain the pollution norms or discharge norms set by the countries. So this is very useful in the rural areas due to the economy. So this is more or less you can say is a circular economy. So whatever waste is produced, we can use this waste material to the valuable to the value added purpose. So this is basically a circular economy. So with these few words, I like to thank all of you for your nice patience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any question? Because we are actually running very behind the schedule. So if there is any question, you can send to Professor, or even you can put in the chat box, then we will take it later. Let me now introduce, thank you, sir. Thank you,
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your nice and elaborate presentation. I have some questions that I'll ask you later.
Okay,
and then I'll now invite the next speaker, Mr. Anshuman Mahato, He is associated with Agilent Technologies for more than 9 years as Senior Application Specialist for Liquid Phase Separation at Manesar Center of Excellence Lab. And he carries rich experience on advanced liquid chromatography instrumentation and developed applications for various market segments like pharma, food and chemical, energy and biotherapeutics. And being an oil technologist, I regularly use the Agilent GC specifically and HPLC, of course. So I am very eagerly waiting to hear from you, Mr. Angshuman. It's over to you, Mr. Angshuman Mahanto. Professor, please, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, sir. Before I begin, can you just confirm my audio and video lines are clear? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, everything is fine. You can just go in slide mode. Yes, thank you.
Yes. So, sir, as a time is a concern, I just start my stop clock so that I can exactly finish my talk within 15 minutes. And sir, before I begin, I will just give you a glimpse about what I'm going to present today. So my presentation will have a little bit of introduction about Agilent Technologies as a whole, as an organization, which will be very short. And then I will focus on Agilent solution for current pandemic situation, like how we are supporting industry for COVID related solutions in terms of either detection of the COVID, and the second is the viral vaccination or the pharmaceutical industry. So what all things are going around in this industry related to COVID, that will be my talk today, just to give you a glimpse about a little bit on that. So in this, I will show you some of the workflows where industry is focusing to develop some high purity and high quality nucleotide applications for the PCR primer test. As you all know, PCR is quite a fantastic technique for detection of the virus inside your body for that antibodies. And now we will see how this entire procedure has been developed. What is the quality control of that? Because if the quality is not optimum, you may get a false positive or false negative kind of results, even though in PCR. And the second division will be your VLPs, virus-like particles, as well as psi exclusion chromatography for development of the vaccines. So what all different types of vaccines we are doing in the market, some of that we can discuss on that. And apart from this biotechnology related discussions, we also have seen there is a huge demand for hand sanitizers as well as non-medical mask usage. So whether all these hand sanitizers are following the guidelines, so what exactly the guidelines talks about, and how the quality of mask is tested in the laboratory when it is going for a mass productions. So those will be my topic of the day. And apart from this biotechnology and COVID, Agilent, as you are aware, is serving industry for all these domains, starting from biopharma, food applications for vitamin analysis, amino acid, and immunity booster kind of food articles, which are very popular these days in terms of herbal as well as different food related things, as well as in environment. As Professor Das has already mentioned, many of the analytical techniques in environment where you actually check the soil, water, and air for different applications of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons as well as persistent pollutants. So those are also solutions which Agilent provides. And forensics is one of the key area where we actually focus with the state labs and the research and academia. RNA is the research and academia. For any institutes, they have their own projects, so we can reframe the work. So today I will only focus on the biopharma segment, in which the vaccine and drug development is one of the important area in Agilent where we work globally. And then the detection is also important. So drug development is one segment, detection of the disease is another segment. So in both the areas, I will take one case study. So, and then infectious disease overall research. So that's the agenda. So overall organization, if you see Agilent, it has a very wider global presence. Our headquarters is in Santa Clara, United States of America. And in Europe, we manufacture most of our liquid chromatography instrumentation. That's our factory in Wolfram, Germany. And Asia Pacific, also we have a lot of laboratories and factories for installation. And I will not go in details about each and every figures here, but what we are doing in India is with more interested and to discuss about. So here, if you see our laboratory, which is our, I can say, the engine of innovation, where we actually work and develop solutions. I'm based out in Manesar Center of Excellence, which is in the northern part of India. It is in Gurgaon. And we also have Mumbai Center of Excellence Lab and Bangalore. So these are the three presence of our world-class laboratory facility. Rest, we have our offices and sales and service available. Now, what we do in these labs, we actually try to provide any type of support related to the technicalities of the instrumentations, because Agilent is a analytical instrumentation manufacturing plus solution provider. So we should have a facility to demonstrate and collaborate with industry as well as research and academic institutions to develop latest solutions and demonstrate how things are working in real-time situations. So there we take support from these of the facilities. Well, coming to some of the real-time scenarios, in infectious disease research segment, we not only focus only with this COVID, but there are a lot of vaccinations and disease-related research are always going around. And starting from, suppose, glycoprotein and glycan characterization. So Agilent has a very good solutions for glycoprotein and glycans analysis. These are for the antibody research. Many of the counter disease applications are going around with the antibody development, where we find an antibody which may trap the antigen which you are getting from outside. So that could be a viral antigen, or that could be any antigen from anywhere. So those antigens must be characterized well so that you can develop it, and it should be healthy, and it should do the intent job of that antibody. So I'll show you some of the glimpse how we test that. And also the spike proteins are very important to be tested in the lab, because the more you know about the spike proteins, your vaccine development as well as your antigen assay tests will be much more confident. So those solutions are also there with Agilent. Coming to the diagnostic test. So yes, being a technique like PCR, this is the most prominent and foolproof technique, but the nucleotypes what you are developing, those must be very well designed so that it can target the appropriate viral, the DNA sequence or RNA sequence. So that's why the quality of these are also important to be tested. So those are our nucleotide analogs and research procedures. And then we have purification techniques where you can actually synthesize them in a bulk quantity, because quantity is also important when you are working with this kind of solutions, because the kind of population we have in India, it's around 130 plus crores of population. You need to have a scale-up procedure very quickly available with high quality result. That's why we rely on many analytical techniques to do that. And VLPs are a segment where we actually work with virus-like particles, those which acts as immunogenic in your body, and develop your antibodies so that it will be ready when the virus infects you. You get it's like a vaccination process. So they are ready to fight against with the enemy they already know. So for that, we have techniques like psi exclusion chromatography for the CQAs. CQAs are critical quality attributes. So in fact, the message I'm trying to give in all of these solutions, most important thing is the quality of the product. And the second thing is maintaining the quality when you are going a scale up mode. When you are producing in a very high quantity, still you have to maintain the quality same as when you are doing in a small test tube. So that's the challenge I think industry faces. And for that, you need to rely on high quality instrumentations. Now that's a segment where I have taken for antibody characterizations, where you have many sugar moieties attached. And if you see high quality and high resolution QTOF mass spectrometries are required to characterize the masses. So these instruments are very good in terms of resolution and sensitivity, so that you can actually do some trace analysis and get the idea about the mass accurately, and you can characterize these antibodies with each and every region. So I'm not going much deep. We have some antigen binding sites, then we have FC region, and then so each and every segment, if it is denatured, and then so we can do either by denaturing the protein or we can do an intact protein. So when we are doing denaturing, we are just splitting up in a different segments, or disulfide bonds are just splitted around, and then you do this analysis and get to check whether every masses are coming what you are looking for. And then we have some of the solutions for oligonucleotide. These are the small segments of nucleotides which actually very targeted and go and bind to any type of the opposite base pair when they find anywhere in the body. So that could be from the virus, or that's the virus antigen, I would say. So scaling up process, Agilent supports from maybe just a little bit on the technicality side from the 10 ml per minute instruments. So these instruments are basic HPLC instruments, which are also used for the drug development process. You have seen a lot of drugs are also coming up to fight against the COVID, just for giving a different scenario. So drugs are also there. Antibodies are also going to help as a pharma and biopharma application, as well as we have vaccines are under development, and also your detection kits are development. So there are multiple areas are there for the fighting against COVID. The multiple areas are working together. And we are trying to ensure that whatever techniques you use, the quality must be intact, whether you're doing in a 10 ml instrument or in 200 ml systems or more, the quality must be there. So these are the nucleotides used for PCR applications for identification of the markers. And these are very commonly used in the laboratories when you are talking about environment application, food and pharma. Everywhere you can see HPLCs. These are the models which are working day and night to serve the industry. And there we have purification for the purification of that. That's the scale-up process. And that's the glimpse of some of the real-time analysis where I have just done the blacking of the area, not to reveal what all antibodies or VLPs are actually tested, the batch numbers, but this is how you get to see the quality of that. So the main peak, what you get in the center is a very high molecular weight VLPs. So these are virus-like particles. They have a size that's 50 nanometer in size of that particle. And this is nothing to do with COVID, to be very honest. That's a disclaimer. This is just a general VLP. And then what quality test we need, that's the important thing. That's the CQA, critical quality attribute. That's the aggregates, which are high molecular weight, and the small fragments. So if you don't know what is the aggregate and small molecular weight fractions, the efficacy of that particular product will not be there. And even it may act as an antigenic in the body. Instead of medicine, it may act as antigen. So there are a lot of quality, critical quality attribute testings are done by these products, what I'm just showing you. So we also have products like capillary electrophoresis that's also coupled with LCMS, gives you a very high definition results for the detection of viral antigen. So overall, the study is using all of these techniques. Coming to the most interesting part, because we are hearing a lot of things about hand sanitizers and masks. So though it is not that easy and ideal scenario, well, every hand sanitizer will form the norms, will fill as per the norms guideline, because WHO has specified some of the criteria. So the criteria would be appropriate amount of methanol, isopropanol, ethanol, and propanol, it's propyl alcohol, isopropanol. So how you will ensure that these are actually added in the right concentration, as well as it is meeting the guideline. Otherwise, we will be just rubbing our hands, but the actual effect will not be there. So it's quite more dangerous. And then the non-medical masks are also under the research that how different material quality, number of layers, fabric coatings, how to do the quick analysis on that. So doing the analysis quicker, getting the reliable results is always something to balance out. So as per the guideline, we know the ethanol and isopropyl alcohol, they should be around 60 to 80% of the concentrations. But these are also expensive chemicals. So there are a lot of products are there in the market which are not following those norms. So in terms of Agilent solutions, as you're already aware about gas chromatography, so these solvents can be quickly, comprehensive analysis can be done in the lab and quickly tested. and you get a report which talks about the concentrations of all of these, and you get a certification like whether these are passing or failing. And on the other side, there are certain requirements where you need to do the test very quick. So gas chromatography will take maybe half an hour of time, 15-20 minutes to run it, and then you generate a report. But we have FTIR 630 in which you can just put the sample, take the spectra, and immediately you get a report whether these are passing or failing. So in both the techniques, you can use. One of the techniques is comprehensive, another technique is faster but not giving you complete results. So it just shows you ethanol and isopropyl alcohol. So like that, it depends on the need at what level you want to do and how you want to test. Coming to the non-medical mass quality testings, we have products like LDIR, which is a very latest entry in Agilent portfolio. It's a laser direct infrared imaging. So they actually non-destructive mode of analysis. And the best part of spectroscopy techniques are you don't kill the sample, you don't waste the sample. After the analysis, you can keep the sample back. And that's the best part. It's a non-destructive mode, and you get multiple layers of studies, like this is layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, how it looks like, the chemical imaging, what materials are used, how coatings are done, and that quickly you get the reports. So overall, I'm with my time, and so how to reach Agilent, because as you know, it's a deep sea of analytical solutions in which we have served multiple industries. So you can simply reach out with agilent.com, and then you have overall solutions. What we have is serving entire industry in terms of chromatography, mass spec, and life sciences, starting from microarray, PCR solutions, as well as electrophoresis. So complete things are there. And apart from that, we are always in touch. It's easy to find us. And if you need anything more, we can discuss now. So I'm end of my session. Thank you very much. I hope I could convey the message in a shorter time. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anshuman, for such a nice presentation, telling us how you people are actually contributing in combating Corona. If there is any question, you can ask right now, because Anshuman has to leave.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Any questions we can discuss?
Our chairman said actually.
Yeah, tell me, sir.
Please tell, sir.
So if there is no question, I once again thank you, Anshuman, for joining us in this session. And now I'll go to our next speaker. Anything you wanted to say, Maharaj?
Yes, actually, the Agilent, the regional head, Mr. Moinak Mondal is present. So we can introduce him, because for all sorts of problems, particularly in Eastern India, so that is being dealt by him. So Moinak, please open your video mode.
Yeah, am I audible? Maharaj,
surely.
First of all, regards to you and the entire panelists and all the participants out here. Thank you so much for giving us this chance and opportunity to shortly describe the entire portfolio, what we have. And thanks, Anshuman, for taking us through the entire portfolio range and what all things we can offer during these COVID situations. I would certainly look forward collaborations and any sort of association with academia and industry out here. We do based out of Calcutta as a regional office for Eastern region. So in case of any such requirement of application or method development or any sort of collaboration across the industry and academia, we'll be very happy to do that. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity, Maharaj, and Vivekananda Institute, and also association with Jadavpur University to Agilent to give this short presentation to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Moinak. Okay.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Please carry on, brother.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Mr. Ashnanyo Mondal. Actually, I do not have much time to introduce, I would have loved to introduce him in details. He worked at top positions in ONGC, and what we must learn from him, after retirement, he joined academics and now pursuing his PhD. It's really amazing. I personally know that he was regarded as top-rated technocrat in ONGC and solved many major problems there. So we are very eagerly waiting to hear from you, sir. It's over to you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Just to check, am I audible and my slides are visible?
Everything is fine. Please
Okay,
go
thank
ahead.
you. Thanks, Chairman, for giving very short but nice introduction. It is conveying everything what I am exactly. And I am very much thankful to Swamiji for giving me what I am thinking right now at this stage of COVID-19 for the benefit of we all, not only in India, otherwise also, which has come in my mind from my interaction with the industry and of course the knowledge of what I have. I would like to give the presentation in very quick time because I am already aware the time is less, but in case any interaction is required on my topic by anyone later on, they can contact me anytime in future. I'll be very much glad to interact in that way also. So what I am just going to show here, what is COVID-19, although it has already been explained very nicely by the earlier presenter. I have also a few touch of that. Then I'll talk about LPG, all we are aware of. And then the global scenario, of course, Indian scenario, and the system what we have right now for LPG in our home, and what I am thinking at this particular moment, which has come in our mind and which seems to be very appropriate from COVID-19 point of view, that I will talk about, and finally the conclusion. So if I am to say a few words about COVID-19, it is a short version of coronavirus disease. Okay, the corona C, virus V, and disease D. Now, there is some misnomer also we are carrying with all of us right now to say that everybody who is having coronavirus may be COVID-19. It's not like that. It is you can assume like HIV positive and AIDS. The virus may be there with you, but you are not a patient. So unless a person who is having coronavirus, but his body is accommodating that, he is not a patient. When his immunity is less or his antibody generation is not proper or sufficient, then only he will be converting to a patient, and how that patient can be treated or how what are the symptoms are there. Just to see here, it has started in Wuhan, China. You are all aware, widely spread across the world. Symptoms, of course, fever, sneeze, cough, loss of smell, taste, shortness of breath, or sometimes no symptoms. Thousands of people are dying. We are all aware of this. It lasts for 6 to 8 hours, and it can transmit from infected person at 6 to 8 feet distance. So what is now basically taken as a precautionary measure for COVID-19, that everybody should have face masks so that the transmission can be avoided, and frequent sanitizing in case as it is staying for 6 to 8 hours, then the sanitizing hands are very important. But first and foremost, and the special involvement is being given, that whether the physical intervention can be reduced. We know that work from home is there and the education also through online is there, but what else can be done to reduce the physical intervention? That is also important to see, and from that perspective, my topic is. What is LPG? We are all aware it is hydrocarbon with propane and butane 50-50 ratio, but it ratio can be changed also. The volume contraction is 1 to 250. It is very high in that way. Of course, less than LNG, which is 1 by 600 times. And it is originally produced in 1910 from fossil fuels, but now we are producing it from refinery or natural gas. From refinery, it will be produced at around 4 to 5% of the crude oil which is being processed. It is potentially non-hazardous, but when it is coming in contact with air, definitely it becomes hazardous, and it is giving suffocation in case the concentration is very high. It's colorless and odorless, so leakage is to be tested by adding a chemical which is known as ethyl mercaptan. Density is 0.54 gram per cc, so it floats in water. It is heavier than air, so that's why it remains on the floor. And its ignition temperature is 410 and calorific value is 46.1 megajoule per kg. Now, because of such high calorific value, that's why LPG is being chosen for fuel, mostly for domestic as well as for non-domestic or commercial also. So if we are to go for a global LPG production, it is now at the rate of 330 million tons per year. You see, over the year it is increasing. But if you see the increment that you will find in China and India from refinery, in Middle East and Russia and US, Canada from natural gas. From utilization point of view, the production, whatever it is, all are being utilized, and it is being utilized mainly for residential and commercial fuel purpose, otherwise also for chemical purpose. These are the major two segments. But in India, we are mainly using only for residential and commercial fuel purposes. The LPG demand also is in line with whatever is being produced and utilized, but the demand is likely to increase. If you see this way, it is continuously increasing, and it may go in that way unless and otherwise the other non-renewable fuels are very much taking place in the high pace the way it is going on right now. In India, the production is only 12.7 million tons per year. Globally, I said 330, and it is produced from 23 crude oil refineries and 11 natural gas fractionator. Refineries are described here, and gas is from ONGC and GAIL. These are the refineries. You can see all are coastal. Incidentally, I must inform to all of you that the largest refinery in the world is in India only, which is by Reliance Industries. It is 60 million ton in a single location. This is the largest capacity refinery existing all over the world. And even the second largest, if you see, that is very, very less, only in the tune of 35. So LPG utilization is not what we are producing. It is practically 27.3. It has increased over the years gradually, and because the higher requirement, definitely we need to import also. And if we are to see about the breakup of the production, you see the domestic production 26.8 is mainly from refinery, and I mean, I'll give that breakup later on also. Okay. So here you can see how they are being utilized. Domestic is 88%. Okay. So the LPG imports, as I said, it is around 14.6. More than 50% is being imported, and all import is taking place from outside countries like Middle East as well as US and Malaysia. And they are all by water transport only through such type of ocean vessels or ocean tankers. These are the import terminal. We have almost 15 terminals right now operating, and another 4 will be coming. They are all matching with whatever requirement right now. But if we are to go for increase of our LPG demand, then definitely we'll have to continue with our terminal capacity expansion or new terminals, because the domestic production cannot be increased right now unless the refinery capacity is increasing or new refineries are coming up, which is likely to be reduced at this moment because of the progress what we are seeing in the non-renewable side. The LPG storage facilities, whatever we are importing and producing, they are all accommodating, and import terminals has got 30%, refinery fractionators has 30%, and bottling plants from where the cylinders are being filled up has got 40%. Mostly the hot and spheres are there for storing, otherwise we can go for underground tanks or bullets also. The transportation is done by roadways like this bulk carrier, or by train wagon also, which is very less, 6%, and pipeline is more, that is 56%. The long distance pipeline is not there so far, only except one. Otherwise, one more is coming up, that is Kandla Gorakhpur. It is a very long distance pipeline, and after it is coming up, then the pipeline capacity will further increase. And now you see these are the pipelines connectivity. They are all from the import terminals to the nearest bottling plant. The LPG growth is very high. If you see this particular diagram, you will understand India's per capita consumption is very, very low, even compared to many other Asia Pacific countries. Now, what is LPG cylinder systems? We are all aware basically what we use as fuel in our kitchen, that is coming in cylinders. And for that, what are the activities or what are the steps? The LPG transportation from refineries or import terminals or fractionators to bottling plants where the cylinders will be filled up. Then it is filled up, and then those cylinders, that filled up cylinders will be transported from bottling plant to the LPG distributor, from where it will be distributed to individual houses. This is a typical bottling plant. So you can see how the bottles are being filled up, and there are different capacity of bottles. For domestic 5 kg and 14.2, we normally are using 14.2 kg, and non-domestics are also there, and almost 200 bottling plants are there. And you see these are the carriers for cylinders, and almost 21,000 trucks per day are being used for this purpose. It is a huge activity going on behind the scenario we can see, because we are getting LPG in our kitchen, but you see how much activities are going on from the production to import to bottling plant to storage to the cylinder carriers. And if you are talking about the distributors, almost 23,000 are there. The percentage is like this, IOC is maximum. And you see this is how the cylinders are being reaching to everybody's house. You see whatever precautions we are talking about to reduce the physical distance or wearing masks and all those things, those are there to certain extent, you see at these three figures. But still the similar procedures are there, so the activities are going on with the physical intervention. So what I am now proposing, this is the main agenda of this presentation. What I am thinking, that in case of LPG cylinder, definitely so much physical intervention we have seen. Now, can it be supplied like natural gas supply through pipeline in piped LPG system? It is possible. For that, what we have to do, we will have to have strategic storage vessels locations, maybe in every residential colony or in the area wherever it may be. Then what will happen, that LPG transportation from the production side to bottling plant will not be required. It can be directly taken to those locations by that bulk tankers which I have shown. Instead of cylinders, it will be coming through the bulk. So that way the piped LPG can reach to your house. Now, and meters can be installed in every consumer's end to measure actual consumption. And this is the total system. I am not going to explain in details right now. Time is not there. But this is the concept which is which does not have much problem to get implemented. But it will definitely take some time to implement in full shape. But what are the steps to be taken that are explained here? It is not a very big way of involvement required for this purpose. In case we cannot go for piped LPG from the bigger vessels right now, then we can go for this way also. We can keep our cylinders in a centralized location somewhere in our residential area, and from there the pipeline will go to each house. Then at least the physical intervention also can be reduced to certain extent. The transportation of the cylinders cannot be reduced, or the bottling plants manpower cannot be reduced, but at least the persons who are getting exposed to the delivery boy in their house, that can be removed from this particular aspect. Now, what are the advantages basically for piped LPG system? You see, first of all, it ensures uninterrupted gas supply, easy and convenient operations, avoid individual attention for LPG availability, avoids bothering of cylinder booking, avoids waiting for refilled cylinders, avoids chances of less quantity in cylinders, avoids entry of delivery boy inside house, ensures house security by restricting entry of delivery boy, avoids expenditure of delivery boy tips, avoid pains of staying at home for cylinder replacement, restricts gas delivery on holidays, avoids floor damage during cylinder replacement, saves floor space occupied by cylinders, increases safety due to less pressure in piped system, avoids unsafe occurrences from the infants or children, ensures payment as per actual. This is very important also. Provides payment facility after use. This is another important aspect. We need to make the payment for the cylinders for taking the gas before we consume them. Avoids LPG cylinder bursting inside kitchen. So you have seen, I have just gone through, I have not explained those things, but they are all very clear that how much advantages we will have in case we go for piped LPG system. and for the industry, whether it will have any impact to them or not. From that perspective, I have also brought out some of the information here, that no need of bottling plants. So land purchase is not required for bottling plants. So saves money from that way also. Saves money for LPG cylinder manufacturing. Does not need LPG cylinder transportation. This is huge what I have shown in the transportation of cylinders. So many trucks, so many people, so many places. Saves LPG transportation cost, because now this LPG will be moved through bulk movement by roadways or railways. Involves less workforce, as these activities are not there. So we can understand how much workforce will get reduced. Increases profit by saving expenditures of bottling plants, cylinder manufacturing, cylinder transportation, workforce, inventory in double cylinders, and safety measures. This is also another gray area, because everybody has got 2 cylinders. So 1 cylinder's inventory is always piled up in everybody's house. So industry is not in a position to use that inventory as their own inventory. It is with the consumer. So that aspect will be reduced by the piped gas system. Helps government in sorting out the genuine LPG subsidy considerations on the basis of their residential status. So if a person is staying in a high rise, now definitely he can ask for LPG subsidy. So that demarcation will be easily possible for the government to understand who will be giving the subsidy, who will not be. And what are the safety measures? Nothing very serious about that. Only ventilation is required properly, and lighting is there. Mobile phone use is not required. All those things, and we have got a very good guidelines by PNGRB, that is Petroleum Natural Gas Regulatory Board of in a government. So they can suggest, or they had already recommended the pipelines which are suitable for LPG transport. So we can assume, we can see here the safety measures will not be a problem at all. Now, the reduction of physical intervention, it is already explained in earlier slides. Just to cope up them again, only what we are enforcing, that workforce will be very much less compared to the conventional cylinder systems, and it will even avoid the chances of physical contact of delivery boy at residential flats. Now, what are the plus points again, or what are the background why we had got the LPG cylinders? Then we'll understand that initially LPG cylinders or in LPG supply was there by cylinders, because the availability of LPG was very less. It cannot be possible to give every consumer. So that means the consumers only picked up from different locations who are having that affordable price, or whatever criteria the procedures were developed that time. So it was not with everybody's house at that time. So definitely it was a requirement to start with cylinders. But now we are in this stage that 90% of the populations are almost having this LPG connection through cylinder. So definitely it can be converted to piped LPG without having any problem. And as we have seen that from safety, technically, commercial, and economically, it is feasible. So it is definitely possible to implement. And if we are to see another aspect, like the players who are already there in this cylinder business, they are almost all PSU, that is HPCL, BPCL, and Indian Oil. So they are all government sector. So in case it is decided by the government, or it has been this concept has been agreed upon, then definitely conversion will not be a big issue for the industry players to change over. So this is just to conclude. The COVID-19 is a pandemic disease causing huge death. Several precautions have been suggested, including the reduction of physical interventions, and LPG cylinders, which is there. If it is changed to piped natural gas, then definitely, other than the commercial benefits, technical and economical and safety benefits, we can address to this COVID-19 situations. And because of this advantageous scenario, we can definitely say that it is no doubt a solution to the COVID-19 era. It is otherwise also a permanent solution for the future years to come. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Any question I can interact.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Now we are actually behind the schedule more than 1 hour. So the questions, whatever people are thinking to ask, I request you all to send in the chat box, so that those questions we can send to the respective speakers and they will answer your queries. So
thank you, sir.
Yeah, I thank all my speakers of this session. It was really wonderful to actually deal with various types of topics. I first thank Dr. Deepanjali for telling us how the role of policy matters can influence the air pollution control in megacities. She has given some detailed studies on the pollution of Kolkata and Delhi, and she suggested how the policies should be framed. Professor Das actually talked on water pollution, and he emphasized on the bioadsorption, particularly some lignocellulosic materials and some other leafy materials. And one thing I want to tell here that most of the people, they neglect that after the adsorption, how they will dispose the material after adsorption of the pollutants. So it is very important. Professor Dash has suggested one innovative method to use in brick making or where high temperature is required. He also suggested, of course, the incineration. Mr. Ongshuman from Agilent Solutions, Agilent Technologies, he actually told us about how the Agilent, as being a analytical equipment manufacturer, they are also contributing significantly to combat the COVID-19 virus. And one new technique he told about laser direct infrared for even determining the quality of masks. And Mr. Mandal, our last speaker, he told us how the piped LPG system for residential flats can significantly reduce the spread of the coronavirus by reducing the physical contact. So it is very good thinking on his part, and being the expert in this area, he told us that it is just we have to start because all the other logistics are in place. So I thank once again to all the speakers of this session because they have maintained the time. And as we are already delayed, some students' presentation are there. So I thank all of you for very eagerly listening to this session. Over to you, Shamiji. Thank from my side.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for conducting the whole session so efficiently. Initially, we had a delay of around 1.5 hours, and then you cut up to the 1 hour and 10 minutes. So this is really wonderful. Generally, delay always that gets cumulative, but this is your achievement, and you so nicely the session has been conducted. And I am thankful to all the speakers, particularly Sudipta, Asunendu, Ongshuman, and last but not the least, Deepanjali, because Deepanjali's presentation has got very good innovative ideas. So thanks to all of them. I have a sweet duty to introduce the next session's chair, our very, very respected Professor Orunava Majumdar. Orunava, earlier he was the Director Professor of All India Institute of Hygiene and Public Health. He is considered as one of the greatest expert on environment in our country. He is there in many of the government bodies as expert. Till now he is serving, for example, DST. For example, there are so many task force. Earlier, I have seen he was a member of Arsenic Task Force, Fluoride Task Force, sometimes in EIA committee, and many others. So it is very proud privilege that apart from his so many responsibilities, Orunava serves as a soldier of Samiji, as the Vice President of this our organization, Vivekananda Institute of Environment Management. So Orunava is the chairman of this session, and I also got my young colleague, Professor Abhuday Malik, of Assistant Professor of Chemical Engineering Department, who will coordinate the session. This is basically the student session. Some 3 or 4 undergraduate students are there, and they will speak, I think, for 7 to 8 minutes. Isn't it, Buddha? Hello, Buddha. The students will speak for 7 to 8 minutes, I think.
Yes, sir. They will speak for around 7 to 8 minutes.
Yes, and then after that, there would be the research scholars presentation. So they will be allowed the time for 10 minutes. So like that. So let me hand over the whole system to the two, able scientists, Professor Urnaho Mujumdar and also Mr. Abhuday Malli. Please.
Good afternoon, Professor Swami Vivekananda ji, for inviting me to chair this particular session. I think this session will be very interesting because students as well as research scholars would be discussing very many topics. So I prefer that let the session start and Obuda can invite the speaker chronologically as he has prepared. And after completion of the presentation, I will discuss for 5-10 minutes. So Obuda,
yes, sir. So I first invite Shravani Thakur to present her presentation in front of the panelists. Please. If she is there, please. Okay. Please unmute yourself. You are
Hello?
muted.
Am I audible,
Yeah.
everyone?
Yeah, you are audible. You can please start your presentation.
Okay.
You will have 8 minutes. So please, you can proceed now.
I'm Shravani Thakur, final year MBBS student from Tripura Medical College. Today I'm going to talk about COVID-19 and its correlation with comorbidity. So first of all, we will go with the introduction. What is, as we all know, what is COVID-19? Coronavirus disease is caused by acute respiratory syndrome. Coronavirus, that is SARS-CoV-2, is a global pandemic that initially started in Wuhan, China, and spread extremely quickly, making its way to over sorry, it has affected all ethnicities, both males and females, through droplet and contact transmission. The most reflecting part of this presentation is that COVID, along with its comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension, COPD, cardiac conditions, and other health related problems, have impacted the fatality and mortality rate to a great extent. The high proportion of COVID-19 patients and people admitted in ICU can suggest that COVID comorbidity is a potential risk factor. And the underlying mechanism of SARS-CoV-2 is, as it remains elusive. However, it establishes that the virus utilizes ACE2 receptors, which are found on the host cells to get inside the cell. Here, the host cells are human body cells. The high plasma protein, pro-inflammatory cytokines, and lymphopenia. Lymphopenia is decreased amount of lymphocytes, and lymphocytes are the defense mechanism, defense cells of our body, which fight against any bacteria, virus, or any foreign material. And atypical respiratory manifestations are the attributes of COVID-19 patients with high-grade fever and other breathing problems. Several metabolic and infectious diseases impact the severity of COVID-19, and it helps in establishing a complex system, symptoms. So here we can see a chart which describes about the bat and pangolin. We know that suspected host of SARS-CoV carrying the SARS-CoV-2 virus. If someone ingests this meat can get infected with SARS-CoV-2, the virus enters into the lungs and then it causes cytokine storm in our body, which indirectly affects various system and organs of our body, circulatory system, brain, hypothalamus, and leads multi-system organ failure, which ultimately leads to death. So now I'm going to talk about individual comorbid condition along with COVID-19, its mechanism of action in our body. COVID in diabetic patients, the SARS-CoV-2 spike S protein, it attaches with the ACE2 receptors and is activated to enormous level of furin levels. Furin is nothing but a type 1 membrane bound protease expressed in high levels in the diabetic patients. This pre-activation of the S protein allows viral entry into the cell and escapes from the human immune system, thus making the body's defense mechanism very weak, and there is high chances of lung inflammation. Now, COVID in obese patients. Obesity is linked with reduced oxygen saturation of blood by compromised ventilation at the base of the lungs. So it adds features of low-grade inflammation due to obesity may occur, such as abnormal secretion of cytokines and thus compromised immune response. COPD and other chronic disorders were also associated with SARS and MERS. MERS is Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. It is a different type of strain of COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 virus. The expression of ACE2 receptors is increased in this disease, contributing to the establishment of severe symptoms among COVID-19 individuals. So ultimately causing damage to lungs and weak immunity and hypermucus production. Now, COVID in asthmatic patients. It is almost known for 18 years that asthmatic people are more prone to develop viral infections. And if they are left uncontrolled, these viral infections can develop severe symptoms. And people with asthma have delayed innate antiviral immune response, a type of immune response in our body, and impaired secretion of interferon gamma, for which people are more susceptible to develop severe complications. Now, COVID in hypertensive patients. In patients suffering from hypertension, ACE2 inhibitors and ARBs are frequently used for the treatment purpose. Means in hypertension, we use these ACE2 inhibitors and ARBs frequently. These inhibitors, when used in a high amount, upregulate the expression of the ACE2 receptor in human body and thus leads to increased susceptibility to SARS-CoV-2 infection. Higher expression of receptor cells on the lungs make the infection more vulnerable and chances of severe lung injury and increased chances of respiratory failure, thus resulting into decreased immune system. COVID-19 in cardiovascular disorder. The mechanism behind this is association between cardiovascular disorder and COVID-19 is not it's not actually precise. It's a direct or indirect relationship. Most of these, it has been seen that throughout studies, most of the COVID-19 CVD patients, cardiovascular disorder patients, have shown compromised immune system, and thus resulting into severe symptoms for COVID-19. Here we can see a statistical data that shows the mortality rate in China, Italy, and USA of COVID patient along with morbidity. As we can see that in hypertension, China, the mortality rate is 9.5. In diabetes, it is 7.5 in China, and so on. So we can see that in diabetes in USA, the mortality rate is the highest, that is 58%. And with obesity, it's 55% in US. So overall, we can see that these comorbid conditions affect the infection of COVID-19 very enormously and in a very bad way. And there is also a bar graph presentation of the number of cases and the fatality rate along with comorbidities. We can see that diabetes and malignancy shows the highest number of frequency of number of cases, that is COVID-19 cases, and the fatality rate is most in obesity, that is 68%. We can see from this graph. So now the management. Knowing that effective antiviral medications and SARS-CoV-2 vaccines are not yet available, treating a COVID-19 patient is a major challenge for healthcare system. COVID-19 with comorbidities leads to a vicious circle and enormous morbidity and higher mortality in affected patients. Management strategies according to the signs and symptoms of COVID-19 patients, those with no visible symptoms but positive for COVID-19 should be isolated at home. Then with patients with mild symptoms but absence of pneumonia and hypoxia is decreased amount of oxygen in cells and tissues, should start intervention, and the decision of inpatient and outpatient settings vary on case to case. While patients with severe symptoms of COVID-19, that is respiratory distress, require intensive care using ventilator and other supportive management. But for the treatment of the underlying disease, that is a comorbid condition, while treating COVID-19 must continue without any interruption. So here we can, apart from the pharmacological aspect, we can also look at the non-pharmacological aspect from which we can prevent comorbid people to get prevent from COVID-19. A vigorous hand washing and social distancing and personal hygiene ameliorate the prevention from COVID-19. Individuals with COVID-19 comorbidities should apply personal protective strategies. The use of influenza vaccine reduces 43% to 55% risk of pneumonia in diabetic patients and could be used to differentiate between influenza and COVID-19 symptoms in any person with comorbidity, suffering from comorbidity.
Achha, your 8 minutes is over. Okay, so please conclude fast.
Okay, sorry. And apart from all this, we can also see that on the non-pharmacological aspect, aerobic exercises helps a lot in reduction of blood pressure, and also reduction in body weight also helps in metabolic parameters like insulin resistance and hepatic fat reduction. So here is a chart. It's showing something general general hygiene lifestyle changes we can look upon: washing hands, throwing dirty things in our garbages, coughing etiquette, and all these things, avoiding crowded places, and etc. So the summary tells about that apart from the medical and the pharmacological aspect, we can also emphasize on the non-pharmacological aspect, through which a lot of comorbid patients can be saved from getting severely affected by COVID-19. And the comorbid individuals must take vigilant preventive measures to protect themselves during such pandemics. Thank you. That's all.
So thank you, Sravoni, for your presentation. Now I invite the panelists to ask any questions if they may have some questions.
The question is to Sravoni. Yes, it is true that comorbid patients are susceptible to fatality, in the sense that data reveals that for the comorbid patient, death could be even as high as 60%, 65, 70%. Anyway, but the issue is this. There are several cases being reported without comorbidity. Patients are dying due to COVID-19. What could be the reason?
Actually, here I have shown a video diagram. It shows it shows about the general mechanism of SARS-CoV-2 virus with our body, with our body's immunity. That is a normal individual along with the comorbid patients. We have defense mechanism in our body. So generally, there are so many symptomatic cases we can see. Why they are asymptomatic? Because after the getting infected with the virus, the body's immune are that much adequate and can fight with the virus, and then they can overcome. So those people who are not comorbid but still yet are severely affected because of their immune system, because of the cytokine storm in their body, maybe their immune system is not as much as sufficient to the viral load they are getting affected with. That's why it causes a difference. Means they are severely affected, but in comorbid people they are at high risk. They get easily affected, but without comorbidity, patient can get with huge amount of viral load, they can get severely affected, but their chances are less if we compare with the comorbid patients. This is basically because of the cytokine storm that happens in some of the individuals.
Now, there are changes of treatment protocols. During the last 7 months, we found changes in the treatment protocol. Do you think that is creating confusion among the medical practitioners who are dealing with the patients?
It's actually the thing, the total thing is still on research. We don't know much about COVID-19.
Right.
And what is the changes that are coming recently are on the basis of studies, on the basis of researches. So
Yes.
actually it is new, so initially it becomes a bit difficult, but then with time it gets accustomed with the thing.
Okay, thank you, Sravoni. Thank you.
So thank you, Sravoni, for your presentation. You may switch off your screen sharing, and I will invite our next participant.
Yes, sure.
So I will invite Krishnendu Odhikari, undergraduate mechanical engineering student from Heritage Institute of Technology, to start his presentation.
Sir, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, could you just give me 1 minute? I'm just... Sir, can you see the slide properly?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to start with a very good afternoon and a hearty thanks to all the respectable dignitaries present here who have been and who are there at the moment. It is really an honor to speak amidst you because you are stalwarts of your field, and as a student, it is a great privilege to be in your presence. My topic today is non-cyclotronic accelerator. It is basically a dream project I had from my 11 and 12. So I'll be starting it by asking the question, what is a particle accelerator? Well, a particle accelerator is actually a machine that uses electromagnetic fields to propel charged particles to very high speeds and to contain them in well-defined beams. There are currently 7 types of particle accelerators. For this presentation, let me take particle accelerators as electron accelerators for the convenience of the presentation. So there are the 7 types of particle accelerators. You can see this. But what I would like to say is particle accelerators are based on 2 main types of technology. One is the synchrotron technology and the other is the cyclotron technology. The cyclotron technology we are all very familiar with, and the synchrotron technology is basically using synchronized magnets in order to bend and focus a beam in order to speed it up. So there are like the 2 most important and the 2 most famous particle accelerators in the world are the Fermilab accelerator and the Large Hadron Collider. Before I speak about them, I would like to see one line. Why I am saying this? Why I am presenting this topic in this symposium? This symposium is about sustainable technology, right? Well, particle accelerator technology revolves around has several applications. The medical applications of it are the most important. It is important in particle therapy, in radioisotope production for diagnosis, and also for irradiation of medical equipment. Apart from this, the entire field of particle physics would have been non-existent without particle accelerators. So let me come to the particle accelerators in question. The LHC is the LHC in CERN, Geneva, Switzerland, is the most prominent particle accelerator that is known. This is a short cartoon animatronic, you can say, of the LHC with the different parts labeled. This is the booster synchrotron. The electron or the charged particle enters in a beam from the linear accelerator. It gets accelerated in this booster synchrotron. Can you see my cursor, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So it gets accelerated in this booster synchrotron and then it passes into the larger synchrotron, which has focusing magnets and bending magnets, which are operated in a synchronized manner. The thing is, this animatronic looks very nice and very professional. However, when you shift to the real life view, it becomes much more cumbersome. This is a line diagram of how the LHC exists in the real world. It exists crossing the boundaries of 2 countries. It is a circle of 26.7 kilometers in circumference, and it is situated at a depth of 50 to 175 meters underground. The excavation that was made in order to create this gigantic apparatus displaced several families, and it was a very costly affair. Even now, every time it is run, 42 million crore US dollars are spent just for the power. The running time is also an issue. It will run for 20 years with periodic maintenance. Please keep in mind, periodic maintenance means expenditure of several billions of dollars, and it will after 20 years it will need proper replacement. So what do we get from here? That it is a logistical nightmare, and also it is not really feasible if we are looking at sustainability. So my idea, basically not my idea, there is another person who is not present in this Zoom meeting. Badshah Haq and I had this very childish idea that we would do something in this field that's different from the normal. So what we came up with was something that is non-synchrotron and non-cyclotron. So let me start by giving a brief recapitulation. We all know that when an electron enters a magnetic field with at an angle to the direction of the magnetic field, it achieves a helical path. And the helical path basically is achieved by 2 components of velocity. One is the perpendicular and one is the parallel component of velocity. The parallel component of velocity to the magnetic field actually creates a helical path by giving it a translocation. That is, the pitch of the helix is due to the parallel component of velocity. And the fact that the electron is revolving in these helical circles, we can say circles, is because it has the perpendicular component of velocity that is getting affected by the magnetic field. If we take the perpendicular component as v, we can write the mathematical equation as qvv is equals to mv square by r, and the direction of the torque that is experienced by the electron as the moment it enters the magnetic field is shown by using the right hand rule, the right hand Fleming's rule. Anyways, so from this equation, qvv is equals to mv square by r, we can achieve by eliminating v from both sides. V is equals to qbr by m. And this shows us something important. This shows us that the velocity, v is by the way the velocity of the electron, the velocity is not dependent upon the time period of revolution. It is directly proportional to the radius of revolution, that is r. For future reasons, let me say that the frequency of the revolutions is qb by 2 pi m. I'll come back to this later. All right. So as I said, the pitch of the helix comes from v cos a. If I take the angle, okay, I'll come back to the angle later. But v cos a is the component of velocity that is parallel to the magnetic field and hence is not affected by the magnetic field at all. This component causes the pitch of the helix. And from there, if we just create some simple calculations, we can get pitch is equals to 2 pi mv cos a by qb. This cos a component is very important. I would suggest the audience to remember this cos a. I'll come back to it. So what did we get from here? Velocity directly depends on the radius of the helix. So if we get helixes with greater radii, we get higher values of velocity, logically. So the question now is how to increase the radius. Usually, the usual answer would be to increase any kind of electric or magnetic field in order to increase the radius, right? But we will not do that in here. Here I come to my model. Here I come to the model that I am proposing. So this is a Van de Graaff generator. I'm not sure how many of the participants here and the people present here remember the concepts of a Van de Graaff generator, because it was taught to us at very basic levels. But Van de Graaff generator is a instrument that takes a charge from any kind of power source and converts it to a very high potential on its surface. So this is a Van de Graaff generator, and it is sheathed inside a conducting shell. This conducting shell is again sheathed inside a non-conduct, that is an insulator shell, and this helix is the path of the electron. I'll explain how it goes. So let me show in this diagram. All right. So this is the axis of the magnetic field. Depending on the charge of the particle that's coming in, let's say an electron, the magnetic field will be along this line. It can be this direction or this direction. So the electron is entering from here, right? Let's say the Van de Graaff generator is generating a negative charge on its surface. If it's generating a negative charge on its surface, it is sheathed inside a conducting shell. So let's say the inner wall of the shell, which was till now neutral, the moment the Van de Graaff generator generates negative charge, all positive charges on the shell will get concentrated on the inner surface. And logically, all the negative charges of the shell will get concentrated on the outer surface by induction, right? So what will happen now is, you can okay, I'll come back to this, but the electron, when it enters here, it will not only engage in qbv is equals to mv square by r, but what it will also engage in mv square by r is equals to qbv minus qe. Let me explain this.
Achha, your time is more or less over. Okay, so you just have
can
to
I
speed
get
it up.
2 more minutes?
I am sorry, but it is the same rule for all of the participants.
Yeah, sure. I'll just conclude, no issues. So mv square by r is equals to qbv minus qe. If we calculate this and use Sridharacharya method, we get a graph saying that the electron, the ratio between the velocity and the radius will continuously increase on a very steep slope. Since I have very less time, let me come back to this. I'm having some problems with slide sharing, so let me just show it like this. So this is the steep slope that you see, and this is the ratio between velocity and radius. If you compare it with the slope of a synchrotron, you can easily see that the previous slope that I showed you is much steeper than this. All right. So Here is the 2D model of what I just showed you. The negative charges here, the positive charges here, the negative charges here, and the positive charges here, which will get dissipated, which will not happen because this is a non-conducting shell. The electron will just enter here. It will experience QBV minus QE. The centripetal mv square by r will get reduced, and the helix will get increased in each and every revolution. As it revolves, the radius of revolution will continue to increase. And by this graph, I can show you that the velocity will also increase. Going to the end of my presentation, I can show you 3 reasons why this is a very successful model. Number 1 is power consumption. 1 strong magnetic field instead of 2 that is seen in cyclotron. Power consumption is reduced by the Van de Graaff generator, and no oscillator is required here. Of the cost, it is much less in size and logistics. Let me say that if you consider the LHC has a particle speed of 11,000 cycles per second. But this model that we have, if we make a computer simulation, we have made it. It shows us that the same results can be obtained if we fit the apparatus in 1 football field. Also, we can use it as a collider by making 2 similar apparati and connecting them with anti-parallel revolving beams. Yeah, this is all, and I just like to conclude by saying Triumph cyclotron is the largest cyclotron in the world. It takes 500 mega electron volt of power. Everyone present here knows 500 mega electron volt is how costly, and I can show you with calculations that my model can generate the same amount of results with less than third of the power that is present here. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed my presentation.
So thanks, Krishnendu.
Yes, sir.
I will now request Professor Mojumdar if he has any questions.
Sir, should I keep sharing the screen?
Please wait. If you need to, you can share the screen again.
Sure.
Actually, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
sir, yes.
Krishnendu, you have made a very good presentation, but my initial question is this non-cyclotronic accelerator that you are proposing.
Yes, sir.
You considered a dream. Now,
Yes, sir.
my basic question is why you consider it as a dream?
Okay, so can I speak freely here? Like, because I'm a student, I see all of you as my parents. That's why.
So you just tell me why you consider it a dream.
Okay, because when I studied about Van de Graaff generators, that was the point at which I decided that this Van de Graaff generator thing is very less used in science. So I thought about it more and more. When I studied about electron acceleration online, I decided that I would find something new, and I literally sat up nights in order to make this entire model. It was a dream because I've been working on this project since class 12, and it is a dream because I've seen the amount of cost, the amount of expenditure that goes behind the LHC and other particle accelerator models that are currently present. I've gone to Bhabha Research Center and I've seen there for myself the amount of power cost that is needed for 1 run of the cyclotron. And I can ensure for myself that I can work this model to achieve the same results at less than even a third of the cost. So that's why, sir, it is a dream. I believe that if India accepts this model and uses this model in any part of the future, we can become a global leader in particle accelerator technology. And Bhabha Research Center or BARC, all of these can become world leaders in particle physics.
Acha, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
First of all, you haven't yet constructed this accelerator, have you?
Okay. So we went to JBNSTS and we asked them for a proper scientific opportunity to build this. They asked us to make a computer simulation. We made a computer simulation in Creo and we uploaded it to ANSYS and put in all the values and we checked it there. From there, I got the values that I told you, that a football field size apparatus can produce the same results in 1/3 of the cost, right? So 1/3 of the cost in size. So from there we got it. But to build this entire thing in reality, we need a lot of funds, and I'm a student right now. I cannot achieve it.
Second question is, so what are the sources that you obtain the values from, that you input into the model?
Okay, so the sources were from the basic concept of the cyclotron. From the cyclotron, we took all the values that were present, we put it into the computer, And when I made the model on Creo, I input values for the input radius as random, and then I took it into the graphing calculator, Desmos graphing calculator, and from the graph I plotted out the points. These points I input into ANSYS. So when I input into ANSYS, it generated a helical path. When I changed the radius of the inner sphere, like one by trial and error, I noticed that the helical path kept increasing and decreasing. So what I discovered from that was, it's not very surprising, but what I discovered from that was that the profile of the helix will follow the contour of the inner sphere. That's why actually the inner sphere is hemispherical.
Another question is,
Yes,
suppose you want to build it up, and would there be any scale-up effects?
Scale-up effects? Okay. There can be one scale-up effect, which I think I've negated, but can be there. Thing is that I told you that the outer shell will be non-conducting, right? But we all know that some amount of induction does happen, correct? So when the electron beam is circulating, it can be that instead of straight spirals, it can be an elliptical spiral. I did this in ANSYS. I input a plus value and it showed an elliptical spiral, but it won't really create any problem, because if we see that problem when we are scaling up this model, we can simply change the output, like the output beam, right? So instead of coming out straight like this, so can you see my camera?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, instead of coming out straight like this, the beam will come out at an angle. It will input at an angle, it will come out at an angle. So that will be the only difference. There are no scale up problems about this.
Okay. So that is all from my side. So, sir, if you have any questions again.
No, it's all right. It's all
okay.
right. Thank you.
So, okay, thank you, Krishnendu. So I will now request our third participant, Srijita De, undergraduate chemical engineering student from Heritage Institute of Technology, to start her presentation.
Sir, we are two in group, so the other participants will share the screen and speak first.
Okay.
Mahima.
Please start.
Yes, sir. Sir, is the slide visible?
Yes, it is visible.
So first of all, good afternoon, everybody. The topic that we are going to talk about today is analysis and design of experiment of a sewage treatment plant. And these are the contents. And talking about the background, the Bangur Sewage Treatment Plant, STP, constructed under the purview of the first phase of the Ganga Action Plan in 1998. It takes care of sewage from Kozhikode to Jitpur area. Earlier, Kolkata city did not have a provision for STP. The raw sewage used to flow through two canals, DWF for dry weather and SWF for stormwater, connecting Kuldi Gong in Bidadhari River of the Sundarban area. The STP incorporates 45 mld of activated sludge process. The treated sewage flows into the Bagjola Canal and ultimately it merges into the Bay of Bengal through Kultigong. This is the location. And the aim is is to perform evaluation of STP, determination of physico-chemical parameters and biological parameters, that is BOD, biological oxygen demand in influent and effluent at 27 degrees centigrade. So I'm going to talk about the activated sludge process in Bangur. So this is the flow chart. The activated sludge process, it is an aerobic biological process which includes mixing of sewage and sludge. Raw sewage is received in a collection well. The primary treatment processes like screening is done for removal of rags, paper, or any large particles from the sewage. Then it is followed by grit removal. Next, it is taken into the primary settling tank where the mixture is mechanically agitated for 5 hours in the presence of oxygen, which is supplied by means of 14 aerators. Finally, it is moved on, the sludge is passed into the final settling tank where any further impurities are removed by means of settling. The treated effluent is then passed on to the Bagjola Canal and a part of the sludge is recirculated for maintaining the operational efficiency. And the thickened sludge from thickeners is pumped into two-stage sludge digesters. This is the site map. And this is the primary settling tank image. And this is the discharge process. So now I would like to like Srijita to continue with the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mahima. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Srijita De. ANOVA model is the analysis of variance model. It is used in statistics that splits the variability found inside the data sets into two parts, systematic factors and random factors. This is the model equation we have considered here the y is at ith, jth, kth and l position. Here mu is the overall mean, which is a common parameter to all the treatments. Epsilon is the random error that includes all the sources of variability of the parameters, and tau, beta and gamma are three parameters that are sampling time, iterator system geometry and iterator speed respectively, which are unique to every treatment process. In statistical hypothesis, null hypothesis is the default position that there is no difference between the two measured phenomena. If the sample values are consistent with the null hypothesis, then are not consistent with the null hypothesis, then we'll reject this model. Otherwise, it will and we'll include that it is alternate hypothesis. Next slide. These are the series of data sets of BOD responses we have collected at different time intervals. The sampling time have three time slots. There are two iterator numbers at 6 and 10. There are two iterator speeds at 200 and 400, and these are all the BOD responses we have observed in the samples. Next. These are the results based on the representative data. We have calculated the sum of squares of the three parameters individually, their cross interactions or total, and as well as the error of the parameters, error of the responses. Next slide. This is a continuation. Next. This is the table where we have summarized our calculation. The first one is the source of variations. These are our parameters. There are sum of squares. There are degrees of freedom. The mean square is the sum of squares divided by degrees of freedom, and f0 value is the ratio of mean square of the sampling time or the individual parameters to mean square of the error. Based on the two f0 reference f0 values, we have seen that the sampling time A, iterator number and iterator speed, and the interaction of sampling time and iterator speed have significant values. Here we can say that as f0 value are greater than the reference f values, that's why it is not null hypothesis. We can say that it is alternate hypothesis. Next slide. From the presentation, it is quite evident that the analysis of the analysis of the data, the responses of the BOD balance are quite influenced by the parameters, namely sampling time, iterator speed, and iterator number, and as well as the cross interaction of iterator speed and sampling time. However, the rest of the effects has not been established here. Instead of predicting the earlier model, we can modify that one, and we can say this is our new model, and it is also overall a novel technique and all is used in almost all engineering practices. It can also be pointed out that the input for the experimental observations may not always be deterministic. So as future scope of study, artificial neural networks can be used uh, in order to get more realistic estimates. Next. These are the references, and we are grateful to the Swami sir for giving us the opportunity to participate here, and thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mahima and Srijita. I will now request Professor Majumdar if he has any questions.
Yes, the first question is that this it is Bangur sewage treatment plant where you have studied. When you have studied this, which year?
Actually, sir, it is our current year project. So because of the lockdown, we can't go there. Sir has provided the samples, but we have calculated by our own.
Is it that treatment plant is running properly?
Yeah, running properly.
There,
I
there,
think
there,
about the
there,
lockdown period.
there are
After
reports that this treatment plant is not running properly. Anyway, question is this: that you have considered the aerator. Basically, I have seen that you have considered the aerator.
Yes.
The aerator speed. Actually, aerator is supplying oxygen, okay, in the reactor. It is good. But depth of the aerator is also very important. Depth of immersion is also a factor, not the RPM. Along with RPM, depth is also very important here. The next important point is that it is a biological treatment. So you have not considered the biosolids that is getting generated. That is MLSS, MLVSS. These are important because the functioning of the treatment plant depends upon very many factors. I can run the treatment plant with the aerators. Aerator can function very well. It can impart oxygen, no doubt. But if the taker is not there, if the bacteria is not there, if I cannot grow the bacteria, so it will not function. Okay, so there are certain other parameters I think you have to consider in this model. Model is okay. I appreciate that you considered a model, but there must be some other factors need to be considered. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Acha, I want to ask you something. First of all, what was your null hypothesis?
Null hypothesis is the default position that proposes that there is no difference between the two measured phenomena.
So in this case, what was that?
In
What
this
was the
case,
hypothesis?
if null hypothesis were present, then the F0 values should come close to 1. That means the mean square of the parameters and mean square of the error should be same.
And secondly, what is the significance of the degree of freedom in this particular analysis?
Here degrees of freedom is the
Means what is the information that you can get from that degree of freedom value? Whether it gives you anything or whether it is simply a tool?
it is in the formula, that's why we calculated. No, sir.
No,
Don't know, sir.
Buddha, I can speak.
Yes, sir.
The degree of freedom is basically number of data point you are using minus the number of variable. So this basically indicates the number of data, how many data you are using for your experiment, for your analysis. Basically, that number of data. Okay.
So I think it is clear to you.
Yes.
Achha. Okay, then I don't have any other questions here. If other panelists may have some questions, they may ask. So, okay, then thanks, Mahima and Srijita, for your presentation.
Thank you,
Please switch off your screen sharing.
yes, sir.
I will now request Joyita Banerjee from Chemical Engineering Department, University of Calcutta, to start her presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Is my screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay. Uh,
So you have 10 minutes, okay?
okay. Good afternoon to all my dignitaries. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Joyita Banerjee, a research scholar, Department of Chemical Engineering. And today my topic of discussion is the bioabsorption of nickel 2 plus nickel 2 resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae in presence of some amino acids. First of all, we need to know what is nickel and what bioabsorption means and why it is need to be removed and the necessity of the bioabsorption technique. So what is nickel? The nickel is first of all, we all know that it is a heavy metal. It is basically a transition state heavy metal and naturally magnetorestrictive. So what is transition state heavy metal? The transition state means they can show they can show chemically variable valency, and they have a tendency of strong tendency of forming coordination compound, and the most of the compound are colored. And what is magnetorestrictive? The magnetorestrictive material have a tendency to change the shape or length in the magnetic field particularly. So what is then and it is the nickel mainly available in the basically in the plus 2 state. Basically nickel is a not very dangerous. It is act as a micronutrient. It is a act as a cofactor for a plant metabolic pathway, but when it is a safe limit, when it is a safe limit according to the ISI and the other standard. So but when it exceeds the normal limit, I mean the safe permissible limit, it may potent dangerous. Then it creates some pathological condition like a lung fibrosis, nickel dermatitis, which is a very well-known skin disease. But how one normal nickel compound it turned to a dangerous potential health threat. So basically, we all know that different industries discharges nickel in the water bodies, and the heavy metal then turn to the heavy metal pollutant because it exceeds the normal safe permissible limit. Then the water also turns to the wastewater. Then it discharge and it discharge to the water bodies, and then because of its non-biodegradable nature, and it does not degrade it in a smaller forms, so it may hampers the and damage to the aquatic food chain, and it may goes to the food chain, I mean entire food chain, because it having the bioaccumulating properties, so the different layer of the food chain it goes. So it may then turn to the potential health threat. So then the nickel creates some hazards, also potential health hazards, so it need to be removed. In on account of that, many conventional methods are available in nowadays, like a reverse osmosis, like a chemical precipitation, membrane filtration, and but they are to certain level they are very expensive and inefficient, because when the metal concentration in the solution, in the wastewater or in the aqueous solution, whatever, is 1 to 100 mg per liter, so it these all conventional methods are very expensive. So the nowadays the bioabsorption methods are taking advantages over other conventional methods for its effectiveness, because the bioabsorption methods first of all uses the microorganism as effective metal reducer. It is very much low cost, high efficiency it is having, and produces low and minimum biological sludge, and having the possibilities of metal recovery first of all. And so in our study, considering all those knowledge, we have used the bioabsorption technique for removal of metal with our lab-made biosorbent nickel plus 2 resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae to investigate the effect of some amino acids on bioabsorption of nickel from aqueous solution. And now I'm coming to the aim and objective part. The objective of our recent study is to optimize the following amino acids in fermentation media for better nickel removal. Those amino acids are GL phenylalanine, L-alanine, L-glutamic acid, L-threonine, L-valine, L-arginine, L-isoleucine, L-cysteine and cysteine, L-serine, L-methionine, L-proline, L-lysine, L-histidine, and N-tryptophan. So the materials and method we have taken for this experiment. First of all, we have prepared the nickel two stock solution. 100 ppm nickel stock solution was prepared by dissolving 4.8 gram of nickel sulfate heptahydrate in the stainless double distilled water, and the then stock solution was diluted to obtain the working solution. And we have maintained our biosorbent 5000 ppm nickel to resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae we have made in our lab with a specific nutrient agar and which is containing 2% glucose and other 0.2% NNO3, 0.1% KH2PO4, 1% yeast extract, and 4% agar. And the pH was maintained to 4.5 to 5 and stored. It was stored at 4 degrees centigrade temperature. And all the reagents we have used of our AR grade. And for measurement of nickel, we have used the atomic absorption spectrophotometer, which was named as Barian AA240. And the amino acid solution we have mixed to our fermentation media accordingly to our work plan. And the amino acids were added in the fermentation media in mg per liter basis after dissolving in a distilled water. And the bioabsorption experiment we have conducted, we have actually done all the experiments with 5000 ppm nickel to resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae. All the experiments are done in triplicate. And first of all, we have taken 100 ml conical flask, which was containing 30 ml fermentation media, and into that 3000 ppm nickel concentration was added per 100 ml basis using 10 ml cell suspension of Saccharomyces cerevisiae, and that was kept into 28 degrees centigrade. After experiment, nickel ion content in filtrate was measured by using AAS after filtering it with Fortman filter paper. Now the results. The percentage of bioabsorption against the concentration of different amino acids are showing in the table. We have used the 15 amino acids to screen the effect of these in our fermentation media to screen the bioabsorption percentage of nickel. After experiment, we have seen the 5 amino acids was there who gave the higher bioavailable than the rest. And those amino acids are, and at the different concentration also, those amino acids are L-cysteine, L-proline, L-lysine, L-histidine, and L-tryptophan. L-cysteine gave 88% of bioavailable at the concentration of 0.2 mg per liter. L-proline gave 88.34% of bioremoval. L-lysine gave also 88.34% of bioremoval. L-histidine gave 88.34% of bioremoval at the concentration of 0.1 mg per liter, and L-tryptophan was gave 87.67% of bioremoval at the concentration of 0.3 mg per liter. And the result obtained from all the previous experiment indicate that the amino acids on the nickel ion bioabsorption from aqueous solution with 3000 ppm initial metal concentration by nickel to resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae are as follows. Out of 15 amino acids that checked in the study, 5 amino acids gave the higher bioremoval. After successful experiments, maximum bioremoval capacity of nickel to resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae was reached up to 88.34% by 3 amino acid I have mentioned earlier. And throughout our experiment, what we have obtained on the basis of the result, that it also confirmed that this 5000 ppm nickel to resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae in the process of nickel and bioabsorption from aqueous solution was useful from the economical and ecological perspective in the presence of those five amino acids. Thank you.
Thanks, Joita. Now I will ask or request Professor Mujumdar if he has any questions.
Yes. Now we have heard from Joita Banerjee regarding the bioabsorption of nickel by various amino acids that she used in the laboratory. My question is about the limitation of the nickel initial concentration. You have studied with various types of nickel concentration, but what is the limiting nickel concentration that you consider for this type of experiment that you have carried out?
Thank you, sir, for your question. First of all, we have whatever study we have conducted in our lab, various concentration we have used, but we have optimized actually, and we found that the 3000 ppm ultimately, I mean the concentration that the based bioabsorption percentage then we have got throughout lab made biosorbent.
Now, this nickel after this bioabsorption,
Yes,
what will be the fate of that?
it can be regenerated, and the total metal recovery can be done also. This is the usefulness of the bioabsorption.
Now, you have not carried out that study.
No, sir. Due to pandemic, we have not been through.
Metal recovery you have not done.
No, sir. No, sir.
Because of the fact that look, because nickel, these contaminants could be coming from different types of industries. Electroplating, you have mentioned.
Yes, sir.
But this treatment, they are adopting different type of treatment technology in the industries. But this bioabsorption that you have shown through your experiment is attractive, no doubt. But when it will be taken to the field, you have done good experiment, good work in the laboratory. But when we have to take it in the field, ultimately when the flow of the wastewater would be very high, say 500 meter cube per day or 400 meter cube per day, huge amount of wastewater is coming out from these industries.
Yes.
Then how this could be recovered? This is my point, because that also need to be looked into.
Yes,
what
sir.
we
Yes.
say, this is known as reject management. Okay. Okay, thank
Right,
you.
sir.
I mean,
I'll do that, sir. I will do that in my lab because
I think you are pursuing PhD on this
right,
subject.
sir. Yes, sir.
So kindly look into this, because these questions may come from different corner, different supervisor, or different people who would be looking into your work. What will be the reject management? What will be the fate? Now, we remove arsenic. Now, if arsenic could be recovered, excellent. But yet we cannot recover arsenic when we are working in the field, we find. Okay. So therefore, this particular nickel that you are talking about, if it is recovered, and again it can be utilized, excellent. Okay. So kindly look into this for your future study. Thank you very much.
Sir, I will do that in my lab, and the disposal will be safe. I mean, after recovery of the
Yes.
metal, and the disposal
Yes.
will be safe.
Kindly look into this also, because.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. So you haven't yet carried out the experiments on actual wastewater. So when you will be when you will be doing these experiments on actual wastewater, do you think that there will be some changes in the results that you have obtained here? Because
Pardon, I couldn't hear anything due to network disorder.
So you haven't yet done the experiments on wastewater, actual wastewater. Okay, this is you have used simulated wastewater. So if you do it on actual wastewater, that is, if you collect wastewater from any industry from where nickel is one of the effluents.
Okay.
So do you think that your result that you have obtained in your lab scale experiment will change, because those wastewaters will also contain other pollutants in addition to nickel. So maybe they will exert some effect on the whole procedure, on the mechanism. So do you think that your result may change?
Uh, Thank you, sir, for your question. First of all, this I have the strain I have made is basically a nickel resistant. So as far as I know, sir, the nickel concentration may be elevated or maybe toward down from the wastewater of the wastewater which I have collected, and the other metal. I actually now I don't know the responsiveness of my strain to the other metal, because I have not studied that. If but I can assume that to the concern, when the concern comes to the nickel, I think the situation, I mean the bioabsorption percentage uh, will not very fluctuating, I think, because fluctuate, they obviously fluctuate. I mean in the
Because
lab scale
the
and the environmental
other
scale are different.
pollutants, yeah, the other
Yes.
pollutants may influence this bioabsorption of nickel to some degree. So
Yes.
it may or may not happen, that I am not sure, but it may or may not happen. So that is another thing that you need to check for.
Yes, I need to check, sir. I will check that. But the I don't know the responsiveness of other metal to my strain, so that I can't say anything, sir, on that. But because though I have not studied with that, but I will check, sir, and I will keep this thing on mind, sir. I'll check it.
So, okay, thank you, Joita. So
Thank you.
next, I invite Shamonita Bhattacharya from the Chemical Engineering Department, University of Calcutta, to start her presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Are my slides visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Sir, are my slides visible? Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. So I'm Samanita Bhattacharya, and from the Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Calcutta. Today, I'm going to deliver a short talk on different kinetic models and thermodynamic parameters used to study adsorption processes. As we all know, the phenomena of higher concentration of any chemical species at the surface than in the bulk of the solid is known as adsorption. So the processes of adsorption is usually inexpensive to remove heavy metals and organic pollutants from wastewater. So it is widely used to remove pollutants from wastewater, and a large number of models have been established in terms of kinetic consideration and thermodynamic consideration. The objective of my talk is to discuss various adsorption kinetic models to explain the application and significances of the parameters of those models, and to discuss various thermodynamic parameters in terms of their physical significance and application. Now, we all know kinetics is the study of rates of chemical reactions under specified experimental condition. So this is very important to study to study the mechanism of reactions. It helps to control the rates of reaction and to increase the production, and it also helps to slow down the rates of side reactions to reduce the wastage of raw materials. Now, adsorption kinetics gives the idea of rate of retention or rate of release of a solute from solution to the solid solution interface under varying experimental conditions, such as initial pH of the solution, adsorbate initial adsorbate concentration, adsorbent dose, temperature, and contact time, etc. Now, these are the table of various kinetic models. First of all, this is pseudo first order model. Here, K1 is the first order rate constant, and QE is the amount of species adsorbed at adsorbed at equilibrium. Here, this quantity, that is ln QE, is an adjustable parameter, that is QE. QE is an adjustable parameter, and often it is not equal to the calculated value. But in case of true first order reaction, these two values are the same. That is why it is called pseudo first order reaction. And this model is applicable to physisorption process, that is physical adsorption process mainly. And here we consider the adsorbent particles as homogeneous. Now, the second one is pseudo second order kinetic model. Here, two parameters are there. K2 is second order rate constant, and QE is the amount of species adsorbed at equilibrium. This model indicates that the adsorption process is chemical, that is chemisorption process, and the adsorbent particles are heterogeneous in nature. Then there is Ilovich kinetic model. Here, two parameters are alpha and beta. Alpha is initial adsorption rate and beta is desorption constant. This model also indicates chemisorption, but here the process of desorption is also included in consideration. Next one is Boyd kinetic model. Here the only one parameter is here, that is DE. DE is adsorbate's effective diffusion coefficient, and here RA is the radius of adsorbent particle. Here we consider the adsorbent particles as spherical in shape, and FT denotes fractional attainment of equilibrium at time t. This model is applicable to chemisorption process also, but it is based on diffusion through boundary liquid film. Next is Richenberg kinetic model. This model is also applicable to film diffusion, but this is applicable to chemisorption process, but it is applicable to film diffusion inside micropores of adsorbent particles. Here BT is time related constant. Next, Fick kinetic model. It is also applicable to chemical adsorption process, but it denotes film diffusion or intraparticle diffusion. Next, intraparticle diffusion model. This here two parameters are like Kp. Kp denotes intraparticle diffusion rate constant. Sorry, and C is thickness of boundary layer. This model is applicable to film diffusion, pore diffusion, and surface diffusion. Here, one or more than one process is responsible for adsorption. We can calculate from experimental data. And the last one is liquid film diffusion. Here, RL is the constant related to liquid film diffusion. And this model indicates mass transfer through liquid film. Next, thermodynamic study. Now, we know that thermodynamics is a branch of science which deals with work, heat, and temperature. And it is very important to predict the feasibility or spontaneity of a process under specified chemical conditions. These are the important thermodynamic parameters studied should be studied to study the adsorption process. First of all, Gibbs free energy, as we all know, it is a measure of net work obtained from a system at constant pressure and temperature. When delta G is the value of delta G is 0, it indicates equilibrium process, and delta G less than 0 indicates spontaneous process, and delta G greater than 0 indicates non-spontaneous process. In case of adsorption, most of the cases delta G is less than 0, that is the process of adsorption uh, mm, is spontaneous. Next is enthalpy change, that is delta H0. It is actually heat of reactions. Here positive value of delta H indicates endothermic process, and negative value of delta H0 indicates exothermic process. In most of the cases, adsorption in case of adsorption, delta H is less than 0, that is exothermic process. There is but in some exceptional cases, delta H0 may be positive. That is, in few cases, in case of very elemental reactions, delta H0 can be positive. And next one is entropy change, that is delta S. It is a measure of randomness, as we all know from thermodynamics. So positive value of delta S indicates increased randomness at solid solution interface, and negative value of delta S0 indicates the that degrees of freedom gets decreased because adsorbent molecules are held on the surface of the adsorbent and have lesser tendency to move about freely. So it indicates the lesser degrees of freedom. Now, the next one is activation energy. As we all know that it is the excess energy that must be supplied to the reactants to undergo to start a chemical reaction. So high activation energy indicates slow reaction process, and low activation energy indicates fast reaction process. And the last one is sticking probability. It is actually a measure of the capability of adsorbate to remain adsorbed indefinitely. That is, it can be infinitesimally small, or it can reach unity. And it is the infinitesimally small value of S star, that is sticking probability, indicates high adsorption process. Now I'm coming to the conclusions that adsorption can be widely used for wastewater treatment, as I have already mentioned, and kinetic studies is very important, that as it gives preliminary idea about the mechanism of adsorption, and it also helps to improve adsorption processes. And thermodynamic studies also gives an idea about the feasibility or spontaneity of adsorption process, and it also helps to determine the optimum experimental conditions. And thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, I will request Professor Majumdar if he has any questions.
No, I haven't any question that way, but she has discussed about the techniques, the principles of adsorption, but you have mentioned the adsorption process is used for treatment of wastewater, but also in water we also apply this technology for water treatment. Okay, it is not only water but also wastewater. Okay, so adsorption that way applied to so many areas. Okay, it has wide application today. It has wide application. Thank you very much.
Okay, then thank you, Shamonita. Next, I will request Sujan Kumar Chakraborty from Chemical Engineering Department University of Calcutta, to start his presentation. Is he there? I think he is not here. Mr. Sujan Kumar Chakraborty, is he here? Okay, so next I shall request Mr. Tomal Kanti Ghosh, if he is present here, to start his presentation. Oh.
Hello?
Yes.
Kamal is not there. Huh? Kamal computer kharap হয়ে গেছে।
আচ্ছা, সুজন কুমার চক্রবর্তী
সুজনের দেওয়ার কথা, দেওয়ার কথা আমি দেখছি সুজনকে। তুমি তোমারটা বাদ দাও।
আচ্ছা,
তোমালের জায়গায় ওই বিশ্বদ্বীপ বোধহয় ঢোকার কথা, এনআইটি আইআইটি
আচ্ছা
ধানবাদ থেকে।
So okay, then let us wait for Sujan. In the meantime, I request Tomosha Chatterjee to start her presentation. She is also from the Chemical Engineering Department, Calcutta University.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can you see the presentation? Sir?
It is still not come.
Okay. Sir, is the slide is able to see?
Yes, you may start now. But it is a little bit small, so.
Sir, I am sharing from my smartphone. That's why it is small.
Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am presenting my presentation on bioabsorption of safranin O dye using coconut coir, isotherm kinetics and regeneration studies. Introduction. Safranin O, a cationic dye, is widely used in textile industry for coloring its own products and other purposes like staining, detecting microorganisms, membranes, and potential for food packaging. It also shows toxicity and as well as carcinogenic when released into aquatic ecosystem. So safranin dye is very hard to be removed by bioabsorption technique. We are using some biodegradable coconut coir. We use coconut coir of 300 to 850.
Your presentation has vanished.
Oh, sorry, sir. Just give me 1 minute. Can you see, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Our object is to remove safranin dye using low-cost biological material like coconut coir.
We used coconut coir. The particle size is 300 to 850 nanometer. It has been identified as a potent biosorbent for removal of safranin dye from aqueous solution. Our materials and method, the structure of safranin dye. There is the structure of safranin dye. We use coconut coir. Firstly, we cleaned it properly using tap water and distilled water to remove the seed and dust. Then air dry it, and oven after air drying, we dry it in oven in 60-degree centigrade for 60 minutes. Then cooled rapidly in desiccator, crushed in a mixture grinder, and sieve to minus 52 to plus 20. Then these are the photos of coconut coir. We use different parameters like effect of pH effect of pH, adsorbent doses, kinetic study. We For the effect of pH, initial concentration, kinetic study, and bioabsorbent doses, we select 50 milligram per liter coconut coir. Then the result and discussion. Here is the physical properties and point of zero. BET surface area is 3.013. Adsorption pore volume is 0.021. Adsorption pore radius 2.08, and the point zero charge is 7.3. The FTIR analysis shows that OH stretching variation is in SODI UCC. UCC means the untreated coconut coir, that is 3143. In pristine UCC, that is 3165. And the C double bond C stretching variation is 1614 in pristine UCC and 1610 in safranin ODI CC. The CO stretching is 1101 is in pristine UCC and 1124 in safranin dye coconut coir. Here is the same we use for the left one is the untreated coconut coir without any dye, and the right one is the treated coconut coir. We can see that the pore is filled with dye. Then the effect of pH, we use the pH 2 to we use various pH, that is 2 from 2 to 12, and the safranin concentration was 50 milligram per liter. Adsorbent dose was 0.5 gram per liter. Contact time was 180 minutes and temperature was 30 degrees centigrade. We can see that the optimum pH is 4. Then the optimum dose, the optimum dose was of the biosorbent is 5 gram per liter. The optimum contact time, we use we vary the time from 60 minutes, 5 minutes to 180 minutes, and the optimum contact time we got 105 minutes. Then the effect of SODI concentration on sporing using UCC adsorbent at 303 to 320 K, 323 Kelvin. The percentage of removal of dye is increased with the elevated temperature. Removal of percentage is decreased with the increasing concentration of dye. Then the adsorption isotherm study, we studied Langmuir model, Friendly's model, Temkin model, Harkin-Zura model, and Dubinin-Radukevich model.
there is the features of these models. Then there is all the values. I concluded the values. The conclusion, here is the conclusion. Mm, the bioabsorption process follows both the Langmuir and Temkin isotherm. Uh, there is kinetic study. We follow all the models: pseudo first order model, pseudo second order model, Elovich model, fractional power model, Natarajan and Khalaf model, intraparticular diffusion model. And there is the values of different kinetic models. Mm, we can see in this graph that the pseudo second order model is fitted for the experiment. There is a rate limiting step determination. UCC at 303 Kelvin is 1.2, UCC at 313 Kelvin is 2.3, and UCC at 323 Kelvin is 1.2. And now the thermodynamic study is delta G is minus 10.6467, and delta H is minus 15.5277, and delta S is minus 0.16. And this is the FTIR. From all of this, we can conclude that the bioabsorption process is optimum at pH 4 for coconut coir. Equilibrium condition is maintained after 90 minutes, 105 minutes, and 120 minutes respectively at 303 Kelvin, 313 Kelvin, and 323 Kelvin temperature. Biosolvent dose is optimum at 5 gram per liter. Optimum SODI condition is sorry sir, optimum SODI condition is 75 milligram per liter at 303 to 323 Kelvin temperature. Equilibrium isotherm indicates that the bioabsorption process follows both Langmuir and Temkin isotherm models. Dye removal is initially rapid, and it follows the pseudo second order rate kinetics. And the adsorption capacity is 80.32 milligram and 77.10 milligram and 74.04 milligram. The rate limiting step also determine the importance of both diffusion and interparticle diffusion in bioabsorption process. The value of del G, del H, and del S suggests that the bioabsorption process is variable, spontaneous, and exothermic, and decreases in disorder at higher temperature. Regeneration of saffronin dye is performed from dye-loaded biomass using their potent desorbent such as glacial acetic acid. Among these, 75% glacial acetic acid. Now, we use three desorbents that are
Your
glacial
time
acetic.
is up. Okay, so please conclude.
Okay, sir. We use three desorbents that are glacial acetic acid, methanol, and ethanol. Among the 75%, glacial acetic acid becomes the most potent agent for remove saffronin dye, and different interaction such as electrostatic interaction, pi-pi interaction, van der Waals force, and hydrogen bond and force structure on the biosorbent structure are crucial for
Negative effect.
Crucial crucial on the bioabsorbent surface are crucial for dye removal. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Kamosha, for your presentation. So I request Professor Majumdar if he has any questions.
Yes. Now, the research experiment mentioned by Tomosha Chatterjee is no doubt encouraging because she is using coconut coir. But the issue is this, that I found that the contact time could be as high as 105 minutes, 120 minutes or so. 2 hours, almost 2 hours is the contact time. Also, I found the dose of the adsorbent 5 gram per liter, that is 5,000 milligram per liter. It is true that it is following the adsorption isotherm, Langmore and other one, but its applicability. My point is this: ultimately, its applicability. Okay, you understand? The next important point is that if you take the real dye effluent from industry, there could be interferences. So these are my observation. I'm not asking that way particular point, particular question, but this is my this is my observation with respect to the saffronin dye removal process that she has mentioned. If you want to react to my comment, you can do. Okay. Tamosha.
Yes, yes, sir.
Do you want to add anything to what sir has told you?
Do you think that a quantity 5,000 gram, 5,000 milligram per liter, this is to be applied? Now, actually, this has been done with respect to some batch study. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Column study, if you do continuous mode, it is not
Sir,
continuous.
in future, I will do column study.
In continuous mode, you understand? Continuous mode, the contact time is very important here. Okay.
Okay, sir. Still now,
Then
I
if
am not doing column study, but in future, I will definitely do the column study.
okay, anyway, this is definitely encouraging, no doubt, from your study, I find. But this treatment system normally we apply as a tertiary treatment system in the industry. May not be primary treatment. Okay. Now, if we apply this in the tertiary treatment, maybe it is economically viable or acceptable by the user group. So kindly look into this particular issue with respect to its applicability in the field. It is a PhD study. I think you are doing PhD, isn't it? So its applicability. We also, because we always think about from lab to the field. Now, in this particular context, you have to look into this. Okay, in future. It is not that I'm asking this right at this particular moment. It is my suggestion. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Achha, I have a question. You have carried out the FTIR analysis, okay, of the untreated coconut coir and the coconut coir after treatment. So what can you conclude from your FTIR data that you have obtained?
1 minute, sir. So just give me 1 minute.
Next, Mr. Bashobroto, you will get your chance, please.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Sir, can you see the?
Yes, I can see.
Sir, where is the table? where we can see the weight stretching in FTIR. The pristine UCC is 3165, whereas the saffronin odi loaded UCC is 3143. And the C double bond C stretching.
That is that table I can see, but what is the conclusion that you can draw from this data? Have you interpreted this data?
Sorry, I can't.
Okay. Secondly, another thing is, what is your future plan, or what is your next course of action in your project?
Sir, we use some another absorbent like Lathyrus sativus has and some other dye. And in future we also use a column study for this project.
Okay, thank you. So you can please switch off your sharing. I
Thank
now
you, sir.
invite Mr. Bashabroto De from the Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Calcutta, to start his presentation.
Is my screen shareable?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Good evening, teachers. Today, my topic is on the bioabsorption of copper 2 by Saccharomyces cerevisiae A100. Saccharomyces cerevisiae A100 using complex nutrient media. Means Saccharomyces cerevisiae A100 that we are using, particularly it's a copper resistant strain of Saccharomyces that we have developed in the lab. So we are going to use the particular Saccharomyces cerevisiae resistant strain in removal of copper. So when we go into the details study of this particular, we see that the particular microorganisms require nutrients as a source of energy, as supply of their constituents for their growth, particularly the carbon source as well as the nitrogen source. Both the carbon source and nitrogen source are very important, are very most important nutrients for their growth, as well as the energy for the microorganisms for their growth. And we all know that particularly the chemical nutrients are not very much cost effective. The chemical nutrients that we mainly use, particularly the dextrose or sucrose that we are particularly buying, they are not very much cost effective in a large scale. So various types of natural products like the corn strip liquor, natural byproducts that are not used, that are particularly agricultural byproducts like corn strip liquor, rice bran extract, paddy soak liquor, wheat bran extract, beef extract, and malt extracts could be used for the growth as well as the metabolite productions of different microorganisms. So as they also have the particularly carbon and nitrogen source, the complex nutrients can be used in has a greater amount of essential amino acids, essential vitamins, essential minerals, as well as it has metabolic inhibitors also, both the stimulators as well as inhibitors in them. So in this particular study we are going to carry out that, particularly we are going to carry out the bioabsorption of copper by the copper resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae that we have developed, and to see the effect of the complex nutrient on the growth as well as the bioabsorption of copper. So when we go into details of this particular experiment, we see the materials required in this experiment, particularly the copper resistance Saccharomyces cerevisiae that we are going to use throughout the study, and the experiments is particularly carried out in 6 sets, and particularly they are fixed, they are optimized. The conditions are optimized in our previous studies. It has been found that at pH 4.5, temperature at 28 degrees centigrade, shaker speed at 200 rpm, volume of the media at about 25 ml, and the age of the inoculum, it takes about 3 days to fully mature, and the incubation period is of 3 days. So, and the analysis is mainly done by atomic absorption spectrophotometer variant AA 240 copper analysis, and it is done at wavelength of 324.8 nm and at a slit width of 0.4 nm. So when we go into the details about the compositions of the synthetic media, we see that the glucose considered the synthetic media that we use normally in the growth of the copper resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae. We see the glucose percentage weight by volume is about 3%, NaNO3 is about 0.2%, KH2PO4 about 0.15%, KCl 0.05%, MgSO4 .7H2 about 0.05 microgram per ml. MnSO4, these are the micronutrients which are being provided in the synthetic media, about 0.02 microgram per ml, as well as the ferric sulfate heptahydrate, which is about 0.02 microgram per ml. So this is the synthetic media that we are going to concentrate in our studies. So the preparation of the complex media, the complex nutrients that we are going to prepare in today's in our experiments, that particularly the preparation of rice bran and wheat bran extract of particularly 40 grams of each of the materials are taken into 250 ml of warm distilled water separately, and the suspension was kept at about 28 degrees centigrade for 48 hours, and the extraction was filtered separately through cotton and evaporated to dryness until to vacuum to recover the solid content. So solid content which we obtain is particularly gram percentage, in the form of gram percentage. And the separation of corn strip liquor, which is particularly done, preparation of corn strip liquor, 150 gram of the corn was taken into 300 ml distilled water, kept it for 24 hours at 28 degrees centigrade, and the extract was filtered through cotton and evaporated to dryness under the vacuum to recover the solid content, which we obtained in gram percentage. So in the next form, in the paddy soak, similarly 100 gram of paddy soak was taken, about 250 ml of distilled water, and kept for 28 degrees centigrade for 24 hours, and the extract was filtered through cotton and evaporated to dryness under the vacuum to recover the solid content. And various types of other complex nutrients that are particularly taken in sterile are first sterilized, for particularly the yeast extract, the beef extract, the milk extracts are also used in our study to particularly to change the to replace the synthetic medium, because they are very much costly. So when we go into details of our study about the results, we see the we see a positive effect of the yeast extract on the growth of bioabsorption of copper. We see at about 10 gram percentage, the maximum bioabsorption, particularly at about 7.68 something, say 77.68% bioabsorption is achievable. And in the next slide, when we go into the details about the effects on the malt extract, we see a negative effect of malt extract on the bioabsorption of copper. So it can, in the presence of the malt extract, when we increase the concentration, we see a relatively decrease in the bioabsorption capacity of the copper resistant Saccharomyces cerevisiae. And next, also the negative effect of soybean extract is observed on the bioabsorption of copper. Is also seen that when we increase the concentration, when we increase the soybean extract concentration, the bioabsorption of copper too gets decreased. So in the next part, there is a positive effect. There are positive effects of the paddy soak liquor on the bioabsorption of copper at a particular percentage of about 7.5 gram percentage. The bioabsorption is achieved at about 6 point is between 6.76.5 to 7. And when we particularly see a negative effect on the wheat bran extract, as when we increase the concentration, the percentage removal, the bioabsorption capacity of the Saccharomyces cerevisiae decreases.
Your time is up. Please conclude fast.
Yes. I'm concluding first. We also see the negative effects on the rice bran as well as the corn strip liquor. The bioabsorption decreases when we increase the concentration. And the final one is the positive effect on the beef extract. When we are using the beef extract as a complex nutrient, we see an increase in concentration at about 75.5% of bioabsorption when we increase the concentration. So finally, what we conclude is that, but in this present study, we found that even though the synthetic medium was proved to be potentially more effective, synthetic medium is particularly potentially is more effective in copper to bioabsorption, because 78% bioabsorption is achieved by the help of synthetic medium. But while we are using the complex medium, considerably less amount of bioabsorption is achieved, but according to the cost effectiveness, it is higher. So the complex nutrient compositions, particularly when we are using the yeast extract at about 10 gram percentage, paddy soak liquor at about 7.5 gram percentage, as well as in beef extract about 20 gram percentage, can be strongly recommended for the satisfactory growth and copper to bioabsorption by Saccharomyces cerevisiae strain. So thank you. These are the references that I have taken, the help as well as while continuing my experiment. And finally, thank you. If there are any questions or any doubts, please.
Thank you. I will now request Professor Majumdar to ask any questions that you may have.
Yes, your study revealed very interesting results with respect to bioabsorption for the removal of copper 2. While you have a positive impact,
yes,
that is almost 70, 78, 80% removal. I mean, absorption you have noticed, you have found with respect to yeast extract, paddy, soak liquor, and beef extract.
Yes.
On the other hand, with respect to malt, wheat bran, rice bran, soybean, etc., you haven't found that. It was negative.
Yes, sir.
First question is, what is the reason? Answer the. What is your reaction? Why it is so? Why the difference? Why the difference you have noticed?
Okay, sir. So thank you, sir, for your most valuable questions. So first, I'm going to answer this particularly while we are going to see this particular study, that in the complex nutrients, the content of the carbon source and most importantly the carbon source and nitrogen source are the most important vital nutrients that are available by the particular microorganisms for their growth. So along with the carbon and the nitrogen source, there are various types of metabolic inhibitors as well as various types of other components which are present in the complex nutrients, which has a negative effect on the bioabsorption, not the growth. It particularly the growth is exhibited, particularly the microorganisms are growing, but the bioabsorption capacity of copper decreases in some of the in some of this particular in some of these particular the complex nutrients. So I think some of the particularly the metabolic inhibitors, the amount of metabolic inhibitors which may be present in this particular complex nutrients may decrease the bioabsorption capacity of copper. So this is my point of view. I have not studied the effects of metabolic inhibitors. I will study the metabolic inhibitors. What are the metabolic inhibitors which are present in this particular complex nutrients? So accordingly, I will particularly clarify or going to make a.
So if you can identify the inhibitors,
Yes, sir.
then you can act accordingly to counter
Yes, sir.
that. That you can
Yes,
do
sir.
that. That
Yes,
would
sir.
be within your study.
Yes, sir.
But with respect to yeast, paddy, and beef, you have recommended a mixture of that, isn't it?
Yes,
You have,
sir.
you have
Yes, sir.
recommended a mixture.
Yes,
Then the
sir.
question comes here with respect to the ratio of mixing. Okay. So
Yes,
therefore,
sir.
I think you will be trying with different ratio of mixing with respect to yeast, paddy, and beef. But anyway, kindly look into this about the mixture that you are recommending, because
yes,
the issue is that whether the bioabsorption could be more than 78 or 80% with
yes,
the mixture.
yes, yes, sir.
This is very important to be
Yes, sir.
considered, because if you can achieve more than 95% or even
Yes,
so, that will be better.
yes,
Okay, thank you
yes,
very
sir.
much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for wonderful questions, sir.
I have one question, that is in the graphs that you have shown for yeast extract as well as beef extract, we can see that there is an optimum of the concentration, after which if you increase the concentration of the nutrient, then the bioadsorption either remains same or decreases slightly. So why is this the case? Why is there an optimum value?
Particularly, I think due to when we are particularly increasing the concentration, particularly the bacteria or the microorganisms has their capacity that after getting a particular, they also secrete secondary metabolites. When we are increasing the concentration of the particular the complex nutrients, when we increase the concentration, the growth increases, but at a certain level, the microorganisms, or particularly the bacteria as well as yeast, has the ability to produce the secondary metabolites. The secondary metabolites are mainly responsible for decreasing the growth as well as the bioabsorption capacity. So I think this is the main reason behind that particular the bioabsorption decreases after certain limit.
Okay, so thank you.
Okay.
So let us invite the next participant, Mr. Kaushik Ghosh, for presenting his topic. He is also from the Chemical Engineering Department, University of Calcutta.
Oh. Okay. So, okay.
Bashar, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I am switching off. Please. How to switch off? Oh, 1 second. Stop sharing. Yes, I switched off.
Kaushik, please start. Kaushik, please unmute your microphone. You are muted.
Let him join after. Let the next speaker will speak now. Hello.
Okay, Kaushik, if you have, if you are having any problems, then please wait. We are
You leave
inviting.
it and then join. Kaushik, you leave it and then join and try to stabilize your things. Next speaker.
I am inviting Mr. Abir Jana from the Department of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Jadavpur University, to start his presentation.
Okay. Myself, Abir Jana. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible.
My presentation is also visible.
Yes, yes. Please start.
So, good evening, everybody. I am Abir Jana. Today my topic is electromagnetics field modeling, simulation, and validation of high voltage overhead transmission line and coaxial cable by using graphene. These are the topics. First topic is introduction, then simulation and fabrication for both high voltage transmission line as well as coaxial cable simulation, then the fabrication, then the resultant discussion, conclusion and references. So firstly, I am coming to introduction. Power lines transmit high voltage AC signals from one place to another. This procedure, this produces a considerable amount of radiated emissions in terms of electric and magnetic field. There are two types of electromagnetic radiation, namely ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation occurs at high frequencies. The electromagnetic wave transport so much energy per quantum that they have the capacity to shatter bonds between molecules. Ionizing radiation is emitted from electronic devices such as laptop, microwaves, cell phones, etc., which is reduced by shielding concerned electronic gadgets. On the other hand, non-ionizing radiation occurs at lower frequencies, generally from power line radiation, which is left unshielded in practice. This is my today's topic actually. Okay. Due to increase in population of world, cities and towns are growing and people are compelled to construct houses near high voltage overhead power lines. The upswing of power demand has enlarged the need for transmitting massive amount of power over long distances. Harmful effects of electromagnetic radiation from high voltage transmission lines have been noticed on life and health of human as well as flora and fauna. These adverse effects have arguably increased in the last few decades with increasing necessity of high voltage overhead lines. Now coming to the simulation approach, here is two types of simulation approach I have used. One is high voltage transmission line simulation and another one is coaxial cable simulation. So in high voltage transmission line simulation, here I am using 11 kV line and total sectional area of this line is 61.7 millimeter square. Core of the transmission line is made up of steel, radius is 3.35 millimeter and aluminium 5.551 millimeter, and the steel and aluminium is twisted around. This is the construction of unshielded transmission line. This is the basic unshielded transmission line. Then the aluminium surface is covered with graphene of radius 0.01 millimeter, leaving behind a small Teflon gap between aluminium and graphene. Low frequency excitation is applied to the above setup and attenuation of electromagnetic field is checked outside both aluminium layer and graphene layer. So this from this aluminium layer and from this graphene layer. Coaxial, why I am using coaxial cable simulation also? Because practical fabrication and measurements using the above mentioned setup, that 11 kV setup is very dangerous. Hence, instead of using high voltage transmission line, a coaxial cable is modeled using HFSS simulation tool to compare solution measurement result, to compare simulation and measurement result. Here are low frequency, same as high voltage transmission line is applied in high frequency, low frequency, high voltage is applied. Coaxial cable consists of 0.01 millimeter of graphene layer in simulation. Then the magnitude of the field are checked before graphene layer and after graphene layer. Okay. These are the parameters which I have used by adding the material graphene in HFSS software, and these parameters I have got from various research paper resources like this. Okay, so this is the simulation result of 11 kV overhead transmission line. The top figure, it is observed that the top figure is when it is not shielded and the bottom figure when it is shielded by graphene. So when it is not shielded, it is observed that from the top figure, we can clearly see that the magnetic field is 9.25 into 10 to the power 1 ampere per meter is radiated from the air oblique Teflon layer. In the bottom figure, this figure, it is shielded by graphene, and now it is observed that magnetic field radiated 7.59 into 10 to the power 0 ampere per meter. I have written 10 to the power 1 and 10 to the power 0 due to the proper understanding the attenuation. So electromagnetic emission from the model of 11 kV overhead transmission line is much greater than one obtained after covering it with graphene layer. This is clearly seen. This emission is attenuated by 10 times. See, this is 10 to the power 1 and this is 10 to the power 0. So this is attenuated clearly by 10 times. Now in case of coaxial cable, first we have to remember the coaxial cable construction. So in coaxial cable, the proper inside one is copper, then Teflon, then aluminium, then graphene. So we have to check after using aluminium what is the emission and what is the emission from graphene 2. So see, this is the top figure, this is the first figure, this is the second figure, and this is the third figure. So from the first figure, we have got 6.77 into 10 to the power 1 ampere per meter magnetic field is radiated. In the second figure, 1.53 into 10 to the power 0 ampere per meter magnetic field is radiated. And in the third figure, 3.43 into 10 to the power minus 1 ampere per meter magnetic field is radiated. So radiation from both 11 kV transmission line and coaxial cable are attenuated by 10 times in low frequency by using graphene as a shielding material. So these data we have collected from simulation. Now coming to the fabrication procedure. So what is the fabrication procedure? As I said before, that high voltage transmission line 11 kV line fabrication is very dangerous. That is why coaxial cable at low frequency is taken as sample model to avoid fabrication difficulty and measurement hazard of using an actual high voltage power line. The plastic jacket of coaxial wire is removed. Then the copper tape is attached with metallic shield to make good quality ground of the coaxial cable. This is the basic combined model of coaxial cable. This is the basic model for experiment we have made. Then the sample is connected to source and low frequency is applied. A non-resonant probe is connected to the spectrum analyzer to measure the electromagnetic radiation. Then two different shielding materials were explored in this experiment. First one is graphene, as well as we have used cheap material which is charcoal. So in case of fabrication of graphene, there are ultra high, thin, lightweight and highly conductive graphene layer which shows high performance in shielding application is done by CVD process. By CVD process, graphene is fabricated. Chemical vapor deposition process. The layer is deposited over copper tape, which is rolled on the surface of aluminium layer of coaxial cable. Resultant sample is connected to RF source and low frequency is applied. EM radiation is measured using the field probe. The same experiment is carried out by covering copper tape with charcoal tube. So this is the fabrication procedure. Now this is the fabrication result. This is the entire table of fabrication result. So graphene, due to its low weight and high conductivity, is the best material for electromagnetic shielding, as shown is this table. In fabrication, the applied input power is 12 dBm. So here two type of table are there. One is air gap exists and one is air gap does not exist. Air gap means Teflon is exist, and another one is Teflon is not exist. So in case of 200, when we are applied 200 megahertz frequency, basic shielding minus 88 dBm. In case of charcoal, if you are using charcoal, then 95 minus 95. If we are using graphene, then it is minus 97. So attenuation is clearly visible. In case of 500 megahertz, 82, from 82 it attenuated to minus 85, and from minus 85 it is attenuated to minus 86. Okay, so we from this data we can clearly see that when we are increasing the frequency, the attenuation level puts down. But another experiment where when we are not using Teflon layer in between two conductive layer, in case of low frequency, the basics, when in case of low frequency 200 megahertz, when we are applied 200 megahertz frequency, in case of basic shielding minus 88 dBm, we have got the value. From minus 88 dBm, in case of charcoal shielding, it is minus 92. Where air gap exists, it will be minus 95. And if we are using graphene, it will also give the same data, minus 92. But if we are using 97, air gap exists, then 97. So what is air gap? Why we are
Your 10
using air
minutes
gap?
are up. Please conclude first.
Okay, so why we are using air gap, why we are not using air gap? That is the trap charge, trap field. This is the concept. This is a very basic concept. When there is no air gap in between aluminum and graphene, attenuation is not so significant, but it is significant when gap is present. This was due to the trap field. So we are, everybody we know about trap field. So due to the low time, I skip this slide. Then this is the same image of the morphology of graphene nanomaterial. Conclusion, shielding. So thus we can conclude that the graphene, we are using graphene as a good shielding material, as well as charcoal is the not good, but it is also a shielding material. But the advantages of charcoal over graphene are cost effective, easy to fabrication, and high availability, where the graphene is very costly material. That is why we can conclude that graphene or charcoal and Teflon composite has an admirable shielding property and can be used in shielding high kV transmission line for low frequency. Thank you.
So thanks, Abir, for your presentation. I now request Professor Majumdar to ask any questions that he may have.
What I find from the study is that graphene layer giving you a very good, better result
Yes,
with Teflon, with this existing Teflon. Okay.
Existing Teflon, yes, sir.
But also the charcoal that we have presented data.
Yes, sir.
Marginally maybe little effective, marginally less effective, not little.
Less effective.
Marginally it is less effective, but you have mentioned economically it is more viable. My question is about the durability with respect to graphene and your charcoal. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is it not graphene would be more, I mean, its life would be more, or durability more compared to charcoal, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have mentioned very valuable points, and obviously charcoal, graphene is more durable than charcoal.
So if you look into the cost analysis, actually if you are bringing this into the field, cost benefit is very important. Cost benefit study. In that case, durability of graphene, since it has an age over charcoal, I think it will be useful, no doubt. Okay.
Yes.
So this is your study you conducted in a model or in the field? Is it?
I have conducted in the fabrication field, but not 11 kV high voltage transmission line. I have modeled. I do not model 11 kV high voltage transmission line.
It is simulated.
Only simulated. I have modeled only coaxial cable.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Abhi. You can switch off your screen sharing now.
Okay.
Let us see if Kaushik is here. So I request Mr. Bishwadip Pal from IIT ISN Dhanbad to start his presentation now.
Hello, sir.
You can please start your presentation now.
Hello, sir.
Yes, you are audible. Please start your
Okay,
presentation.
Sir. Okay, sir.
Vishwadeep, are you starting your presentation?
Sir, actually, I'm starting. I just don't find my yeah, document. That's why. Otherwise,
Hello. Hello, Kaushik. Hello.
Kaushik, are you here?
Yes. Actually, I suffering some technical problem. Now I able to.
Okay, so let us start with Kaushik then. Vishwadeep, you please wait. Sort out your issues. In the meantime, we shall proceed with Kaushik here. So Kaushik, if you are able, please start your presentation now.
Okay. Hello. Is it able to see?
Yes, please start.
Okay. My name is Kaushik Ghosh. I am from Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Calcutta. Today my topic is elimination of crystal violet from synthetic medium by adsorption using sulfuric acid modified eucalyptus leaves. My contents: introduction, materials and methods, experimental methods, result and discussion, conclusion, and references. Now, introduction. In industrial process, approximately 10 to 15% dyes are wasted in effluents during dyeing processes. They affected the photosynthetic activities of aquatic lives. Because of dyeing effluents, we deplete the dissolved oxygen content in water and inhibit sunlight from reaching the water sources. Crystal violet is responsible for causing the moderate eye irritation, causing painful sensitization to light. It is highly toxic to mammalian cells, and if absorbed in harmful amounts through the skin, it can cause skin irritation and digestive tract irritation. In extreme cases, it may also lead to respiratory and kidney failures. Different removal technique used for CB removal from the wastewater are coagulation, flocculation, ion exchange, electrochemical, membrane separation. But these methods have different types of drawbacks. But in adsorption is a effective, cheap, and a novel approach from other techniques. So our present investigation addresses the application of sulfuric acid treated of eucalyptus leaves as an adsorbent for the removal of crystal violet. Now the materials and methods. The preparation of eucalyptus leaves using sulfuric acid. Eucalyptus leaves are collected from our nearest Domdom area, Kolkata, and after the collection, washed with distilled water to remove dirt and mud and then sun-dried. And desired weight of eucalyptus leaves -30 to +36 BSI mixed with 98% H2SO4 and 98% H2SO4. The weight ratio of UL and H2SO4 5:1 and with double distilled water. Then it was kept at 70 degrees centigrade for 3 hours in the hot air oven. And then the treated eucalyptus leaves was cleansed with 0.1 molar NaOH solution and hot distilled water, and until the pH of the treated eucalyptus leaves reached 6.5 to 7. Then H2SO4 treated eucalyptus leaves, which called ACUL, dried at 70 degrees centigrade in a hot air oven for 8 hours, and then the sample was kept in a airtight container. And now the experimental methods. Taking 100 ml crystal violet solution of known strength in 250 ml conical flask, and then the solution pH was adjusted with 0.1 normal HCl or 0.1 normal NaOH. Then the 250 ml conical flasks were placed in a incubator shaker at a constant speed of 150 to 160 rpm at 25 degrees centigrade. Then after the experiment, I will measure the adsorption capacity and percentage of removal. The adsorption capacity measured by the following formula: C0 minus Ct into V by N, where C0 is the initial concentration, Ct the concentration at time t, V is the volume of solution, N is the mass of adsorbent, and percentage removal is calculate by using following formula: C0 minus Ct by C0 into 100. These are total method using a flow chart. First collect the raw eucalyptus leaves, and then after grinding and sieving, then treated with sulfuric acid, and then it put in the crystal violet solution, and this is the incubator shaker, and after incubator shaker use filtration method, and after filtration, and then the after experiment, the adsorbent color is turns into violet, and after after using measuring OD using UV spectrophotometry. This is the same picture, scanning electron microscope picture, before adsorption and after adsorption. Before adsorption, we see the different so many pore size are, and after adsorption, the pore size is not busy. And this is the FTR before adsorption and after adsorption, the OH stretching, CH stretching, C double bond O stretching, CN stretching, and this stretching concluded that the hydrogen bonding, N-pi bonding, pi bonding, and that's, and this is a pH and percentage are the effect of pH. It has been seen in this figure, the increase the pH, the percentage removal also increase, because the low pH, the H plus ion or H3O plus ion are competing with Cv ions, because Cv is also cationic dye, and at higher pH, this can be also explained by hydrogen bonding and electrostatic interaction between adsorbent surface and Cv molecules. Therefore, the optimal pH value of 7 elected as a ACUL adsorbents to carry out the other experiments, the other effect. The next effect is time, the contact time. This also studied at initial concentration, Cv concentration is 100 ppm, temperature is 298 Kelvin, adsorbent dosage is 1 gram per liter, and pH 7. The first 180 minute up to 180 minute, the percentage removal is increasing, and after 180 minute, the percentage removal is constant. The fast adsorption rate is due to the large amount of surface area available for adsorption. The next is adsorbent dose, the effect of adsorbent dose. The percentage of removal increases rapidly from 1 gram liter inverse to 2 gram liter inverse. It is due to increase the adsorbent surface area, and further increased doses, the percentage removal is almost constant because of aggregation of adsorbed particles. This is the initial concentration. The low concentration, the percentage removal is low, and also the higher concentration, the percentage removal is low. But at 100 ppm, the percentage removal is highest. So we selected the 100 ppm is the optimum concentration for SUL adsorbent. And now the kinetic study. We study the pseudo first order and pseudo second order model. The pseudo first order, a pseudo second order model is best fitted than pseudo first order model. The value of R square of pseudo first order model is 0.945, and ANOVA value, p value is less than 0.5, and the pseudo second order model R square is 0.998. So we concluded that the pseudo second order model is best fitted model. And this is the Fenwick and isotherm studies. There is a Fenwick and Langmuir isotherm. We see in this picture the Langmuir isotherm model is best fitted model than Fenwick isotherm model, and also the RL value lying between 0 and 1, so which indicates the strong affinity for adsorption. With are different temperature, the value of different constants of Fenwick isotherms and Langmuir isotherm. The R square value suggests that the Langmuir isotherm is best fitted model. Also the RL value less than 1 and greater than 0, so which indicates the strong affinity of adsorption, and p value less than 0.05, and the statistical analysis also. And this is the thermodynamics model.
So your 10
We
minutes are up. Please
calculate the
conclude.
del G degree, the different concentration, to different concentration, the del H degree value is positive and del G degree value is negative, which suggests the process is physical and endothermic. And the incinerated process is turned into ash at 800 degrees centigrade. It is the safe disposal process, and then 5 mg of the ash sample was mixed with 25 ml deionized water and continuous gentle stirring for 24 hours. Filtered was then analyzed for CV ions. There is no trace of CV ions. And then next, the conclusion. We concluded that the CV was 97% removal at that conditions, and the Langmuir, the maximum capacity is 151.08 mg G inverse. So, and Langmuir isotherm more appropriate isotherm than Fenwick, which indicating the monolayer adsorption. Pseudo second order model fitted better than the pseudo first order model, and thermodynamic parameter also reveal the spontaneity, randomness, and endothermic nature of the adsorption process, and standard enthalpy change also suggested the physisorption process, and also statistical analysis, the p value was lower than the alpha value 0.05. Okay, thank you. These are my references, and thank you.
Thank you, Kaushik. So I will now request Professor Mujumdar to please, if you have any questions.
Now, Kaushik has
Yes,
creditably presented his findings, and his finding reveals that it is following the both Freundlich and Langmuir isotherm. My question is with respect to selection of eucalyptus. Is it you have earlier some base information, literature review, or past studies. Uh, why not other types of leaves were tried parallelly? That is my question.
Actually, I am parallelly tried the bamboo leaves, but actually I survey literature. Different leaves have different cellulose percentage, uh, different hemicellulose percentage. Actually, we use this process is acid treatment. Acid treatment means hydrolysis. Hydrolysis actually the cellulose and hemicellulose converted in polysaccharide, which is water soluble. So actually I concentrate in which leaves the cellulose and hemicellulose percentage is high, and so we actually I parallelly research with bamboo leaves, and then
Do
if
you
I
think
get time.
water hyacinth leaf will give some result?
Uh, Actually, water hyacinth is already done.
Leaves. Water
So
hyacinth is okay with respect to when it is in the
okay.
aquatic phase, it has absorption capacity. Okay, but you are utilizing the leaves, processing it, treating it, isn't it?
Is it? Okay, sir.
Okay, I'm not interfering with respect to your study, but only thing is this: since you have a PhD, now you are carrying out PhD work. So, question could be
Yeah.
about, yes, particularly you have selected. No doubt the selection is appropriate. I appreciate the use of eucalyptus here. It's okay, giving very good result, no doubt. But whether any other type of leaves, maybe. Maybe a little suitable compared to. This is my
Okay.
suggestion. Thank you very much, Kaushik. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Kaushik, why have you treated the leaves with sulfuric acid?
Actually, I treated with not only sulfuric acid. I use also phosphoric acid.
Why are you
Actually,
treating them with acids?
because this process is hydrolysis. Actually, when you use acid, the cellulose and hemicellulose converted into polysaccharides, and polysaccharides which is water soluble. And when after acid treatment, when I use distilled water, then soluble material are discard. So the increase the pore size. Actually, here I'm sorry, extremely sorry. Here I don't include the BET surface area. And before acid treatment, the surface area, and after acid treatment, the surface area also increased. So I use acid treatment. And also phosphoric acid treatment is better than sulfuric acid treatment. I also do this work.
Thank you, Kaushik. So you can now stop your screen sharing.
Okay, thank you.
We have Vishwadeep. Have you been able to sort out your problems?
Sir, here only PDF file and PPTX file is not showing. That's why I have.
No, I think if you cannot show your presentation, you can talk for 5 minutes. Okay, no problem. We can hear.
Okay, sir.
Buday, how many presentation?
This is
left?
the last one.
Okay. I think let us give him a chance to talk. Okay, if he is
Actually,
not
sir,
working,
the Zoom mobile is only for PDF version, not PPTX version. I don't.
Okay, no problem. You can talk.
Yeah. You can please give an overview of what you are going to present.
Quickly for 5
Okay,
minutes.
sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. Actually, good afternoon, sir. My topic is the effect of oleic acid polymer as a pore point depressant for Indian oxide crude oil. Actually, the pore point depressant is mainly used for the decrease the reduction of the pore point. And in the cold region, the crude oil is, I mean, very much, I mean, stuck the pipeline so that the flowability of the stuff, and that's why it's increasing the production cost, and operation will also stop. That's why we are developing some kind of pore point depression which can reducing the pore point of the crude oil, and then the crude oil can be smoothly run through the pipeline. Before we going to that, we know that the crude oil is a very complex mixture. It's consists of carbon and hydrogen. That's why, and some kind of small matters like hydrogen or sulfur. These are the present, and because of there are different wax removal strategy also. I mean, present in the current scenario that already upstream industries like ONGC, like card, like Slumberger, they are different upstream industries which are, I mean, take different kind of strategies, like mechanical removal, heat application method, then chemical application method are also present. Like in mechanical method, there is the different kind of technique is all. They are also taking that wire line cutter, plugging, then in hot heat application method they are used insulation, then hot oil injection, and the chemical heating also, electrical heating to the pipeline also there. In chemical method there are different kind of wax inhibitor, then wax repressant, wax dissolver there are present, so that there is different type of strategies also already available in the present scenario. Our wax deposition mechanism is like that: when wax already present in the crude oil, and wax is a small crystal structure which we already know that where from the crude oil the wax will be extracted, and then we get some kind of candle like that kind of thing. So that these waxes, when they are small crystals, they when contact with small cold surface, they are agglomerated, and that kind of agglomerations, it's, I mean, trap the crude oil, and then crude oil will be flowing, will be stopped. So when we inject the pore point depressant, the pore point depressant is some kind, it's polymer based pore point depressant which has long carbon chain, I mean C15 to C16 carbon atoms, and some kind of polar groups also present in the side chain. And this polar chain is binding with the I mean long carbon chain which are present in the crude oil, like C60, C65 also present, carbon number present in crude oil. So that this small carbon chain, I mean C15, C16, that kind of carbon chain, when it plugged to it, long chain carbon, they will cut the carbon chain, and when the carbon chain is cut up, and that type crude oil will be what oil will be trapped, they can be released, and that time oil will be flowable very smoothly. So this kind of thing, we think that this is a national importance, because of oil, crude oil is very much less, so that we need to increase, we need to enhance the economy, so that we try to reduce the production's cost. And so that there is different kind of commercial additives already present. They are, which are made by different commercial chemicals like ethyl vinyl acetal, which are mainly good commercial pore point depressant, and some kind of methyl methanoate, then propyl oleate, then polyacrylate, that kind of present. Our present study is just we are taking the material which are, natural resources. We take that different kind of vegetable oils, and vegetable oil also contains some different type of fatty acids like oleic acid, myristic acid, palmitic acid. There are different kind of fatty acid present. So we just extract the fatty acid by column studies, and after that this actually column study is done by chemist researcher. I am not able to understand the chemistry things, that's why I am chemical engineering student. So that I just taking the oleic acid which are extracted from their oil, and after that we are oleic acid, we just taking the oleic acid and some different type of alcohols, like we are taking the octanol, then we are taking the ethanol, different type of alcohols, and then we just transesterification reactions is we are going through with the some kind with the help of KOH catalyst, and then we get the ester from, and that ester from we are going to further polymerize with tetraethylamine, which will be further converted the ester into amides. So in our FTI analysis, we differentiate the we cannot, we done showing the point out the.
So what are the main groups that you have obtained in
So
the
sir, actually the pore point, when we taking the pore point measurement, that type we are taking different type of ppm solutions. I mean, by mixing with crude oil with 4% 100 ppm, then 200, then up to 2000 ppm. We already going to ONGC, and that time ONGC will tell us that 1000 ppm is enough. But yeah, our 1000 ppm result is not more sufficient. That's why you are going to up to 2000 ppm, and 3000 then up to 2000 ppm we are getting that 12 degrees Celsius 4-point reductions, and these are above 10 degrees Celsius 4-point reduction is sufficient for the it's not more, not maximum, but it's sufficient, limited case. So that we are, my crude oil pour point is 45 degrees Celsius, and when we treated the crude oil after that our synthesis, that we getting the 33 degrees Celsius, so that its pour point is much more decreases. Then we already fabricate a cold finger apparatus, which already showing that when we just testing our material with crude oil with different temperature, that time you also getting that different kind of thicknesses. At low temperature, the thicknesses is more like 4.56 degrees Celsius, and when its temperature is higher, that time it's reduced to 0.545 millimeter. So they type concluded that when we use our natural sources 4-point depression, that time wax deposition also reduces, and the 4-point is also reduces, which could be benefited for our upstream industries. And we also taking this into further by going to different kind of modeling and simulations. Then we can perfectly created that 2000 ppm is enough, or we can be reduces the 2000 ppm to 1000 ppm, and then it will be also beneficial for our industry. So that's our trying to do in future.
So
And
thank you.
I am thank you to my call sir.
So thank you, Vishwadeep. Any questions from the panel members?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay.
I am doing so the slides. That's why.
So that okay, it is okay. So this is the last presentation that we had in our session. So at finally, I would like to thank every participant for presenting their ideas here, and also I would like to thank Professor Mojumdar for his sharing of knowledge, and I would lastly like to thank Swami Vivekananda Maharaj for inviting us to this technical session. And I hope that the participants, as well as those who have listened to, have got some idea about how we are looking to, some researchers are looking to develop some sustainable solutions for the future.
We are having patients here, scientists.
Let me talk for 5
Yes.
to 3 minutes, okay?
Surely.
Let me conclude, okay?
Yes.
I'm extremely happy to chair this particular session uh, uh, under the theme of the conference, Innovative Technology and Management Dedicated to Sustainable Humanistic Phase. Today, our water bodies, including rivers, are getting polluted due to discharge of mostly untreated wastewater from the urban local bodies, as well as also from the industries. Now, if we look into the class 1 and class 2 cities, we are generating around 40,000 million liter of wastewater per day, and out of which we are treating 30% of this sewage. Again, all sewage treatment plants are not working. So you can understand that around 74% pollution of rivers are coming from the discharge from the urban local bodies. Industry, if we look into industry, we have different type of industries. Uh, uh, Grossly polluted industries have been identified by the Central Pollution Control Board and Green Tribunal and National Green Tribunal, and grossly polluted industries within the Ganga basin, more than 800. Apart from that, there are medium scale industries, small scale industries. I like to mention that the small scale industries are not actually doing proper treatment with respect to the effluent. Even medium scale industries are not having proper treatment system. If you look into the dye and bleaching industries, most of these dye and bleaching industries are not having a proper treatment system. So our water bodies are getting polluted. Uh, these are coming from different industrial effluent. I mean, the industrial effluent, these are contributing to the pollution. Today I found a lot of researchers are working with respect to treatment, basically treatment of industrial effluent and bioabsorption. This is the technology that they are utilizing with different type of material and methods. Definitely, I must appreciate the researcher who are working with respect to bioabsorption, and especially I must thank Rajabajar Science College, Calcutta University. I think Professor S.K. Das might be here for excellent work they are doing. Uh, we also heard today one MBBS student is talking about COVID-19, this pandemic disease, and people suffering, and especially with respect to the comorbidity, people are having problem with respect to this, and elderly people's mostly when dying with respect to COVID-19, we found with respect to comorbidity. Uh, there are other interesting papers was presented today with a student presenting a dream that is non-cyclotronic accelerator. I appreciate his dream. Uh, Even sewage treatment plant monitoring, evaluation, application in model has been carried out by students of Heritage Institute of Technology. Uh, the other papers relating to one utilization of graphene, yes, that I found interesting, no doubt. He has carried out a study and done simulation. Uh, then uh, the bioabsorption by different uh, uh, extract like yeast, paddy, beef, these type of materials developed in the laboratory, and it worked nicely. All these studies have been validated by isotherm experiments, that has been also validated by some model analysis. Student discussed very many aspects of different models, thermodynamic principles. I must appreciate all the students as well as researcher, and I must appreciate all the supervisors, the faculty members, of different universities, colleges who are guiding the students. I lastly thank Professor Swami Vivekananda ji for arranging this interesting seminar as well as this particular session. I must appreciate the pain taken by Dr. Obhuday Mollik of Heritage Institute of Technology for conducting this session. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
From the organizing team, I am very grateful to Professor Arunabu Majumdar and my colleague Professor Abhuday Mullik for nicely conducting all these things. We have lot of knowledge. Actually, you see, whole life is a lifelong learning, and naturally there are many such issues that has been addressed. So ultimately, I thought that we got a lot of benefits out of these type of presentations. So thank you all. Thank you for the patient hearing. Our
Thank you,
technical sessions on the verge of closing. Tomorrow we have a philanthropic program. The venue is the Velut Swamajivi Pathshala, that is in Bali, Devangaji Road. So they have the Swamajivi, I mean Pathshala, that means the orphanage and also the school for the nurses. So they have the whatever, I mean, we asked we requested the different stakeholders to contribute. So out of that fund, we are providing the I mean, COVID volunteers and also healthcare professionals, the warm clothes, warm jackets, because you see nowadays because of COVID, the condition is something else. Earlier, people used to use the shawl and sweater and other things, but nowadays people should require such a type of clothing which can be easily washed and also, I mean, it will be dried. I mean, very immediately, or you can say within 1 day or so. So that is why yes, that is why that organizations, I asked them that what type of support you wish. So they said that if the Vivekananda Institute and also the Jalapur University, the joint collaboration, they can provide such type of support. So we have tried. The link will be given to all the registered participants and all the invitees because there is the physical program, some of the programs, cultural program, and all these things that the people will join virtually also. So I request these participants, if it is possible, to join virtually to encourage our endeavor and to see, because that you see that Samajibi Hospital students and others, I mean, the volunteers of our Vivekananda Institute, they also perform some cultural function along with the distribution of apparels, etc. So I will send the detailed program. I will send the meeting link. So if it is possible physically, of course, physically would not be possible, I hope, in most of the, I mean, for most of the people. At least virtually, if you can join. Obhuday, if I wish to join and have some, cultural thing there, your guitar show or anything?
Will not be possible for me also, because
I see.
to go and so give those things.
Oh, I see.
I may
Okay,
join virtually when
yes,
I am
yes.
free.
If it is possible, please join. And the whole thing will be streamed in YouTube. Today also, I mean, yesterday, today, all the programs, that is YouTube live. Simply you search the Vivekananda Institute of Environment Management channel, and I will send the link also, so that all the, this Zoom meeting and tomorrow's meeting, you can see using YouTube. Okay. Thank you very much. Let us pray to Thakur Swamiji so that we can, next time we can arrange it in a greater heights, and ultimately that would be beneficial for the society as a whole.